right, here we go again. What is this? How many days have we covered Sebastian this week? Hey, everybody.
A
Um,
lot.
I know, and I'm loving every minute of it, to be honest with you. Um, you know, lots of times I give myself excuses that I'm too tired after work, which usually I am. But, you know, I was covering the Sebastian case a lot ever since the beginning of the case. And then, through Christmas and that, most people know like I wasn't doing too many lives at all and stuff like that. And I was truly enjoying just a relaxing Christmas with my almost 3 weeks off there. And yeah, I was just honestly enjoying the downtime and just going to sleep when I wanted, doing what I wanted and stuff like that. But this case has, of course, been very important to this channel, to me, to others, and everyone included that, of course, comes in the live. So thank you guys for your support. We did a live yesterday, another impromptu one. This one's not impromptu. This one was planned, but the last two lives were impromptu. Hey, Melissa? Yesterday was your fault, but it was a good live. It was a good live. You're muted, by the way, in case you didn't know.
Okay, what was that?
Oh, you weren't even listening because you were doing other things. I get it. I get it. No,
Yes,
no,
yes,
I was
sadly,
saying,
I was.
oh, 1 second here. Charmaine's doing her gifting there. Charmaine's the top number one crime and shame membership giver of all that. So she just wants to hear the Rick roll go off when it goes off each time. But let's take a look quickly. Let me take a look who got those. Okay, so Miss no, sorry. I see Miss Dollar make a comment, but Sharon Parker got one. Ben, you were gifted one too.
Who, me? Woohoo!
Yeah. Sharon, Ben, American Justice, uh, Granny to 13. There should be somebody else. Like there should be five. One. Oh, Bonnie. Bonnie was gifted one. Oh, that's kind of hilarious, eh? Like that's awesome. Because Sharon, of course, is a mod, and same with Ben. And and you're right here. Oh, you still know I would desert you in a second. And yeah, so you got one, and then the couple others got one as well. So that's awesome. Thanks, Charmaine. I got.
3 out of 5 of them are your
I
mods.
know, right? You would almost think that it was fixed or rigged or something like that. Charmaine, love you, girl. Miss you. Oh, it goes off 5 times because it plays. Yeah, I'm not even subscribed. You're not even subscribed, Ben. Give me that wrench back. No, just kidding. Anyways, welcome to the live, you guys. I think another one's gonna go off. One or two. I'm not even sure if we're at 3 or 4 of those Rick rolls. Out arrows. Anyway, thank you, Charmaine, for doing that. Every time it says that, I'm just like, I would desert you in a second. Like I would literally go get a dessert and desert you. That's exactly what I would do. If cheesecake is involved, I would desert you. Um, anyways, yeah. Just let me know when you can come on the live here.
Yeah, I know, right? She said she was going to come up here and then she hasn't done it. So what the heck, Charmaine?
Well, is she back? Charmaine, are you back home now? Okay, that's the last one. Charmaine, are you back home now? Are you in Fox? Are you in the creek? On there. So anyway, so as I was blaming you, in a sense, remember, so it was because of you that we did yesterday's live, because I was willing just to take a day off, and then you sent me a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, well, we can't not do a live on there. But anyways, it ended up being a really great live. I thank you for that. And I know tomorrow, you guys, we are doing the Elizabeth and Lyric case on, of course, it's American Justice, which is Melissa here. She's the one that's covering the case. She has been speaking with Drew, the father, Drew Collins, and he gave her the okay and stuff like that. But we'll stream it to this channel as well. And so anyone that's following that case, and that's the one out of Evansdale, Iowa. So we'll be doing that at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that's 2 p.m. Central. And yeah, and 3 your time, Charmaine, if you're in the fog. But anyways, and Ben, I have no clue what time that is your time. But anyways, you guys, so yesterday was a good live. It was Melissa had sent me this article, well, a Facebook post from Maddie Myers. And Maddie Myers, I guess, is the cousin after looking at that other post. So Maddie Myers would be the cousin of, like Hope, Faith, and Noah. So those are Nina's 3 children, Hope being the oldest, Faith being the little girl, and Noah's, I believe, right there in the middle there between them. But anyways, and of course we know that Faith is Christopher Proudfoot's daughter, and the one that he's been fighting so hard for. A lot of this live, after we get through some coverage of other things, where honestly, you guys, when I went back and I started watching Nina's interview again, there's so many telling things there. There's like, it's when you go back and watch it again and you re-listen, and you know that Nina's speaking, genuinely. And I know it's her side, but come on. I mean, Christopher Proudfoot, I mean, the guy is no angel. Okay. It's like a devil with horns. And, with that full narcissistic mask that he tries to portray, but because he's so transparent about his personality, it's just like he's easy to see through, and the type of personality that he is. Anyways, so yeah, so I blame you for that live yesterday, but it was a good live. Got a lot of likes, has got a lot of views on it. It might even surpass Coffin Daffer's ones shortly on there. But yes.
Well, it was just information I thought that I didn't know if you had seen. First of all, I wasn't sure if you had seen
Which
it.
I hadn't.
And then it's like it was information for me that I thought was important for you to see, and then determine whether or not it was legitimate to you and whether or not you wanted to go live. And then you're like, we're going live. And I'm like, okay.
Once I saw that Trevor Lee, who was extensively covering this case, but I'm pretty sure he took down his channel now. Does anyone know? Because I couldn't find it. But Trevor Lee was covering the case. So when I seen Trevor Lee's name attached as a friend, I was like, yeah. And not only that, but I mean, the story was pretty much exactly how Nina explained it. But obviously, like that particular situation and stuff, obviously the children are going through. And again, when children are traumatized, they can remember so clearly the events because it's a traumatic experience. And those are the type of things that, can really play into adulthood on children, including like Sebastian Rogers and stuff like that. Is that anyone that, knows, like in a typical household, and when there's any sort of trauma, that a lot of these things can play into your adulthood life and stuff, and then when you're adult, you can kind of recognize things more about why. Like, for instance, like I always, like yesterday I was telling people the story about because my mom was with my dad till I was 5 and him threatening to drive us over the cliff, because my mom had left him, and so she had given us to grandma just for the night while she went and stayed, because my dad didn't know where my Uncle Bob and Aunt Teresa lived, but he knew where grandma lived because that was just a mile down the road. But anyways, so it's just like I said, when you have a traumatic experience and stuff like that, it's just like, like being so frightened, and thinking about how these children are thinking, in dealing with this situation and stuff like that. And for, Hope to speak out, about it, and like kind of like we touched on, and like what you said, which I thought was a very important thing, like, like saying to talk about that it was a black bat instead of just saying it was a bat, and so my heart truly goes out for, for anyone, because like I said, you don't recognize sometimes how things could happen. But I was saying that I was, when I remember distinctly the one where I heard this mirror smash in my mom's room. And so I took my little blanket and I went close to my mom's room, and I was like, "Mom, are you okay?" And then she said, "Yeah, I'm fine." And then she had told me it was an ashtray that our dad threw at the mirror. So the other brothers and sisters never ever, like, they might have woken up, but I was the only one that always would go out into the hallway, take my little blanket, sleep right close to my mom's room. And perhaps, so I never thought about that until you get older and you start looking, at things. And as I was kind of investigating this one person's personality to understand this really, you know, um, this clone of different, like ADHD, narcissism, and how narcissism isn't a standalone personality disorder, et cetera, et cetera. I thought to myself, oh, okay, because this makes sense when I was reading something, because from when I was a child, I was like a protector, right? And I've always been that way. And so I guess that's where a lot of that comes from. Like, just naturally, I thought to want to protect. And even though I was only 5 or 4 or whatever at the time, I just wanted to protect my mom, is what I felt I was doing, by sleeping closer to her bedroom in case my dad tried to do anything else to her. And so out of the family, I'm the one that did that. And in my family, between my brothers and sisters, I'm the one that is probably the most sensitive and probably the most deep, caring, empathic one of the family. At least that's according to me, not them probably. But I know that I am. And so that's kind of like where I like to think more. I want to say, like, I follow like more like the Buddhism kind of path, just try to live a good life, be kind, be caring towards people and stuff like that. But like I said, when I look at that, that's how it went into my, adulthood as well. Just always trying to protect that outcast person that was in school. I always just stand up for whatever I think is right. Somebody's getting picked on, I'm not the person not to say nothing. I will literally, if I see a woman getting, abused or something like that, I'll be that person that sits there and says, "Hey, like, what the heck you doing?" type of thing. Probably use a little bit more choice words than that, but you know what I'm saying, right? So anyway, so I can't help but be impacted when I read that particular post that Maddie Myers had posted from Hope about the experience and how I've done this myself. I've never posted them, but I've went on to talk about something, and it gets way more lengthier than I meant it, because you feel like you almost have to tell the story, and it's almost like you're healing a little, like, you're just venting it, letting it out, and then it becomes longer, like we talked about. And that's what you said yesterday too, and I agree with that, because I never did post mine. I ended up deleting them because it was almost like it was therapeutic, just putting it out. And then I would be like, yeah, I'm not posting this, because I'm not this big drama person about Facebook and stuff like that. So, but anyway, so just wanted to say I agree with you, and thanks for everyone coming into the live.
When
And
I
I thought,
left my ex-husband, I had went to counseling because there was just so much violence that had went on. And my counselor had told me, she said, writing it down, you'll go to write it down. And she said, things will come to you and you'll just write it or you'll just say it. And it's a stress relief. It is you taking all that bottled up stuff and just releasing it. And she said, if you post it, if you write it down and burn it, whatever, that starts the healing process. And it's like that always stuck with me, because you'll see people go to post something like
yeah,
Maddie did or Faith did, and just a floodgate will open. She knew it was a green and black bat, and she knew how far he opened the door, and that he dumped the purse out, and that they went in the back of the police station. Things like that. That's probably not things that she was meaning to put in there, but it just came out.
right.
And it just
Yeah. And so if you guys don't know what we're referencing, Again, we showed it yesterday. Let's see here. I'm not really gonna, well, maybe I can just show it for 1 second here. Uh, let's see. Just give me one thing. Is this the first page? Let me just see if this is. Do I have my mom? I don't think I have the first one up anymore. 1 second. Well, let me at least show this for a second. Stop screen. Okay. Now this is okay. So, hope, of course, is the older child. Faith is, the baby in this picture, and this is the picture that was attached to the post uh, for Hope and Faith. And like I said, there's little Noah as well. But let me just go grab that one from yesterday quickly. Do. Oh, I do too many things. I do too many things. Is this it? Is that the one? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, stop screen. Um, but again, you guys can type in Maddie Myers. Go find it yourself. Find it. It'll be on Twitter and stuff like that. But it was, hi Kathy, it's me, the little girl you thought was going to be forever. Well, now I'm older and I have a voice that needs to be heard, and it will be heard in court one day. You want proof? I am the proof. I've been glancing at a lot of hate comments about my mother, and I don't get involved, but now my voice needs to be heard. Mother is not sitting here playing the victim card like you're making it seem like, but she's probably more concerned about Sebastian's disappearance than you are. I don't know. I mean, I'm on a toss up. What do you guys think? You think Alaska or Sebastian? What do you think, Kathy Bauer Socks? What do you think?
Exactly. I mean,
It's kind of a toss up.
Nina seems, and Faith seem more, and Hope all seem, Maddie, everybody seems a little more concerned than the Bauer Sox, because I don't know exactly how long it was, but it seemed like it was just a couple days after Sebastian went missing. They went off to Alaska for vacation, and they've been in multiple tropical locations since.
Yeah, and do you remember Seth talking about that? He was really pissed off because as Sebastian's missing, Kathy Bauer Sox is talking about Christopher Proudfoot buying her jewelry or something like that, and the trip to Alaska and stuff. And anyways, so it just kind of coincides with what Seth was hearing as well. And, obviously when a child's missing, it's just like, so what, you're just having this like little kumbaya around the table and talking about Asian jewelry. Oh, right. Sebastian, right. And it was Seth that noticed that Sebastian's shoes were all there. It's not that Katie said it, but you guys remember Seth, and this really bugs Seth. He keeps wondering why Katie insisted on shoving the phone in his face, saying that, see, he was happy. And it was a picture from the Costco. But it was like, you can see that really bugged him. Like, why? Probably like it bugs Nina. Like, oh, if I just would have listened to, when Christopher Proudfoot said he wanted to tell me something. But we're really going to get into that video because honestly, when I started re-listening to it, and it was just part of it, and I'm like, you know what? We got to go through this video again, guys, because there's a piece of me now that might have a different a thought process going on here. But we'll get into that when we talk about it. But so anyways, so this is a longer version of post. A lot of people now have been putting it out in videos, like this morning and stuff like that. But one thing I do want to share with you is a couple things first. Like I said, we're just going to go over a couple things first, and then we'll get into that video because that is so telling. I like I said, I know there's like, three sides to everything, right? But honestly, knowing Christopher Proudfoot's personality, knowing that even as Nina was talking in that interview and tearing up, because how when you've gone through a lot, and unless you're in somebody's shoes or can, understand, instantly, like the tears come, just like when I talk about my son lots of times, because of how he talks to me and treats me, I just tear up typically because it's just such a painful thing. Um, 1 second here. 1 second. Let's see here. I'm just going to put it there for a second. I just seen Charmaine say something, but I want to see what she said. Sunny, I'd like to say something because I'm so behind and I've been trying to catch up, but can we just talk about the updated picture of CP? What happened there? Oh, what happened there? Well, he probably took the Kagan Klein diet and was like running with it, is what I feel. So I'm pretty sure it's like butterhorns and stuff like that, lots of sweets in his diet. And yeah, so I mean, honestly, let me just I'll quickly bring that picture back up again.
You got to go
So
to her next comment. Go read her
what?
next one. You got to go read her next comment.
He went from looking like 1 second. Hold on, I gotta put this up there. There we go. Thank you very much for putting that up there, Melissa. He went from looking like a redneck jack off to a creepy Uncle Peter Griffin looking. No, Peter Griffin. Right. Like I don't know about you, Melissa, but honestly, on a hot scale, I think we're in the -10 actually of the cold. To be honest, I wouldn't say
Oh, you're
there's
going that high? I'd
yeah,
kind of,
no,
like
that
-100
low.
there.
Yeah, I just feel like Christopher Proudfoot likes himself more than most people like Christopher Proudfoot. You know, um, what always gets me is when somebody is very narcissistic and a big mouth, and then they look like that. You know, so it just doesn't jive in my head that you're nothing to look at, you're nothing special. Apparently, five other people that married you thought so somehow. Obviously, again, manipulator. Just like Nina, right? She's like, I wish I would have never have met him. But you know what I mean? And a womanizer. And yet, so it must be the small D syndrome going on. That's what must be going on here because this man is nothing to look at. Even when he's lightweight, he's nothing to stare at. At least in my eyes. Does anyone here think he's hot? Charmaine? Charmaine, no, you're not a single Pringle anymore. So who's single? Oh, Miss Dog Lover. Anyways, hi Grunstruck, how are you? Um, she wanted proof of him being taken care of. Well, it looks like Proudfoot's being taken well care of. But anyways, so both Katie and him have put on some weight. But anyways, whatever. Yeah, Miss Dog Lover, what are you talking about? Come on now. Come on now. He doesn't have to have all the qualities you're looking for. At least one for you. No. Anyways, let's get off that face for a second. Let's go back on track here. Anyways, for all you women that think he's luscious, go bang your head on a wall on there. But anyways, let's see here. Okay, so I just want to bring, like I said, a couple things up before we get to the main part of this live stream. Now, the mob crew did put out this thing on Twitter. So I just want to talk about that for a second. He says, honestly curious, SF investigates. Why would, and you know who SF investigates is, just to be clear, right? The bigger douchebag of Christopher Proudfoot and himself. But he'll be on the Lore Lodge on the 20th, and I believe it's at 7 Eastern Standard Time, if I'm not mistaken. So go there to support Lore Lodge for sure. And interesting live, I suppose, eh? Let's see here. Okay, so it says, why would you have no problem here? Does it go bigger? No. Why would you have no problem showing the 330 Uber car, but when showing the 258 AKM 3M car, you put a box over it? Even without that box, we wouldn't be able to see a major identifier. Right. So, would you be willing to show that car? So the thing is that he obviously put a box over it as if, because basically what they said, what SF investigates, according to SF investigates, at 3:00, at 3:30, there was the Uber car, but at 3:00, there was a car that was heading up Kelly Lynn, and he says that he knows whose vehicle it is. So basically, it's been taken out of the equation. Well, I guess according to him, so you would just have to find that credible or not. But so I think in his eyes, the point of that box was, well, I mean, obviously, if it's going up Kelly Lynn and they know whose it is, it's somebody that lives up on there. Maybe it's Binocular Bobby. Who knows? But uh, maybe not. But obviously, I think that was his way of simply not showing it so that people don't go looking for that car. Basically, on the Kellen. Okay, I'm gonna get that name right one of these days. Kellen Lane strip. But another important thing I wanted to talk about, and the thing was, is I saw this on Clutch Them Pearls with Justin, and he was reading something, but I was skipping by it because I was doing something else and I was in a rush. Oh, well, I think I was on my lunch or something like that, or my break. But anyway, so I wanted to point this out, and most of you guys that watch them would know. Where did it go? Come on now. I just saw you a few minutes ago. Where'd you go? Literally just saw you. Where did you go? My goodness, I literally had it up. But is it on this one? No. Hold on. Oh, what's this one? Chris admitted, why aren't you allowed around your own kids? Okay, I'm not really sure. It's January 15th. What does this one say? Huh. I'm on a different one for a sec. Or can you see it? Okay. Give me a second because it was just right there. Yeah, I'm not sure what that really is. I'll tweet it out, but whatever. Just so that's on my post. That's kind of what I do when I see a post that I want. I just kind of tweet it to myself to keep it. But where is that? It was literally under. Oh, there it is. Can you? Okay. There. 1 second here. It's not showing it. Hold on. Stop screen. Let's show Twitter. I got two Twitters open here, but this is the one I wanted to show you. Okay. So this is from Brandon Carter. In the LE, and I think it was Justin that reached out himself to Brandon Carter and said, and basically was asking, is it true that thank you, Miss Dog Lover. I'm not strictly single. A guy near me, I'll wear him down. So don't forget, anyone. I'm So don't forget. So we have our what we call our sleuths of It's a Crime and Shame channel. Lacey is definitely a sleuth. Miss Dog Lover, definitely a sleuth. Melissa, are you a sleuth? Charmaine is.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. So okay, and you know what sleuth means, right? Obviously.
Nope, that's why.
Okay, so sleuth means slut, but we just say sleuth.
Oh, well, then nope.
Yeah. I was wondering if that's why when you said yep, I'm like, pretty sure she doesn't know what the word salute means. But anyway, so Miss Dog Lover, she's probably our top one in chat. That her and Lacey, to be honest with you. Sharon Parker is probably the third runner up on this. But anyways, okay. So basically the question was posed to Ali, to this Brandon, whatever his name was, Barker guy or whatever his name, Brandon Carter, sorry, was it said that Christopher Proudfoot, that they couldn't talk about the case or whatever, or couldn't, something similar to that, okay? Close enough. So got a reply back from Brandon Carter, Ellie, and they said, I'm not sure if it's TBI or Ellie, but we can't tell anybody not to say anything. The only thing I can say is this is an ongoing criminal investigation. It's the only case I work on to present day. Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Criminal Investigation Division. We can't tell anybody not to say anything because you know how Christopher Proudfoot keeps always saying, well, TBI said I can't talk about it. Can't talk about it. Right. And so we all know that kind of Christopher Proudfoot, uses that as a very common thing. right?
That's the equivalent of his get out of jail free card. That's his. I don't have to answer that because
Yeah.
TBI, but I can't.
Well, I mean, let's just go back to this one for a
Said on the
second.
Nancy Grace show that you were last in the house at the beginning of February, but that you couldn't say why, or I can't remember the
No, I
exact
said I
verbiage.
couldn't tell you the exact date, and I'm
Oh, okay.
still not going
Okay.
to tell you the exact date.
If I guessed it, would you tell me?
Once again, ma'am, I'm sorry, but that is
I'm
one
teasing.
thing that law enforcement asked not to be released.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I said that in an interview a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Law
Now
enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it. It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home February 26th.
This one
That's all I
bugs
can
me.
tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but like, why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Oh, what was
Because
that?
that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
What, Christopher?
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm not, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, was he gone for like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
You know what you need to do to that, Sonny?
Mm.
You should send me your clip there so that I can add at the end where they were on Nancy Grace and he admits he didn't come home until after Sebastian was missing.
Mm-hmm. Mm. He says that all the time. Point is, how is he at home? Can't talk about it because TBI or whatever said, or the sheriff's office said not to. So, like I said yesterday, there's absolutely no point to that to me whatsoever. Because what does him not being able to talk about when he left versus everything else that is spewed out of his mouth so important, so important to the case. So it sounds like it's more something he's trying to hide versus at least saying not to say anything, because it doesn't make sense. Because come on, let's get real, people. Does that even add up? But again, so don't miss that part there where she said that last time he saw Sebastian was like when he was home on February 1st, and then he left. But so Chris didn't see him again till he come home. Well, when he came home, he said it was February 26th. So obviously Sebastian is missing at this point. But anyways, I digress. But I do. So now this is where, okay. So this is where I need to talk about something here with that, not the post, but the other one. So let me just share screen again, because where did it go? I had it all lined up and everything. And then I guess I went off of it. Oh, now I got to go find it again. 1 second.
Yes, Shirley, we've pointed that out several times that he supposedly didn't see him since early February 1st, and then seen him when he come home. But how do you see him when he come home? Because you said you came home because he was missing.
Right. Okay, so I mean, so this one always cracks me up on this. That is so important that he can't talk about this date. And then Katie's right there, because like I said, right before this part of the live, he had to get off because his daughter had called. So that's when Katie and Smiley's World was just left there. And I'm just like, oh, like, can a Titanic ship sink any further down than what, Christopher Proudfoot does? But he does have a habit of always saying that, or that he's not allowed to take the polygraph test, the one that he claimed he already took because TBI, whatever, said not to and stuff like that. And, like I said, we don't know what they know. So, they could have a big stink eye totally at Christopher Proudfoot. Either way, he's still a douchebag, no matter how you slice or dice it. You know, all that guy has to do is like open up his lips. Verbal diarrhea comes oozing out of it. And all you want to do is put a big butt plug right in there, like, shut. What was it we said yesterday? Know your role, shut your hole.
Yep.
Okay, so let me share the screen. Okay, so this is Maddie Myers, right? Okay, this is the post. So this is the part. So this is what we have to figure out, you guys, because this part could be really important here. So listen very carefully to the start of this one. Okay, cousin Danny also runs the construction company. Now, this is Maddie Meyer. So she's the one that did the post for Hope. Okay. She asked if she could share it. Hope said sure. And she did. Okay. So this is cousin. So cousin Danny also runs the construction company. It's his house, the poker game on Friday night, where Sebastian got into trouble for getting on Danny's computer. Probably saw something he shouldn't have. Yet you're on your way to get your camper 2 days after Sebastian went missing. So I'm going to leave it there because the other part doesn't matter about this. So Friday, okay, so she's literally saying that on Friday, right? But this is where I like to clarify. So on Friday, that Sebastian was on Uncle Danny's computer. So it's either two things to me, if this is accurate, right? Of course. So where was Sebastian? Was Katie visiting him there Friday night, or was Christopher Proudfoot home? Because if she's saying that cousin Danny also runs, it's his house. The poker game was on Friday night. That would put it to Friday the 23rd, where Sebastian got into trouble for getting on Danny's computer. That's right. She's not referencing a different date. She's referencing Friday night as if the Friday right before Sebastian disappeared, because then she references about how Christopher Proudfoot 2 days later, which I recall, remember, he goes back up to go get the camper. So how important is that for you to hear that? Because so if Sebastian is at Uncle Danny's house, are we talking in Memphis? Are we talking in Hendersonville? So if he got in trouble on Friday night, and the Proudfoots are claiming nothing to see here. It's $1 million question, people, right?
I don't know. To me, Sonny, I was thinking about this even after the live last night, and something in me tells me law enforcement, TBI, FBI, whoever, one of them alphabet groups, need to look at the black box in Chris Proudfoot's truck, because all vehicles after, I think it's 2000 have a black box. It might be 2010. Anyway, all vehicles anymore have a black box. Did that truck come back close to where they lived and park somewhere and then go back a couple hours later? Because something in my gut is telling me they need to look at that.
Well, I was going to say, the thing is, this is my thing with Christopher Proudfoot and Katie. Katie worked for Brinks, okay? She's not a dumbass. They might be a dumbasses on, public display as they're speaking, hence why Katie doesn't speak anymore. So imagine your son going missing, but you're not speaking. But we're going to get into that later again, and I'll come back to that. But that's just the thing, is that Christopher Proudfoot, he might be a big mouth, narcissistic a-hole, but he's not dumb. He's a manipulator. He's an absolute manipulator. That guy got the smarts. So those, like, to me, like I said, kind of like the cell phone thing, I can't see him driving his truck back, which would have GPS, whatever, all that stuff, and taking his own vehicle down to there. I'm not seeing that because I don't think he's that fucking stupid to do something like that.
Could he have
Meaning,
borrowed somebody's
well, meaning those
vehicle?
are, but right, but so those are the things, right? Like to me, those are definitely those things that would be looked at from LE. And again, we don't know what they know. They could have something, some totally stink eye on the Proudfoots, Christopher, whatever. They might have a total stink eye on them. Maybe not. Maybe they do. We just don't know, right? And then so that's why we'll come back like again to like the flashlight garbage truck video. In my title it says, you know, where Jennifer and Mob Crew, you know, write and stuff like that. Because okay, so most people when we did the poll on our live, yesterday was it? Or was it the day before? No, the day before one. Like the majority by a landslide think that that is a flashlight video of some kind, or at least something to do with Sebastian, regardless, right? Regardless if, you know, things don't match up correctly in certain ways and whatever. But most people have the, you know, feeling that that flashlight video, whatever you want to deem it as, has something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. Now, I'm just going, okay, wait, why is she talking about the 23rd? And that's when the camera jammed on that corner house, or not jammed, say glitched, you know, since the 23rd, you know. But anyways, this is very important. It could be very important what she said here. Now, TBI would know this information, I'm sure. Perhaps, like to believe so. But, you know, she's very clear on, even though she doesn't see the exact date, it's his house. The poker game was on Friday night where Sebastian got into trouble for getting on Danny's computer. Probably saw something he shouldn't have, maybe. You're on your way to get your camper 2 days after Sebastian's missing. You know? So does that not sound to you like that she's referencing that Friday?
It does, but let me point out too, and it's something I just thought of. If you're coming home because your son is missing, your stepson is missing, would you not just load up the camper and bring it with you?
Well, you would think so, because it took him like 7 hours to get home anyway, right? Because remember, he had to wait for his shift person. So, well, you know, though, you know, that's kind of a tricky one because, Kate, Sebastian's missing in a sense at this point. You know, it's kind of like the Delphi girls. They go looking for them. Never in a million years did they expect to find those girls' lives taken that day, you know, like on the 14th when they found them. They go missing. So, in saying that, no, because it's too short of a time to think that Sebastian won't be found at that point, right? So I doubt that I would be loading up the camper to come back, you know, besides hop in my vehicle and drive down. And then once you realize the situation, you know, yeah, you go get your camper, you know, come back type of thing. Once you realize that, hey, this is more than a day, this is a couple days now. So you know there's something wrong at this point. You know there's probably something terribly wrong. A mother's gut instinct will know that, right? Not just a missing child at this point or a runaway. Because when I was following the story, you know, I was like, you know, at first I was like, nah, he'll be found, you know, that day. Next day goes around. I'm like, ooh, okay, maybe he's hiding out in somebody's shed or something like that. You know, he's doing the runaway thing. And nope, no Sebastian the next day. After the third day, I was like, okay, something's wrong here. You know, this kid has been gone too long now for it just to be a standard, you know, runaway in my eyes. And then it just continued, you know. So that's how I see it personally myself. You know, that I wouldn't have found that odd that he didn't pack it up. You know, he said he had to wait for a shift trade. You know, and just going based on what he said. And then, so by the time he did whatever, everything, He got there at 1 p.m. in the afternoon, which he has stated multiple times, according to his time time frame, whatever you want to call it, on there. But anyways, so do you have anything more to say for that? Because how important do you think this is? Because
I think it's very important.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I mean, Maddie, here, let me 1 second here. Let me just do this.
And I
first.
guess you're right. I didn't think of it like that. Him thinking, well, he'll be found, just leave it there. I'll go back to work. So, yeah, I guess that's not at that time that unusual.
Yeah, right. And this is why it helps to have different opinions and different thoughts, because of stuff like that. Because sometimes we don't always think, and then we hear somebody else say something, and then we're like, oh, I didn't think of it that way, right? So that's why it's the best when people can work together and come up with different thoughts and ideas. And if they have some, so why is my computer? Come on, it's not popping up. I know my computer is saying do an update. That just came on today. I don't want to do an update yet, computer. 1 second here. So it's not. Darn it! I was trying to take a screen. Oh, here we go. Okay, just to give you guys, if it was hard to see, I just want to, so you guys can look at this for yourself. Whoops, I'll put it right there. Okay. So this would be something major to us. Hearing this, that the Friday night. So where was Sebastian Friday night? We need to clarify this, because if Sebastian is if Katie, okay, how Seth, and I can't remember verbatim what he said, because she would take him, Katie would take him up to Memphis, and so I think he might have, I don't know. I'd have to.
I think it's definitely something that Seth, with somebody, law enforcement, I'm not going to believe Chris or Katie, but if Seth or somebody were to come out and say, and have picture proof or something and say, yes, he was there. I'm not discrediting Maddie by any means, because I do believe her, but we need the full timeline. Friday morning, all the way to Monday.
Yeah. But yeah, this needs definite clarification. But I do recall Seth saying something about Sebastian, that Katie, when Katie goes up there to visit, Christopher. So did she go up there? Nah, but it doesn't make sense, because it's the weekend. So why would you come back home and do all those fun fact things, right? Anyways, we'll leave that one alone, but just know it could potentially be very important if that's the case for that, when it comes to Sebastian, knowing that Sebastian got into trouble. But, so if Chris and Katie are like, well, especially Christopher, actually, because he's the one that's talking, if it's the $1 million question, okay, so stop screen for that one. Get into one more thing, and then we'll get into Nina's thing, because honestly, you guys, I think it might be very telling about Sebastian. But anyways, so this is, of course, the deception detective here. If anyone's following him, I personally love this guy. I think he's just, he's playing a clip. He comes back, he's very clear in a sense, you know what I mean? He just clearly speaks very fluently, I should say. And I just really enjoy him. So if you don't watch him, you should. He's covered 4 parts of this video. So Christopher Proudfoot's on it. It's on Elevated Truth. And then you have Cluminati at the top. I'm not sure who the other person is. That's Queen Bee. And then there's somebody else down in the corner hiding behind him. Now, so just the one thing that I remember he was stumbling over, but just give me a second, because I'm just going to play this part of it. So this is when the 25th and 26th was asked about on the poster. And Just Christopher Proudfoot's
All
answer.
pretty specific, like this person went or this child went missing from his residence on this day. This person went missing and was seen in this car on that day. Sebastian says went missing in the area of Stafford Court on February 26th. Does that mean anything to you? Does that, do you, or can you say, because it's a little confusing. Do you know any information that you could share about that?
Honestly, we didn't even know that the FBI was releasing that.
No, the
Until-
TBI. The TBI, I'm sorry.
Well, honestly, like we don't, anything that they like put together, we are not privy to.
Okay.
So we wouldn't know what they're putting out until they either call us and say, hey, X, Y, and Z. And it's normally when that happens, it's like,
Okay. So I like how he says pervy. He says pervy to the pervy on there. But so basically, bottom line is he gives the answer of he doesn't know. He has no answer. But yet he was asked a question earlier about, you know how getting updates and that, like, do you get any updates and that, whatever. And kind of like what Deception Detective says to him, I can't think of his real name, but he basically says to him that he was being very vague and evasive. You know how Christopher Proudfoot someone asks him a question and then he kind of like skints over it and it's like very vague and he doesn't really answer the question fully, or how he's deceiving in how he's saying the answer. Because remember how he was always talking about the updates and as if he was like, talking to them all the time. Well, obviously, if you're talking to them all the time, you probably would think to know this answer or even question it yourself, right? If you're so close with Sumner County there. There was another one, but I don't remember the timestamp of it. But it was about the case study. But I don't remember
Crash
what it
trucks.
was.
Can you explain why both you and Seth believe that or at one point or another believed the footage to be of a trash truck?
Oh, let's listen to that.
law enforcement showed us a video. Seth has said the same thing. I've said the same thing. We all saw the same video.
Seth Rogers is Sebastian's biological dad. Unlike Chris, he was at least in town when Sebastian went missing. And statistically, he's a prime suspect. But has Chris ever asked the police to investigate him or even question his alibi? From what I've seen, he hasn't. And that's unusual. If you've seen my videos about Landon Bullard, Gannon Stouch's mom.
I'm not going to go into that part of it too much. But anyways, they had mentioned about the trash truck. I seen it, Seth seen it, the trash truck video, only because they just touched on it. So wasn't that I was going to play it originally. I was looking for the part where they were talking about the case.
Now 16-year-old young man can just literally diss a fucking peer. Enforcement comes out and
Still hadn't been cleared.
Unlike an episode of
You know
CS.
what? Bottom line is, again, if you haven't watched it yourself, go watch it. But he talks about the case study. He was asked about that question. And even his answer, when he's answering it, you can just feel like it's just full of shit. It didn't even make sense, his answer to that. It's almost like, I believe he said something like that. He was talking to Ali and said something like that, like he said, that this would make a good case study. And I was expecting him to say that Ali said that to him, whatever. But anyways, it was really weird. And as soon as you heard him talk about it, you were like, oh, dude, you're so lying. You're so full of crap. But anyways, maybe he got bruises on his neck or at the poker party. KP took a photo at Texas Roadhouse and they got scared they would be the 6th CPS report come Monday. Thank you for that. Hi, Lisa. Okay, so let's get into the brunt of this live tonight because I think it's really important to listen to these things as to the reason why Sebastian. I'll give you a few things there, but so think of it like this: as a reason why Sebastian had help or left with the help of someone that he knew, or plot twist, or that Katie, with her guilty knowledge, has actually hidden Sebastian. But once we go back and listen to Nina's thing, This man is a monster. He is a monster to children. He is a monster for a relationship. So I'm going to, because I couldn't find Trev's time, I'm going to play JLR because he had played it on his. So I'm going to use JLR because at least JLR doesn't copyright strike people. And so he's all for, people knowing about his channel or just really sharing information. So I've always appreciated that with JLR. So that's the one we're going to watch since I couldn't find it on Trev Times. I couldn't even find Trev Time. So anyway, so you guys, when I started listening to this again, honestly, it's just, it just makes you angry. Just makes you so angry. So we'll go right. Okay, we'll just go look at Trev Time at this part. So remember, this is on JLR. Ben, if you could just put JLR's link up again, if you could. Not that everyone probably doesn't have that link already. But let's play as and we'll stop and start as we hear certain things.
Coming on the show day.
Thank you for having me, Trevor.
Absolutely. You want to tell everybody who you are and just kind of get started?
Absolutely. So my name is Nina Gomez, as a lot of you know. I am Faith Proudfoot's mother. Christopher Proudfoot is Faith's father, biologically. And
thanks, Ben.
I'm here to tell my story of what happened to myself and to my children.
Absolutely. And I think it's a story that needs to be heard. So if you want to just open us up with the beginning of your story and just get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I said, my name is Nina. I live here in Albuquerque.
Just quickly, guys, I want to say this. Because like I said, within the first 10 minutes of listening to it, it's going to make you so angry as a parent, as someone that cares about kids and whatever. So make sure you listen intently to everything that she is saying, especially when she starts talking about how Christopher Proudfoot treated the kids. Okay, like when we get to that part. But so listen to every droplet.
New Mexico, and I have 3 amazing children. I met Christopher back when I was 35 years old. I met him on a dating website. Don't know what I was doing there, I guess. I wish I could take it back. I started talking to him. He was stationed out in San Diego, and we started talking back and forth. Wanted to get to know him a little bit more. I thought he was a great person in the beginning. But everybody is always perfect in the beginning, right? We fail to see the red flags, and we fail to notice things that we should in the beginning. So he made a couple of trips out here, asked me to marry him, and I made the mistake by saying I do. So we got married. Eventually we moved to San Diego. I wasn't really ever prepared to move away again from New Mexico. I had went through a divorce a couple years prior to meeting Christopher.
Hey, Steffa.
And my first husband was military as well, but I was married to him for 9.5 to 10 years, almost 10 years. We made it. He's the father of my other 2 children. And I told him that, I was remarrying and we were moving to San Diego. And he wasn't really for it. He was kind of against it due to the fact that he was stationed out at Fort Bliss, which is in El Paso, Texas. And that's about 3.5 hours from Albuquerque. So he was, he would always see his kids every weekend. And he's like, how am I going to see my kids? And I said, well, we'll figure it out. So we packed up after we said I do. I don't remember the exact date when I got married to Christopher, and maybe that's a good thing. We moved into the naval housing out there, and my son, Noah, was 3 at the time, and my oldest was about 7 years old. And she was telling me 7. So I thought everything was great in the beginning. I mean, everything's always perfect, like I said. And then I started seeing bits and pieces of how Christopher really was. I was a stay-at-home wife. Due to my son being so young, I wanted to, enjoy those years with him. Then my daughter went to school right down the street. So I was home every single day. And it just started seeing like Christopher changed like night and day. It was awkward. I felt really uncomfortable after a while. We would argue about just the smallest things. And a lot of it also had to do with how he disciplined my children.
Just saying stuff.
That
So-
was important.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Okay, because we'll start. Well, like this is. I mean, honestly, like as we get closer to when she especially is talking about how he treated the children, you can't help but think, in what world? Because a tiger doesn't change their stripes. It's so rare. Okay, and as I think that we can see that Christopher Proudfoot is the epitome of, I just want to be nice. Try to be nice when I speak about him sometimes. So he's really the true epitome of an asshole, to be honest with you. And that is a nice word, to be honest with you, for Christopher Proudfoot. Because especially when you're hearing what she's saying, all you can imagine is this what Sebastian Rogers was truly going on behind closed doors? But go ahead, go to your point there.
Well, I mean, she said that she started seeing the red flags based on how he was disciplining the children, not just treating them, but she specifically said disciplining.
Yeah.
And that is something we've talked about before, about how Christopher Proudfoot would discipline Sebastian.
Well, wait, again, just as like for people that forget, that's why it's important to listen to this again, you guys, because sometimes things don't seem as deep as they are. And honestly, I know that this is coming from Nina's mouth, but Christopher Proudfoot aligns perfectly with what she is saying about him. And so then you have these, Proudfoot lovers out there. So this is my thing on this. You know what? Have those people then, those people that are the Proudfoot lovers of the world, you know what? Go ahead, have your child married Christopher Proudfoot, and that you have children together. And see if you would, think that this was okay, that you would support someone that has totally been disrespectful towards females. Most of us, at least I remember very clearly when he was talking about that PI and it was recorded phone call, and he was like basically talking about slapping her in the face, calling her a bitch, blah blah blah, like a fucking bitch, whatever. He was just going off the rails. He was being recorded, and that recording got played. This man has no respect for females. The only thing that this man likes about females is that they spread their legs open. That's pretty much about it. Other than that, this man has no respect for females whatsoever. Besides, I do believe that, if he could still suck on his mummy's tit, that he probably would. Because, usually like they act like they're like the mama's boy, which Christopher Proudfoot, comes across, right? But yet every time he opens up his mouth, he's very disrespectful. Like he's a manipulator, okay? So when he's being nice to these females, it's kind of like with Terry Lynn, right? She's basically telling the guy off on that one live that she did, eh? And he was there like a dirty shirt with a freaking bib around his collar going, oh my God, keep talking nasty to me. Oh my God, it makes me want you more. Like that's the vibe that you got. because typically a normal person would have just pretty much hung up on her, but she was lacing right into him, and he was just like, it's like you could just feel this energy of, oh yeah, keep talking dirty to me like that, just turns me on. And I'm just like, oh God, you're such a loser. But anyway, so that part's gonna be coming up here where it's gonna be the more telling stuff.
I'm very protective over my kids.
Damn straight. Damn straight.
And I didn't want somebody else to discipline my children. I didn't want him talking ugly to them or hurting their feelings. And I remember one point in time where Christopher spanked my son really hard, and I got very upset with him, and I said, you can't do that to my son. I said, he's 3, he's a baby still. Like, you can't just do whatever you want. I mean, and he got upset, and he's like, well, he needs to learn. He needs to man up. He's a man.
3 years old.
A 3-year-old is not a man. Here a while back, there was a case, and the stepdad said that he was going to teach the boy how to be a man and beat him to death. You know which one I'm talking about?
No.
There was,
Not
God, I'd have to go look it up to know the name. But basically, he texted the mom, and she was, letting him take over the punishment. And he said, I'm going to teach him to be a man. He's going to man up, and ended up beating the child to death.
Yeah, I'd have to hear the case again. I mean, I'm sure once you say it, I'll know it. Okay. So let me play this out. But yeah, just in itself, right? So again, you guys, as you're listening to Nina, think about what, like I said, a tiger does not change their stripes. Think about what was going on in Sebastian's life and how Christopher Proudfoot, remember how we heard that the neighbor called him a retard and stuff like that, and you guys know just by how he speaks that you can picture that coming out of his mouth. But anyway, so I'll play more because this is just heartbreaking. When
I said he's 3. He's 3. And as time went on, I could see him getting more aggressive and more aggressive. And I stood up for my kids all the time. I didn't like how he talked to them, how he wanted them to stand in the corner all the time. And I didn't like that. So I stayed a little bit longer. I ended up eventually getting pregnant with Faith. And it was probably, I want to say, maybe early September that I found out that I was pregnant with Faith. And I remember telling him that I was pregnant, and he wasn't happy about it. So I called my parents back home here in Albuquerque, and I told them the situation. And I said, well, Christopher wants me to get an abortion with Faith.
Okay. Christopher wants her to get an abortion with Faith. This man that's fighting so hard to try to take Faith away. And what he's trying to do, like I said, he doesn't want little Sebastian monster. Who's the monster, Chris? Who's the monster? Spanking a 3-year-old so hard. Who's the monster? She says, it's just like, disciplining. I get it, especially when there's a stepfather and for me, for my son, I spanked him once, a couple things on the buttocks. And then, and at that moment, when I saw his face, when he cried, I never ever spanked him again, because when we grew up, most of us, we were spanked, got the belt, and that was a typical thing. You see parents all the time grab their kid by their arms, spank their ass and stuff like that. And when I saw my son's face, I was like, no, this is not right. This can't justify the means, like, meaning it doesn't equate. Like, this is teaching it to me. Okay, this is my personal opinion. You guys can have your own. But this to me was then teaching a child that spanking is okay. Hitting somebody else is okay. And I couldn't equate a spank so that a child is scared of you and that child does not want to talk to, like, tell the truth and stuff like that because they're scared they're going to get a belt or the spank. So it became about, super nanny, timeouts, which my son barely got any of those, but because, kind of a pushover mother here. But yeah, my heart broke so badly when I just realized that, no, hitting somebody is not the answer at all. Not for like, because they didn't tell the truth or this to that. That just doesn't equate to me personally. But Christopher Proudfoot, how he talks about it. But like I said, as she's speaking, all I'm thinking about is Sebastian's life behind the closed doors in that home. And did someone help him? Did Katie send him with somebody? That's actually been going through my head when I'm listening to this. I'm like, is Katie lying to Chris? And that's why she's not the one that she's sitting behind him. It's like, in my head, I'm thinking, okay, did Katie project this story on Christopher because Sebastian in that home, and just for whatever reason, maybe she felt it was better to, keep Sebastian away. Maybe Christopher, like, maybe there is something to that Friday and Sebastian getting in trouble. Maybe there's a missing piece to this puzzle. Because we know that he just didn't vanish. He just didn't disappear out of there. So it really makes you wonder, like, if Sebastian was Christopher going to be coming home and he's honestly just more terrified of Christopher, because we don't know what we don't know behind closed doors. Trust me, nobody knew that I was getting abused, especially when I was with Dion from 15 years old to 26. And I had moved out when I was 16. And we had, been together in an apartment in downtown Calgary. And like, I got Charlie horsed in the leg, where I couldn't walk for barely a week. Well, more like I limped for about a week. I always made excuses. I never told anybody. If I had a black eye, I just said that honestly, like, the typical walk into a wall type of thing, the corner of a wall. Yet it was a remote that was thrown into my face, or knives or forks would come flinging at me, like literally from the kitchen. He would literally like whip them. He would cover my face with a pillow to stop me from screaming, and crying. Anything he could do to hit, but then stop me from making noises and stuff like that. And I honestly didn't tell people. And the reason why I didn't was because my mom had moved us back to Vancouver here when we were 15 because she got back together with my stepdad, and that I had been with Dion. At that time, it was like for me at the time, because I was like in high school, right? She took me away from the first person I was really actually interested in. And so anyways, I hopped on a bus, headed to Calgary. About a month and a half later, I was 15 years old, didn't know where I was going, what I was doing. But my older sister did live in Calgary still because she had moved out already. So she stayed there. I was hopping around for first few weeks to friends' homes, hiding, sometimes in their bed or hiding behind Dion's couch that was downstairs in the family room that was downstairs and stuff like that. And, but yeah, so it was just like, what was my point? I literally lost my point. I literally went to go say something, lost my point, like I'm so good on. I can't remember.
Just like Face Post or Hope's Post, you started releasing and it just come out.
Yeah. No, well, my stepdad, so the reason why I ended up deciding I was going to go to Calgary was because, oh, I was just talking about the abusive relationship part, but was because my stepdad, though, I asked my mom, I said, my mom was come home, it was near Christmas time. And I said, Mom, did you buy some Brazil nuts or like nuts like she would normally buy? And she's like, oh no, I forgot. And I was like, oh, Mom, really? My stepdad grabbed me by my shirt, threw me against the cupboard, and basically just started like yelling in my face, don't you ever disrespect your mom like that again. And I was just like, yeah, I'm getting out of here. Like, that was so ridiculous. All I did was ask my mom if she got nuts. Yes, I whimpered, but that's all I did was kind of like whimpered and say, oh, Mom, you know. So I didn't deserve what he did. But my point, okay, my point though was I was talking about like how he would put a pillow in front of my face and, you know, do all these different things, right, in the abusive, but nobody knew. So that was my point, was behind closed doors. Nobody knew until I was like, besides a couple instances where his parents did know because I said it once, and then his sister had said it once. My mom had no clue that Dion was abusing me until that day. I was 26. I called my mom, and even now I want to cry as I'm talking about it because I'm thinking about it. And I said, Mom, I want to come home. Because the reason why I never told anybody, especially, was because I didn't want to hear my mom say, I told you so. I didn't want to feel like, you know, like I wanted to project that I was strong and taking care of myself. And I just didn't want to hear, I told you so. So I just had stayed there, and my mom had no clue. And she would mention it to me years to come afterwards, that I still can't believe that Dion did that stuff to you. And but the thing is, I didn't say it. And that's what I'm talking about with Nina. So anyone that's been in this type of relationship, you know, that's watching, and you've been in a domestic violence relationship, you know, and your heart's breaking for this lady, because you know, with that personality of a Christopher Proudfoot, that you know that most of what she's saying is, at least from her perspective. But I deem it to be very authentic, genuine, and true, you know. So when you're thinking about behind closed doors with Sebastian Rogers, you know, with the mother, with Katie, with Christopher especially, what truly was happening to Sebastian Rogers? Was he getting demeaned and belittled by Christopher Proudfoot? I don't believe that he just touched him once and stuff like that. You know, it was Katie so far gone that she was allowing this to happen and stuff like that. Because, I mean, God, you guys can see the guy's just a big, you know, piece of scum. But anyways, do you have anything to add before I hit play again? But I just want to go through it and talk about the different things here, because I think it's very important to understand that a tiger does not change their spots. It's very rare. So for Christopher Proudfoot to act the way he does still, and the way he talks, and then think about what Sebastian Rogers could have been possibly facing, and would this have been a motive for why he just up and went? Maybe he felt like none of the parents were protecting him. Maybe somebody, like I thought, a school teacher perhaps, maybe he had been talking to someone and he had been telling the story of what was happening at home. Because what I do find very strange is the fact that Seth says that, oh my God, Sebastian, that he had never said about anything going on, right? But yet Seth's mom was very vocal about that she was going to talk about the stuff that Christopher Proudfoot, that Sebastian had told her. So I found that very strange, you know, considering when you're listening to this and you're seeing his personality and how he's treated her children and how he's treated her. So what is Sebastian? What was he going through? And did he leave with the help of somebody else? Or did Katie have part of helping him leave? Because she didn't want him to be in that. She didn't want Seth to, you know, or Sebastian to be with Seth. And she didn't want him to be part of the thing. But who knows? People do the damnedest things. Okay, do you want me to play it still?
Yeah, you can go ahead and play it. I just want to point out, as she's talking, you can see the stress and what she went through on her face. Like, she just, it reeks that she's telling the truth.
Absolutely. Anyone that's been in a domestic violence can just feel the agony. They understand. They can equate. If you haven't and you've never been in an abusive relationship, you can't equate it the same. You can think that you can understand it for sure, but you can't equate it, because even as I was saying my stuff, I was tearing up, because as you're talking about it, just like I'm sure when Hope, that post, when you're talking about it, all those memories come flooding right back. And I can just picture, the remote coming in my face. I can remember the fork flying across the room. I can remember getting pushed into the bathtub and into the towel rack and then into the bathtub, thrown in there, and all you can think about is like you're not thinking like logically. You're thinking, I love this person. Why are they doing this to me? And you go to your room. I would go to my room and I would just lie in bed and sulk and cry. And then it was like clockwork. About 10 or 15 minutes after, he'd come in and say sorry. So when someone says sorry to me, it means literally nothing. A sorry, because that word is a trigger word for me typically. Because sorries, it's not so much anymore, but it always was, because sorries mean nothing. It's actions that mean something. So to say sorry to somebody, then you best say it, and say what you're sorry for, not just sorry. No, I want to hear, sorry for hitting you, but he said that all the time, right? So it just became a normal thing, time and time again. And the thing is that I honestly, like, for me personally, I don't, there's nothing I could think of like why I would deserve that. I didn't deserve it. Like, meaning it wasn't like I was this bitchy girlfriend or anything like that. Like, there was no justification for it. It was just, if he didn't like something I said, I would regret it. If he didn't like my shirt and I said, well, too bad, I like it, that would cause an argument. Anything could cause an argument. And because he was doing his marijuana all the time with his friends too, that was like basically his day in and day out thing, 3 times a day at least, and stuff like that. But to me, I just couldn't understand, if somebody loves you, why would they put their hands on you? Why would they throw you around and treat you like you're a piece of shit? But I realized it wasn't me. But it was my biggest learning lesson in life, that I deserved so much more for myself than to be in those situations. But you have to sometimes go through that in order to be a stronger person and heal and stuff like that. Is that Travis? Is Travis in the house? Travis, you spelled my name wrong. I can't even listen to you. Okay, so let me hit play. Still.
And my parents said,
You got
no,
it.
you're not. And I said, I'm not. So I know he was very upset about me keeping faith at that point in time.
Just some
So I
video
came
chat.
home. My grandma had gotten very sick, and I decided to come home. And after that, I just kind of stayed here in New Mexico, because at that time we weren't getting along and we were just like newlyweds, and that should have never happened. But I saw things, like I said, that were just, it wasn't right about him. So I moved home and I did my whole pregnancy by myself. And so I finally, my friends back there in California, my neighbors right across the street, were actually calling me. I had one good friend, which is still a really good friend of mine to this day. She called me and said, Nina, Christopher's getting rid of your furniture and getting rid of your stuff. And I was like, what? And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, he's giving away like your little, your home decor stuff. Like, he's giving away beds. And I was like, no way. So this was about Easter time. So I had went out there. I made a special trip. I asked my mom to go with me. And Isabella and Noah, they went with me, and I was still pregnant with Faith at the time. So we made it. I didn't tell him that we were going out there. So I kind of, wanted to see myself, because the neighbor also informed me that there was people at the house that shouldn't have been there. So I guess I kind of wanted to sneak up on him and see what he was doing, right? And we pulled up into the driveway, into the driveway, and he was coming out the front door with a bed that he was giving to the neighbor, which was my son's bed. The look on his face was like a deer in headlights. And he dropped the bed right there in the front yard, went back in the front door, slammed the door and locked it on my kids. And my mom told me at that point, she said, I can't believe he's doing this. Like, what is he doing? So I go in and I unlock the door and I said, what are you doing? I said, are you giving away my stuff? And he had nothing to say. So he brought the bed back in, because I knew that's what he was doing. And, the neighbor across the street, like I said, told me. So we stayed there. It was super uncomfortable. My mom felt the tension between the both of us. My children felt it as well. And at the time, Faith started moving. Like, I could start, I felt her moving around in my stomach. And I told Christopher, I said, look, I said, put your hand on my stomach. I said, can you feel her move? He said, no. When you're pregnant, you always think that your spouse is going to be super supportive and be super excited that you're pregnant and bringing a life into this world for him, right? But I didn't get that. I didn't get that support that I needed. So we had a conversation my mom brought up between Christopher, myself, and her. And she had said, do you not want Faith? Like, do you not want this baby? And Christopher stated to my mom, he wasn't happy. And he said, what if one of them dies? What if Faith dies or Nina dies on the table, or when she's having this baby? Like, my mom said, don't talk like that. Like, why are you talking like that? They're still here. So we left again after a couple of days. We came home to Albuquerque, and still I tried working it out where we were at, but it just wasn't working. I wanted out. And I had Faith on my own. Christopher called the hospital. I told him on June 1st that I got admitted into the hospital. And Faith arrived at June 2nd, about 3 or 4 in the morning. And he kept calling the hospital and saying that my wife is in labor, she's there. But Christopher was just so rude and hateful, and he wasn't even there. So then he arrived a couple days later after I had Faith. And he was, the doctors and the nurses there were on high alert due to the fact that they heard Christopher over the phone on how he was being disrespectful to the nurses that were on call that night, as, I was waiting to have her. And I asked that they not give him any more information. So he arrived. I had Faith. He arrived a couple days later, like I said. And you could just tell the look on his face, he wasn't happy at all. Didn't say, hey, you did a good job. Didn't say, I'm so happy that you brought my daughter into this world, nothing. And I remember my sister was holding Faith, and she had to ask Chris, do you want to hold her? He said, I guess. So she handed him.
Okay, so just quickly on this one. Oh, my heart's just breaking again. I remember the way I felt watching it the first time, but just like I said, re-listening to this again, my heart's just breaking for her so badly because, like I said, I mean, all I'm thinking about is her talking and picturing Christopher Proudfoot, knowing what we know of his personality, and just picturing exactly, you know, that's to sit there and think that, like she said, like that somebody would care, like you would think he would care. So why this fight for faith, you know, if he wanted her to have an abortion and he didn't even care about um, basically his daughter and stuff like that. So all of a sudden now, like he's fighting for her. So is it is it one of those things that it's truly about the daughter, or is it, truly about hurting Nina?
You hit the nail there. It's about hurting Nina. It's not that he wants, in my opinion, it's not that he wants faith, but he knows he can use faith to hurt Nina.
That's what my ex did with our son. Same thing. He, used him like a pawn. And it's not that he didn't love his son, meaning my ex, but it was about how much he could hurt me. That was his goal, how much he could hurt me, how much he can break mine and my son's relationship up, because mine and my son's relationship was strong. So I thought, up until the divorce, and he was just looking for his father's love. That's the reason for my son, turning on me, really, because he really was wanting his dad's love. He had mine, but he just, but because his dad, like meaning my ex, was projecting so much hate towards me, he told me that he couldn't really like me because dad, hated me. And I'm just like, but son, it doesn't have to be that way at all, but it's just, I feel like with Nina here that, like I said, he didn't want faith, abortion, and yet he's acting like he's like, living and dying on the sword for, his daughter.
My ex-husband, to this day, my oldest son is 24. He'll be 25 here in just a couple of months. But to this day, he still tells my son, if I catch you talking to your mom, you will not be allowed to be around me, and I will kick you out of the home that you've grown up in. And he uses it as a tactic. And that's what I see Christopher Proudfoot doing here, is it's just a tactic that he knows will hurt Nina because it has worked in the past.
Well, he's a control freak. He's a manipulator and he's a control freak. I think anyone that just sees him on lives, and that's what even the deception detective said. And again, if you guys haven't watched his videos, go watch his videos. He's a very spot on type of thinker. Well, I mean, I'm not sure if he what is exactly his background, but it's obviously in something to do with the personalities and stuff like that. Psychologist, I'm not sure exactly. His name is Deception Detective. I just know that when he speaks, he's very bright and wise, like, meaning it's like you're thinking it and then he says it, and you're just like, exactly right. And, catching, say, these cues, and especially as the interviews progressed and you got to see more inconsistencies and more of how he spoke and stuff like that. And then Charmaine says, I guess I lucked out in the long run. Both of my daughters cut their dad out of their lives after I left him. It's been 7 years since I left. Daughters are 31 and 38. Yeah. I know, Charmaine. And honestly, the reason why I didn't move back home with my own son is because I wanted to do the right thing. I was always trying just to do the right thing for Matthew, and then I realized that all the name calling and stuff that he was calling me, all the insults, that was actually doing damage to Matthew, that I left, meaning me, because we lived in a white court. All my family was back here in Vancouver. I didn't have anywhere to go but home. But if I do regret something, the reason I stayed in White Court was because I didn't want to take our son away from his father. Meaning you're trying to be unselfish at total, and do the right thing for your child, not for the things that you want, but for the things that you feel like your child needs. And, so there's a little bit of regret because I really wish I would have taken him back here, because this wouldn't be from when he was I think he's like 15 at the time that the divorce actually happened. But because we were together, we were married. We were together for 17 years, married for 10 of those, type of thing. And so, yeah, so, me and my son would probably still have our strong relationship. Instead, he just turned 28 and he was 15. So that's how long our relationship has been strained. And he still lives with his father, and he believes his father's words still. It's just hard as a parent to love your child, the one that wanted to do everything to do the right thing for them. And then the person that they go to is the person that was the one that wasn't so kind to him, per se. That the one that would hit him. And basically my ex was like a big child himself. He hit Matthew on the leg, Matthew hit him back, then Matthew would pay for it. And I would always, of course, stick up for Matthew, because you don't put your hands on your child. And it was just the silliness of it. You're an adult and you're whacking your kid in the leg with a Charlie horse. Are you kidding me? It's just stupid stuff like that. But my kid, he'll say things to me like, "Oh, Mom, yeah, you just think that you're the do-gooder of everything. You think you have a halo on your head and stuff like that." And I'm like, well, geez, I wonder where those words came from. The father that hates me now, or, which never said stuff like that before, of course. But it's just, I can never stand the damage that parents can do to their children. Or, in this case, like I said, he wanted her to have an abortion, obviously didn't care about faith. And yet we look at him now and you're fighting so hard to get your daughter. He'll never get her. He'll never get her. But anyway, let me carry on, because this is.
She handed her over to Chris. And he stayed there with me for a couple more days because I had a C-section. And on one of the occasions, I can't recall what was happening, but he was raising his voice and he was talking to me very disrespectful in front of one of the nurses. And she had told him, "Look, she just brought life into this world. She just got major surgery and you're yelling at her. And I have a problem with that." She said, "If you continue to do this, I'm going to have to tell social services to come down here. And I'm also going to have to ask you to leave the hospital and not return." So at that point in time, he kind of calmed down after he heard that. But unfortunately, that didn't last very long. He continued to do that. So social services at the hospital was told to come down. And he was pretty much, she said, "You can't do that here." And she was really concerned for my well-being at the time, and also Faith's, because, here is Christopher, dictating and telling me what I can and can't do, and telling the nurses to do their job correctly and all these other things, and raising his voice at me. And, so they have to step in. And so she said, "This is it. You're going to have to leave the premises." And, and he got a little upset. He's like, "No, I'm going to change. I'm going to be good." So, they said, "Okay, but we're watching you. We're watching you." So after that, we had left. They discharged all of us from the hospital, and he didn't want to stay at my parents' house because my mom and dad live in a trailer and he doesn't like that. It's a house, right? Still. So he rented a room at Curlin Air Force Base, and they have lodging there, which is like a house, old days housing, and we ended up getting one of those. And we stayed there for a while. I remember one night in particular where we all went out and got something to eat to bring it back to the room.
I just quickly, Melissa, Trevor only spoke at the start, and he let her speak the rest of the way.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
couldn't remember if
No.
he had spoke or not, and it's like, why do you remove him from the screen? Okay.
No. Yeah, so Trevor Lee was the originator. He's the one that did the interview with her, but it wasn't, all he did basically was basically say, here's your platform, and to tell her story. So that's why, just so you know. Yeah. And let me just quickly say this. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover. Thank you, Sharon and Parker, on that. Now, trust me, I am not the person that likes to play the victim. I'm the person that likes to say, you know what, love yourself enough that you deserve the best in this world, that life is short, and you live a YOLO life and do what's best for you, because nobody deserves to ever have their, to be smacked around, to be called names. A person that you're with should build you up and not bring you down, so because so I got myself out of that situation, unfortunately, with my ex-husband, Steve, not my current husband, Steve now. It wasn't like that for a long time. It was only once something triggered in his brain, which was about money, that seemed to make him angry at life and stuff like that. And then he just turned really miserable. And then, some people just, that's how they live. I don't live that way. So my thing is that, you put yourself in situations, you learn from them. But so mine would be an advocacy. So Nina speaking here, and talking, and being, like I said, coming to the realization that Christopher Proudfoot, obviously she loves her beautiful daughter, but she would have never have meant the slug, and again, so if anything, and like I said, I would never like to portray myself as a victim, although I was. It's always about, if somebody else is going through this at any time, please know that, just like me, sometimes it's really tough, but take yourself out of that situation, because in order for you to do that, you need to love yourself enough to know that you deserve so much more. And I don't know what kind of the situation between, say, Christopher Proudfoot and Katie, on this one. Maybe she was so lost that, just like me, I stayed in the 11-year relationship, and in hindsight, but who knows where Katie was at mental health wise, because we've heard Donna Serafina talk about Katie, and that she was like drinking, and that she was very like violent and stuff like that. So we really don't know the ins and outs fully of this relationship and what Sebastian was going through with that. But listening to Nina talking about Christopher Proudfoot, and take everything with the grain of salt you want to, and put your own judgment where you want to. But as for me, being someone from domestic violence, my heart breaks, but yet super proud that she did this interview, spoke up and talked about it, because it can be very hard. A lot of people don't want to feel like they embarrassed and stuff like that. But if there's one thing I wish, it's just that people that are in situations where your partner or whatever is treating you like a piece of crap, bullying you, whatever, even if it's just, calling you names, it's still the same thing, right? I mean, those things can hurt even more than the physical abuse and stuff like that. So I would just like anyone that's watching Nina, or sometimes when I'm talking about the subject, just love yourself enough that you deserve so much more for yourself, Amen. Right, Melissa?
Yeah, I mean, just, there's ways out. Just, you've got to find them. You've got to tell. And, I was like you. I always made excuses, and I stayed way longer than I should have for my children, because I thought, oh, he'll change, or he loves the kids and I don't want to be without them. He would never hurt the kids. And to my horror, that changed.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll continue playing, guys. And thanks for all your comments. And please hit that like button as well.
I had went into
so
the
much.
restroom. I believe that's where I was at. And Faith was in her car seat. And my oldest daughter was in the living room with my son and Christopher. Well, Anyways, my I guess I wasn't moving fast enough for Christopher, but the baby started crying. Faith started crying, and she's crying, and I'm trying to get to her as fast as I can. And when she was in the car seat, my oldest daughter at the time witnessed this with my 3-year-old son. When she was in the car seat, he ended up hitting the car seat against the wall, and he's getting upset because she's crying. And then when she was in her car seat, there was a coffee table right there, and he ended up tossing her on the coffee table with the car seat because he was so irate that she was crying. And I said, hey, I said, what's your problem? I said, what are you doing? Like, don't, she's a baby. She's going to cry. I wish I would have just, I wish I would have never met him. I'm sorry. I should have left a long time ago. Because no children ever deserve this. My kids didn't. So he left again to San Diego. A couple of days went by. Then all of a sudden he's like, well, why don't you move to Hendersonville? And I was like, why though? In my head, and I knew it was a bad idea. I just knew it. I knew it because our marriage was on the rocks. I wasn't happy. He wasn't a good father figure to my children. I don't know why I said yes. Well, anyways, so let me back up. So before he left back to San Diego, Faith ended up going back into the NICU. She ended up getting jaundice, and she went back to the NICU. So she was in the NICU, I want to say, for a week to a week and a half. And that was when Kathy, Chris's mother, came out, flew down with her brother, Duran Guy, or they call him Big D. They came down, and she was in the NICU. And that was when I felt like a plan was made, because like I said, our marriages it was on the rocks. And one of my neighbors had told me in San Diego, they had warned me, they had said, Nina, be careful, because Christopher is coming up with a plan with his mother. And they're planning on taking the baby away from you. And I was like, what?
Thank you, piano.
Thinking to myself, it can't be true from somebody that's supposed to love you, right? Like somebody that you're supposed to share your life with. Like, why would he want to take the baby away from me? And she warned me. But I was like, no, why would they do that? So then after Faith got out of the NICU, we were no longer staying in base housing. We were staying at one of the NBC suites down here. Then his mom came up with an idea. She goes, well, since you guys, we'll be moving to Henderson.
Sorry, just quickly, who was it that said that that they were trying to that he was trying to take the baby from her? I missed it
too. I missed what she said. Well, who she said.
In chat, can you guys say? Because I kind of was like, wait, what?
Well, she said that she had talked to Kathy, and then it switched to this, so I don't know. But Kathy wouldn't say that they're going to take the baby, so I don't know.
Well, unless she was saying that Kathy said it, but meaning like Christopher's looking unless she's saying it kind of like in a way like, well, Christopher's going to be taking the kid from you, so like that. Because that's what I thought it was.
Can you rewind it just a little bit?
I'll go back.
And that was when I felt like a plan was made, because like I said, our marriage. So he left again to San Diego. A couple of days went by. Then all of a sudden he's like, well, why don't you move to Hendersonville? And I was like, why though? In my head, and I knew it was a bad idea. I just knew it. I knew it because our marriage was on the rocks. I wasn't happy. He wasn't a good father figure to my children. I don't know why I said yes. Well, anyways, so let me back up. So before he left back to San Diego, Faith ended up going back into the NICU.
I went back too far, but
She ended up getting jaundice, and she went back to the NICU. So she was in the NICU, I want to say, for a week to a week and a half. And that was when Kathy, Chris's mother, came out, flew down with her brother, Duran Guy, or they call him Big D. They came down, and she was in the NICU. And that was when I felt like a plan was made, because like I said, our marriages it was on the rocks. And one of my neighbors had told me in San Diego, they had warned me. They had said, Nina, be careful, because Christopher is coming up with a plan with his mother. And they're planning on taking the baby away from you. And I was like, what? Like,
wow.
Thinking to myself, it can't be true from somebody that's supposed to love you, right? Like somebody that you're supposed to share your life with. Like, why would he want to take the baby away from me? And she warned me. But I was like, no, why would they do that? So then after Faith got out of the NICU, we were no longer staying in base housing. We were staying at one of the NBC suites down here. Then his mom came up with an idea. She goes, well, since you guys, we'll be moving to Hendersonville. And I was like, I felt like, okay, well, maybe. And he's like, well, you'll get help. You're going to get help from my family. And, but I was already getting help here from my parents, with my other two children that they helped me raise. So that I went along with it. Like I said earlier, even though I knew it was wrong to go, I still went hoping that my marriage would work out. So she ended up taking Faith, although I was against it. Kathy Bowersox and her brother Duran ended up taking Faith. And my mom and dad were like, my mom started crying, and she goes, why are you letting them take the baby? And I said, because Christopher said that it's going to be too hard for her to travel, to travel. And I'm sorry. They went back. So Kathy and Big D went back to Tennessee. So
okay. We'll stop there for a second to explain to Travis the context of this video. So basically, Christopher Proudfoot has had 5 wives, current one being, of course, Katie Proudfoot. And so the context of this video is talking about Christopher Proudfoot, how he treated her children, how he treated her. So basically, she's just telling her story. So anyone that's been following the Sebastian Rogers case, and for the people that know the Christopher Proudfoot personality, so this was important in the sense of what happened to Sebastian Rogers. If this is what this man is like, what truly happened then to Sebastian Rogers? So if he had spanked a 3-year-old, we know that he spanked Sebastian, what true dark secrets are hiding behind him? And then, of course, there's the CPS reports on him. And so it just goes in conjunction with Christopher Proudfoot and Sebastian Rogers and how Sebastian was being treated in that home. Because if the child had been helped by a family member of someone, maybe from Katie's side, I definitely don't think it was from Christopher's side for sure. Would you think so, Melissa? I wouldn't think it was from Christopher's side.
Clearly not.
Clearly not. So how did Sebastian just somehow vanish? I honestly, like, if I was to go with my gut feelings, I'm going to take the side that somebody has Sebastian and that Sebastian is still alive. If someone was to put me on the spot and say, do you believe he's alive or dead with Sebastian? Because I think that a possible third-party person is helping and aiding in keeping him safe, either being a do-gooder or maybe possibly from Katie Proudfoot, wanting her son away from the situation. And then it just turned into this thing that perception of Christopher Proudfoot thinking Sebastian just disappeared when really he's in hiding, or that she wanted his safety or whatever. Possibly. I'm just going because Sebastian, there's a missing piece to this whole story. We all know that. What is that missing piece? You know, um, I think sometimes maybe we might possibly be putting too much emphasis on the fact that Sebastian didn't take shoes, when he might very well have had shoes on. But we just don't know that. But I think a lot of us get stuck on the fact that that he had no shoes. And I'm honestly just not buying the whole no shoe thing, to be honest with you. I'm really not. Are you?
Something I thought of, with the shoes thing. I don't remember who's or where it was said, and I've got to find it. But it was said that he had got new shoes, and his old shoes were thrown in the trash.
Right.
Sebastian's chore was to take the trash out. So if Sebastian planned to leave, he could have, in theory, taken those shoes out of the trash and stashed them somewhere without anybody knowing so that he could use them.
Maybe he still liked
But
them. Yeah.
I don't know. For me, I don't believe Sebastian is alive. Unfortunately, I really hope that he is.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it's a further stretch that he is still alive. And, maybe it is a third party took him and it was only supposed to be for a little bit. And then they didn't expect it to blow up like it did. I don't know.
The thing is that and I get it, because we have to look at everything, right? Obviously, we don't have any answers, but at the end of the day, we know that that something happened. He's not there. He's missing. He's either alive or dead for sure. But there's this missing piece to the puzzle. And I think so, whether or not Katie has guilty knowledge and actually knows could represent the why she is not being so talkative and why she keeps hopping over. Like, I'm just trying to look at every angle that we possibly should, right? Because that's what we should do, is kind of look at stuff and see if it makes sense or if it doesn't make sense. Because at the end of the day, people do the most damnedest shit to their children, or think illogically sometimes when they think that maybe they're thinking logically. We know that people put on an act. So again, maybe like Katie has shown that what looks like to our perception, that they're not overly searching for Sebastian. That's the way it comes across. That when she talks about Sebastian, right, she is at the very start with all those interviews. Besides the Duchess, because Christopher mostly spoke because he overtalked her, but it's like she's happy with him speaking, just like in the WSMV video interview. When she has that weird smile and then she looks to Christopher to tell the story, and you're like, why are you looking at Christopher to tell the story when the lady just asked you about the day on Sunday? Like, give us those, give us the events of what, take us for a walkthrough on Sunday, right? So again, that maybe could be where the guilty knowledge comes from. But when I'm listening to this and how Christopher is as a human being, as a partner, as a father, I can only imagine what maybe possibly Sebastian might have been going through. Maybe like I said, maybe Katie has some guilty knowledge of actually where Sebastian is, and she thought she had a plan in her head of how she was going to do something, because people do the craziest shit, even the most normal people, if they're going through a bout of depression or anything, right? Maybe it's not what it seems. Maybe she tried to make it seem like that to Chris. Like, look at what Nina here is facing with what Chris is doing, and having this plan, right? This man did not want this child, but the part that's not going to shock me is the fact of doing it to hurt Nina. I'm pretty sure that Miss Bowersox was like happy for the fact of having a grandbaby herself, versus say Christopher Proudfoot, and they probably hatched this plan exactly. For Chris, it hurts Nina, and the mother wants her, like a grandbaby, and she's more than willing to be like, like says the spider to the fly, come to my web, and that's exactly what happened here with Nina. But anyways, we'll play it on. So let's see here. Thank you for the explanation. When did you put this out? Okay, so this has been about 9 months ago now, I believe so. Or last February. Yeah, about 9 months ago. But I thought it was important to go back to it because lots of times when time goes by, you forget the significance of things or what things are being said. And I think that there's a big significance here when it comes to Sebastian Rogers of possibly why he's vanished or taken by somebody, because of the association of how he's treated the child. Like, like either Sebastian himself wants to get out of the house. We need to know how that Friday that we spoke about earlier, if that's the Friday prior to him disappearing, that one we need to find out for sure. I've sent a message to Maddie. She hasn't answered me back and it's been hours, but we'll see if she ever does. Just because I want to clarify on there. But again, it's just really looking at all the angles. But if someone were to pinpoint me, like I said, I would say that I'm under the hope for sure that that somebody does have Sebastian. And I'm not believing that he didn't leave without shoes, to be honest with you. I'm not buying it. I'm not seeing at any point where Katie could have this time frame, because there's enough cameras to show vehicles going in and out, even if it's dark, the vehicles, lights and stuff like that. And the only time her car is known to have left home is for about 15-20 minutes when she's searching around the thing. But again, is it just an act, or did Sebastian talk to somebody and he knew, but the thing that makes me think more about Katie having that guilty knowledge with Sebastian not being there, because she gave him this last day of fun and excitement. So she could easily have known that she actually played a part in why he's disappeared. And that's hence why, the whole day was, fun fact, I made spaghetti pancakes. Then we went to BJ's. Then we did this. Then we did that, right? And then when you have Seth saying that's odd. So I'm just looking at it from all those different directions. And so, yeah. Okay. Ready? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So 2 weeks later, about 3 weeks, maybe 3 weeks later, Kathy ended up coming back by herself. I do apologize. She came back by herself to pick up Faith. She was here in Albuquerque for one night, and I was, even though I was against it, I let her go with Kathy, because Christopher said it was going to be too hard to travel with her being a new baby. So he came out from San Diego, rented a U-Haul, packed all our stuff, and we pretty much left. And that's how I ended up in Hendersonville, Tennessee. That's when my whole life changed. That's when my nightmare happened. We lived with his mother and his stepfather, Terry, for about a good month, because our apartment wasn't going to be ready until the end of August, about the end of August. So it was really uncomfortable living there. Terry and Kathy would always bicker at each other, and she'd be bickering with Christopher, and, my kids were a problem, an issue. It was always something. I felt really uncomfortable, and I wanted to come home. I just wanted to come home to everything that I knew. I wanted my mom and my dad, even though I was a grown woman. I needed that. So we all had to get along, tried to for the most part, but it was just an awkward situation. I always felt like we were the outcast. Never felt accepted by the Proudfoots or the Bowerslocks. On one occasion, Christopher was cutting my oldest daughter's nails, and she didn't want her nails cut. And Christopher, grabbed a hold of her hand, and she pulled her hand away. And my daughter at the time had braces. He backhand Isabel in the face and busted her whole lip open.
Wow. Remembering that, you said that.
I should have left, but I didn't. And I was like, oh my God, like I can't be here. I don't want to be here anymore. So I would come up with every excuse just to come home, but yet, you know, I couldn't come home. So finally we went and we moved into the apartment. And a phone call, like as soon as Christopher was leaving, he settled us in, got a storage unit of what couldn't fit in the apartment. He got everything ready, all right, him and his family. As soon as he knew that we were comfortable, he left back to San Diego. But the night prior to him leaving, he had got a phone call or text message that night, and it said something like, hey baby, or around something like that, saying that when is your flight coming in? And I was like, what? Like, who's texting him? So I did confront him. And like he said on one of the podcasts is that I did slap him. Yes, I did slap him across the face, because who's he talking to at this time? And saying, and I mean, he could say that she was lesbian, I mean, up and down, but at this point in time, I didn't know what to believe. And I was like, okay. So then after that following day, he finally left. His mother came to pick him up to take him to the airport, and he went back to San Diego. And I was left in Hendersonville with 3 children and pretty much no help from anybody. So I have found a job. I had a job, and Kathy helped once in a while. And I needed to find a babysitter. So his biological father, Michael, and his stepmother, Linda, at that point in time offered their services and said that, they can take care of my 2 older children. And Kathy didn't want Faith going over to Michael's house. So she took care of her. And at that point in time, Christopher, we were still communicating. And like I said, our marriage was on the rocks. So my oldest daughter had gotten sick, and she has upper respiratory issues. So I took her to the emergency room in Hendersonville, and that's when Hendersonville transferred her to Vanderbilt. Is that what I believe that hospital's name is? And I was kind of frantic, because I was like, well, what am I going to do with my 3-year-old son and with the baby? Like, who's going to help me? So I was, I called Chris, and I told him, I said, can your mom watch, Faith, or can somebody help me? Everybody was so quick to help me at that point in time. So Faith stayed with Kathy, and Noah Bryce went with his sister, Melissa. And I went with my oldest daughter. We got transported downtown. And so we stayed there. I can't recall how many days we were there. And Christopher had, I'd check on the kids, see how they were doing. And that point in time, I was like, okay, well, we got discharged, telling everybody, okay, you can bring Noah back, and telling Kathy, okay, I'm going to be home, so you can bring Faith back. Thinking that my children were going to come home to me. I get back to the apartment complex, and I pulled into the parking lot, and I see Melissa just pulled in right next to me. It seems like they were already there waiting for me to get there. And then she said, I can't stay. I would love to stay, but I can't stay because I don't know what they were doing. And she does, my son gets out of her van, and then we walk inside, and I was waiting, for Faith to get there. And we weren't there but less than maybe 5 minutes. And I hear a knock at the door. And I was like, oh, great, Faith is home. And it was Kathy's friend, Patty, that's an attorney. And she said, "Are you," called me by my real name, Gomez. And I was like, "Yeah." And she said, "You've been served." She said, "You have a protection order against you. You can't see Steve." And Chris is filing for divorce. And I was like, "What?" So then I go back, and thinking like my heart just drops. Like, what? Like, is this a dream? Like, this can't be happening to me. Like, this cannot be happening to me right now. So then I get on the phone and I try calling Chris and he didn't answer. And then I was like, rushing around, and I get my kids in the truck and I go to the Gallatin police department, and I, was ringing the call button. And like finally 30 minutes later, somebody shows up and I told them what happened and I showed them the paper and they said, "Yep, we can't help you." All I can think about is my baby. Like,
I do have to stop it right here for a second because this is like torture listening to her talk right now. How many of you guys are just picturing all this in your head? Are you, Melissa, too? Like, as she's telling the story, you're just picturing Kathy and you're picturing Christopher Proudfoot, and like you're picturing it like, like it's happening now type of thing as she's saying it. And
Yeah, and my heart is just breaking for her.
he's such a scumbag. Like, honestly, I mean, they all are, to be honest, over there. I'm sure there's some good fruits in that bunch, but between Kathy and their Alaskan cruise and Christopher, like it's just so heartbreaking as a mother, just to, like I said, going through all that she's going through, and then here you are. Here's some papers. You've been served, and again, whatever story's being put out there as to why she's being served and what is being said, like what, that she's an incompetent mother, and then you have to sit here and go to court just to get your child back and stuff like that. But let's go back to something else. So he's cutting her nails, which is weird, a male cutting a child's nails like that. Well, I guess it depends. Well, no, she's like freaking like 7 or something at the time. But anyways, and then he backhands her across the face, and as she pointed out, cut her lip open, on there. And again, it's just, think about what Sebastian Rogers might have been going through at inside the home that we do not know about. Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you get a busted lip for not wanting your nails cut. What's going to happen to Sebastian for getting on somebody's computer? I mean, it just, it makes you think, what was going on. And, something my ex-husband would do, and he told me, and, later it changed, but when it first started happening, he'd never hit me in my face. He said, because if I hit you in the face, people are going to see it. I'm going to hit you where people aren't going to see it.
Right.
So is that what was going on with Sebastian? It just,
and what
I don't know, it really makes you think.
Yeah. And what about those marks on the arm? I mean, I was looking at those the other day. I'm gonna have to look at those closely because he claimed that they were like a dog bite, but honestly,
you can clearly tell they're not, though. I mean, you can clearly tell.
They look like when somebody does and leaves those marks. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that picture again, because when I was looking at it, I was like, hold on a second, I ain't no small yippy yappy dog freaking making that mark like that. I'm gonna have to go back.
And he said it was the dog that scratched him, but you can clearly tell if you look at it. It is.
Send me that picture. If you have that picture, do you have that picture?
I should have. Let me look.
I've seen it recently again, and I was like, I meant to go back and look at it, but that doesn't look like bite marks. But anyways, you guys, absolutely heartbreaking listening to the story. And again, some people might be bored. watching this interview, I think it's very important for Sebastian Rogers' case to understand why Sebastian could have possibly have either, had help to disappear, or possibly even with the aid of Katie. And maybe it's just all like I said, something that started off with the intent of, hiding Sebastian or whatever, that turned into this big whopper story. Because that's what happens a lot of time with some of these cases, eh? They don't expect these cases sometimes to go as big and broad as they do. And then because they might have planned it out in their head, but then all of a sudden the story picks up traction and then it gains all this exposure and stuff like that. Like, I'm pretty sure with, like, say, AKA Barry Morphew, that he was not expecting, right? But the story to pick up like it did with Suzanne Morphew. But because people saw this beautiful aura of this beautiful lady and that she disappeared on Mother's Day, it gained traction when they least expect it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did. I think so. Myself. Sebastian had behavioral issues that was secondary to his autism. I can guarantee you CP lost his shit at times. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But anyways, I'll keep playing it.
How am I gonna get my baby back? Like, why is this happening to me? So I go to Kathy's house and I knock on the door. And I remember I had Christopher's stepmom, Linda, on the phone with me. She was on speakerphone and I told her what was going on. Little did I know everybody was in on this. And Terry answered the door, which is Chris's stepfather. And he told me that I need to get off of his fucking property. And here's little Noah, who's 3 years old, and my Isabella is 7. And they're standing behind me. And I said, please tell me what's going on. I said, where's Faith? I said, please give me my baby back. And he told me, get off my fucking property. And he took out a green and black baseball bat. And he told me to fucking leave or he's gonna bash me and my kids' heads. So me and my kids walked out to my truck and we got back in it. And I was like, oh my God, what do I do? This is a nightmare. What am I gonna do? And Chris was inside of the house with the baby. I saw his shadow. And they lied for him and they said that he was in California and he really wasn't. So we go back to the apartment and I'm trying to gather all my thoughts together. I'm trying to keep as calm as I can for my other 2 children, but all I could do is just cry and just think, like, what is my next move? What am I gonna do now? I'm so far away from home. I'm far away from my parents. I'm far away from everything that I've ever known. So then I make a call to my brother, who he lives in Phoenix. And I told him what was going on and he was so upset. And he's like, oh my God. And he's like, have you called mom and dad yet? And I said, no. And he told me himself that day, he said, you're going to fight. You're going to fight like hell to get Faith back. You don't leave that baby in that state. You fight like hell to get her back, whatever it takes. And that's what I did. I called my mom and dad. And it had to happen after midnight here, so about like 1 something our time there. My dad answered the phone, and I couldn't talk. All I could do is cry. I couldn't get the words out, and finally he said, "Calm down. Please calm down and tell me what happened." And I told him, I said, "Daddy, they took my baby." And all he could get out is, "Oh no, they hurt my baby." And he started crying. And he woke my mom up. And he said, "You hang in there, we're on our way." So every single day, I worked. I worked at a local Great Flips out there. And I went in from the time it opened to the time it closed. That following morning, after all this had happened, I went to my bank account and to my savings. I've been saving money through this whole entire time, but I've been using it since we were out there so I can help support my kids and myself. But little did I know that Christopher wanted me to use all my money because he didn't want me to have anything, so I wouldn't retain a lawyer. So that morning before I went to work and dropped my kids off, at the time, Michael and Linda, which is Christopher's biological father, and his stepmother were still helping me watch my kids because I still had to work. And I went into my bank account, and I remember I only had $1,100 in there. And I was looking through the phone book or looking through, my phone and saying, well, I need to get a lawyer. Who can I get? Thank God for Mr. Edwards, because I went into his office before, I called into work that day pretty much, and I said, I need to just think. I said, I need a day off. So I went into his office, and I ended up doing a consultation with him. And I remember him, he told me what his fees were, and he told me, I told him the situation. And he was in shock, and he goes, my God, he goes, this all happened, like, you should have never came out here. And I said, I know, I should have never came out here. So at the time, I explained the situation to Mr. Edwards, and I was crying. And I said, Mr. Edwards, I said, I just want my baby back. And then I remember I still had my wedding ring on at that point in time. And I slipped off my wedding ring and I sat it on his desk. And he looks at me and I said, please, sir, I would do anything just for my baby back. He said, you're all I have. Please help me. I remember he took out his little magnifying glass and he looked at it and he put his head down. And he goes, God. He goes, I work for money. I said, and I know, sir. I said, and I promise I will pay you every dime that I can. Just help me bring my baby home. And he said, you got yourself a lawyer. And he fought. He fought like hell for me. We went to, everything happened in Gallatin Courthouse. My parents were there. We went to the first trial, and I remember walking in the courthouse and my stomach was turning. I hadn't seen my baby. And they had my baby there. Just just in arm's reach, and I couldn't even hold her, and I couldn't even kiss her, and I couldn't even tell her I love her.
I gotta stop it there again. This is just utterly heartbreaking. You know, like I said, to sit there and take on these emotions because you can just feel what she's going through. It's just so heartbreaking listening to this. And I'm so glad that Mr. What's his name? Edwards. Mr. Edwards was her guardian angel, support what Steph has said. You know, that there are people out there that, you know, that truly just do care. And obviously this gentleman did with that. But it's just so heartbreaking, you know, because you're just picturing as a mother, if this was happening to you and you were going through this with Slime Bucket there. And yeah, you have anything to say before I continue playing?
No, I'm just glad you stopped it for a second because it just,
yeah, I was starting to
so much empathy for her. And she
Yeah.
is so brutally honest with this. And I feel it. And it's a lot.
Yeah. I know. I was gonna say I def stop it because I was just getting very emotional, just watching her, and just again as a mother, you're just walking yourself as if this is like the way I do it personally is like I feel like I'm taking on the emotions of how she's feeling, because as a mother, you know, imagine putting yourself in these shoes where you know get basically tricked, and all of a sudden you come out of the hospital or whatever, and then next thing you know you get served with papers, and then you're getting told that you can't, like, I would have lost my shit, you know. And then for Terry Bowersox, honestly, there's another human piece of garbage. That's the stepfather of Christopher Proudfoot. Like when they're talking about the green and black bat, you know, and get the F off my property before I smash your head and type of thing. Like you're just like, you know, I know it's a stepfather, so I can't really say like father like son, but yes, you know, because I don't know how long he was in Christopher's life. Like, was it from a young age, you know? And if so, then yeah, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree type of thing. Because remember, you're a product of your environment. And so, depending on when Terry came into the thing, either way, just human pieces of trash, you know. But anyways, thank you for sending me those pictures of the scratches, by the way. And yeah, I know this is a very hard to hear, right, Tawny? Tawny said heard parts of the interview, but not all of it. And yeah, but again, this is which the point about this all is about the insight about, first of all, Christopher Proudfoot as a person, and you know how he treats or treating a female, in this case Nina, you know, and her kids, and you know, being abusive, hence the CPS report stuff. And then, right, so what really was Sebastian going through in that home? And did Sebastian leave that home, you know, on his own accord, which I maybe still, you know, took off, you know, because he felt like perhaps that, you know, that he wasn't being support, like, do you know what I mean? Like meaning we can only take Seth's side of what Seth is saying, right? Which is showing a different side of how he lived with the Proudfoots, Chris and Katie, versus Seth. But those are just words. We don't actually know for if some, like, if this isn't you know, that Chris or Katie, like, say, took Sebastian's life or anything like that, because we have to look at it like what makes sense to the information out there about the no video footage and stuff like that. No dog scent over there. Katie's vehicle leaving, whether it was the witness of the neighbor that talked and stuff like that. Just, you know, that's all we can do is just take that information and try to, you know, basically make a best educated guess based on that information. Is there anyone, so in chat, right? If you believe, Sebastian, that somebody has aided in him, helping him or getting out of the situation, even if it's Katie or whatever, is there anyone in chat that believes that Sebastian is still alive? If so, just say yes on there. So I don't need to I don't need to hear the no's. I just need to hear if people believe, then just say yes. Oh, yeah. That's being nice again still too on there. Okay. Is there anything you need to say before I keep playing? And if you need to get okay, but if you need to go, just let me know, because I know we're on a 3-hour time difference, and you obviously have the Lyric and Elizabeth thing to get ready for and everything like that. So if you do, just let me know, okay? Or just
Yeah,
so
I'm good for now. Like I don't know. It just depends. We'll see. But I'm good for now.
Okay.
So we went to trial. I don't know what you want to call it, a trial, a hearing. I think I was just so oblivious to everything at that point because I was so heartbroken that my baby was gone. And we go into the courtroom, and all I had was my dad in there. And their side, all the benches filled up with his family being loud and laughing. And it was just my daddy and me and Mr. Edwards. And I remember the judge, his attorney, just everybody in there. All the hurtful things that they put on black and white about me. Just the eyes glaring at me and making it seem like I was a bad person. And I sat there. And he asked me a couple of questions, and I answered. One of them was, why did you move out here, Miss Proudfoot? I said, Your Honor, to try to make my marriage work, so in which it didn't. I said, I made a mistake by coming out here. I made a mistake by trusting somebody. And I said, if I could change back the hands of time, I probably wouldn't have even came out here. And they did whatever they were doing. And then the judge, said that I only had visitations with Faith, and they all had to be supervised. So then the supervised visitations started happening. And we would visit Faith. And I remember one visitation that had happened at a park. I can't recall the park's name, but there was a duck pond and really nice playground for the kids. And I remember Kathy showing up with Faith. And we all sat there, got Faith out of the car seat. I was loving on her and kissing her.
Thank you. Wait.
Telling her how much I love her. How much we missed her. And I handed her to her big sister. And I took a picture of those two. And my oldest daughter was crying. We only had about, I believe it was between 20 and 30 minutes of visitation with Faith once a week, if I'm right. There's a lot of things that after so many years, it's hard. Like I would just remember like the big things that happened, and that was one of them. It was between 20 and 30 minutes. and my son was there. And then Kathy got her ready to leave. They had to leave first, and then we left after. I remember holding my son and my daughter's hand, and we were walking back to my vehicle. And my son started crying. And I started crying, and then my daughter started crying. And he said, "Mama, I'm gonna run super fast, Mama. I'm gonna go grab Faith, and you meet me on the other side of the park, Mama. I'm gonna run so fast, and then you drive off, Mama." The pain that Christopher and his family has brought to my family is pain that we'll never forget. Pain that we live with every single day of our life. And I remember that very clear. And we went home. And we had another trial a couple weeks later. Was I believe, I want to say it was in maybe November, either in October or November. I can't recall the date. But at that trial, I was praying to God and to my God that we were going to bring Faith home. And we went to that courthouse, and with my mom and dad and Isabella and Noah. At this point in time, my mom was going to testify against Christopher. My daughter was going to testify against Christopher. And they had said, his lawyer at the time had said, don't let her daughter testify.
Okay, wait a second. So now I'm confused for a sec. Who's Isabella?
Isabella's the oldest daughter.
Well, why am I calling her Hope?
I don't know, but you called her Hope, and now I call her Hope, and that's just what we've referred to her. And
is her actual
I don't know. I think
Isabella, and we've been saying Hope or Hope and Faith. They just go hand in hand. But
and you know what? I mean, even if, well, obviously her name is Isabella, her mom wouldn't call her that, but I think calling her Hope just kind of protects her privacy a little bit anyway. So,
there has to be something to that, because other people have said the same thing, like using the name Hope. So, and then somebody, only because there's one person that made a comment in yesterday's live saying, "Well, then who's Isabella?" Like, I don't know. Now I'm all confused. So when I just heard it now, I'm just like, what? So, and anyways, it's just because other people have said Hope too, and I don't know why I had that stuck in my head. So if I've been wrong this entire time, and her real name is Isabella, well, my apologies on that. So, and you guys set me straight on this one. So Isabella's the oldest daughter. Have you guys heard the name Hope as well being used for the oldest daughter? Because like multiple people kind of commented about Hope, and maybe as being the oldest daughter. So maybe they were saying it because I said it, and then saying it onto the comments. But I would think that somebody besides that one person goes and says, "Wait, well, who's Isabella?" Okay then. All right then. Could be out to lunch on that one.
Testify, and so we went without it. Nobody testifying that day. Christopher had ended up getting. He was talking at the time. Judge was asking him all kinds of questions, and he made me look like a monster. He made me look like I was the problem. he made me feel awful about myself and saying all these things in front of these people that weren't even true. It wasn't even true. And then it came to my attorney talking. And at that point in time, I was just like, gosh, like, oh God, please let a miracle. Just like, let this just be over with. When people tell lies and when they say hurtful things about you, you just feel so disgusting about yourself. And that's the way I felt. And I remember we needed to break and come back. And Mr. Edwards at that point in time went into the chambers with the judge. And I don't know what was being said, being done back there, but he was in there for a while. And he ended up coming back out. Court was back in session. Everything was, we were going back and forth again. And at some point in time, the judge just had enough. The judge was done hearing everything that had happened. And Christopher, was speaking, and the judge just said, that's enough. Like, I don't want to even hear what you have to say anymore. He's like, you premeditated this. This was premeditated. You knew exactly what you and your family were doing. You brought this woman out here with her children, and you guys knew exactly what you were doing. And he said, 8:30, Gallatin's Sheriff's Department, that's where the exchange is going to happen. My heart just dropped, like, and my attorney looks at me and he said, you just won. You won. And I wanted to scream. I wanted to hit my knees, and all I could think about is, I couldn't wait to wrap my arms around my baby again. And the judge, everybody was hysterical on his side, of course, and my daughter and my mom were waiting out there. And I remember his uncle going out there, and he swung open the door, and he was so angry. And my daughter overheard him say, she won. She won. And I remember my dad was still sitting behind me, and and he had tears in his eyes, and he's like, let's go. And my attorney followed me outside, and we went out, and there was just so much chaos coming from the Proudfoots. And we went outside very humbly, and he took us in back of the courthouse the other way. And right there and then I hit my knees. I finally could be relieved, a big, oh my God, I just.
We got to talk about this part, of course, because Wait What says, I want to say this is a real woman and mother, and I think Kay was extremely jealous. Oh, absolutely. Like I said, let's just go back to that comment, first of all, when she said that he received a text message that said, when's your flight coming in, baby, or something like that. This is where the universe is just right, and what you put out to the universe, you get back. Christopher Proudfoot is a slimeball, sleazeball, in my humble opinion. This is where justice feels so good through all the pain that she's gone through, for that judge to see how it went and played out, and that, yes, it was a contrived trap for this to happen. And that's the thing about Christopher Proudfoot, is that with his inconsistencies in the story with Sebastian and when they speak, the same with Katie, right? Katie doesn't do interviews. It's her own son missing. So what is the reason that she isn't doing interviews, really? Again, does she have something to do with aiding in Sebastian disappearing? Does she not? Does somebody else have Sebastian because of this environment? Because again, honestly, from a woman's perspective, you guys, okay, a man does not change his spots. Usually once an abuser, always an abuser. Now this guy, Christopher Proudfoot, he's an abuser. And listen to me carefully. If you ever watch this Christopher Proudfoot, you're an abuser and a loser. And to be honest with you, honestly, to sit there and even listen to the bullshit that comes out of his mouth when he's talking and the arrogance, you know, does this shock you what you're hearing, right? We're talking 5 marriages in, you know, is Katie, you know, part of it all? Like, what does she see in this guy? Or is she not this meek cat like she appears to be, and more like what Seth has said about Katie and her anger and her the alcohol. I don't want to say that she's an alcoholic now, but maybe she is. Maybe she is still. We can just go by what was said about the time when he was talking about her pissing on the bed, and you know, I can't remember. He said throwing things, whatever. But bottom line is an aggressive personality. So are they 2 peas in a pod? Now, I think we can see in the interviews with Chris the disconnect from Sebastian Rogers, just like with Faith here. He didn't want Faith. He wanted her to have an abortion, according to what Nina is saying here. Wanted her to have an abortion, asked to feel the tummy, says he can't feel nothing. She's saying basically that it's like he just doesn't care, you know, and that he's not happy. So, like I said, so then there's obviously this reason for this trickery. And I'm thinking that Kathy Bowersox had the most to do with it, and the spite towards I think it was a combination of Christopher and his mother talking, coming to the conclusion that, you know, they're going to deem her as this bad mother, and play on that as if it was true and project that in the papers. Hence why, you know, obviously she couldn't see Faith. And, you know, and then you see this person talking today in interviews, and the personality totally matches what we're seeing, and the disconnect with Sebastian Rogers, and the disconnect, and that's his own flesh and blood, you know, Faith, and yet he doesn't give a shit about her. So what makes you think that he actually gives a shit about Sebastian Rogers? Well, again, we've heard that the marriage to Katie and him was on the rocks, according to what Seth apparently had said to Donna Serafina, which she repeated, that Christopher Proudfoot had told Seth that their marriage was on the rocks. He didn't, like, not that he specifically said that, like, I can't see Christopher Proudfoot saying to Seth, like, look, I'm sick of your son shit. You know, I can see him saying, I'm sick of Katie's shit. Anyways, marriage on the rocks. He has his own problems going on, stuff like that. And all of a sudden now it's almost like, why are they so united still? Like, why are they so united still if their marriage was falling apart? But it's just all these things to think about regardless. But I think most people that aren't Proudfoot, you know, ass kissers, understand that there's this disconnect between Katie and interviews, and especially with Christopher Proudfoot, who loves to take control, and the disconnect from Sebastian Rogers. That's why it made me want to hurl so badly when he said that, you know, we just can't wait for him to come through that door. You know, basically like all the neighbors are going to celebrate, and it's going to be like one big kumbaya party type of thing. And the insincerity, like the ingenuous words as he spoke, that just made me want to hurl, because it didn't come off as sincere. It just came off as, those are just words you're saying that you want people to hear, but not that you necessarily mean them. And exactly, Michelle, it's very rare that a tiger changes his stripes. And it's true, right? So the personality that I'm still seeing to this day is that of what Nina has been projecting. And if you guys agree with this feel, again, you guys have your own thoughts on this. So, Michelle, there isn't really anything new, just some footage of the restaurant. Right. There was the green hoodie guy, woman, whatever, the restaurant thing. Nick was saying that, like, dogs looking into, like, the parking lot. So obviously he's like looking at vehicles, perhaps of, you know, something that might pertain to Sebastian Rogers. You know, this is just a really, you know, if you guys haven't watched The Deception Detective, like I said, please go watch that, especially when he he says about, well, the whole thing, it's only like whatever it is, 20 minutes long or whatever. But especially when he talks about the case study, he literally, you can tell that he answers it strangely and weird. Like when that was brought up, it's like he wasn't prepared for that answer. So it almost like came out strange how he answered it back. And it was like, still, Christopher, nobody talks about a case study of a case only a week after, 8 days after your stepson has gone missing. And you start talking about how it would be a great case to, in the books because of, this disappearance. You're only 8 days in. That doesn't make this case like this spectacular event. It's in hindsight that we can look back and go, this is a strange case. Not from the start of it. It was just more like a missing teenager that ran away from home because he didn't like living there type of thing. Not to project that out. Any thoughts there quickly, Melissa?
As far as, when he said basically everybody was going to be there with open arms and so happy when Sebastian comes home. For me, I was like you. I didn't feel any sincerity to that. It was almost as if he had heard other parents say that of missing children. He's like, just like I called 911 because that's what we're supposed to do. That's what I'm supposed to say moment for me. It's like he didn't mean it, in my opinion.
Right. That's exactly how it came across to me personally. Wait, what says, I have a feeling Kay was planning on leaving him, in my humble opinion, or in my honest opinion, whichever way it's looked at. But I also feel she's guilty of everything, premeditated and planned, allegedly. Right. Everything's allegedly. Because it's just discussing it, okay? But, the thing is that, like I said, most of this live is about, Sebastian Rogers. What happened to him? And did Christopher Proudfoot and possibly more abuse than what we already know of happened in this household? What was truly going on in that household? Where is Sebastian? What happened to him? Did a third party help him, etc., like that? Again, most people seem to believe that the flashlight video is of that. I'll except of course Seth and Christopher Proudfoot saying no, it's a garbage truck up top. And I think with that one especially, it's hard for anyone to grasp, because what SF Investigate said was that the garbage truck was shown meaning in the portion that the public saw of Nick Barra's video, that basically it stopped before the garbage truck or whatever. That's according to SF Investigates. But there has to be a ring of truth here. So which is it? Because according to Gray Hughes, Christopher Proudfoot said that the garbage truck was on Honeysuckle up top, and that's that light that's up there. So how could something so what you think would be easy to understand be not, either people don't want to believe Christopher and Seth and they want to choose to believe it's a flashlight. Perhaps there is something more to the flashlight video, and stuff like that. Again, everything gets so twisted. At the end of the day, and Jennifer Coffindaffer was on live when we were talking about this and the, timestamp being stuck and stuff like that. At the end of the day, regardless of any of that, and, Mob Crew doing a ton of work on the case as well. It's just about wanting the truth, wherever the truth lies. But when you have SF Investigates who's saying he's talking to the person that owns the camera and also to this guy with the flashlight that was taken down as garbage and stuff like that. Okay. So then there's that. So then again, are we supposed to believe SF Investigates over Seth and Christopher who've seen the video? So where are we led to believe? Because people have a hard time connecting that video by Nick Perez, to it. Now, I did reach out to him. I see that he looked at my comment, but he hasn't answered anything back yet. So that's where I'm hoping Jennifer Coffindaffer, because Nick, he, like, maybe he's not interested in answering comments to that anymore, but maybe if it's someone like Jennifer Coffindaffer, of course he'll talk to her because it's Jennifer Coffindaffer, versus just a random nobody that he doesn't care about. So, maybe one day we'll get to the truth of it, in a sense, because again, if it's inclusive or exclusive, right? If it has no bearing on Sebastian's case, then and you have to take that out. If you think it has no bearing, then again, you still have to look at what information we do have. And I think a lot of people, regardless of how they feel about that video, that they're just holding on to hope, because there's something that happened to Sebastian. So when this video has come out, it's giving people some sort of explanation, at least, and they can't resignate that it's a garbage truck, even if it's that little dot up top on honeysuckle, or if it's not. They can't resignate with the fact, because they're thinking that, look, something happened around this 3 times, because we've heard of an Uber car, then we hear of this other vehicle that SF shows at 3:00, timestamp, with this other car at 3:00 going up Kelly Lynn, that he says that, we have the information, or we know whose it is, type of thing. But yet Sebastian is somewhere. He obviously didn't just morph up into the sky and stuff like that, and get on a freaking carpet ride and go away. He's somewhere. So that's kind of like the only glimmer of hope for any information with Sebastian Rogers. So whatever your reason is for either believing, including or excluding that, something happened to Sebastian Rogers on the 26th or the 25th, one of the two, So,
and to answer Michelle's question there real quick, she asked a question a little bit further on. I want to address it real quick. This woman was married to Chis Proudfoot, the stepfather of Sebastian. Sebastian's dad is Seth Rogers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Support with Sepha, too, for bringing this up, because as I was listening to Deception Detective, so no, I would have had to have watched that live, and I didn't. I've only watched that live for the most part through Deception Detective. So they would never know to call me Sunny unless I said my name was Sunny, because obviously I come in as It's a Crime and Shame. So no one would know I'm Sunny. So no, when I heard that too, I was like, oh, I guess I'm going to have to clear that up, because obviously my name is It's a Crime and Shame. Hey CD. So anyways, no, it's not me. I've seen a few other Sunnies around, different spellings and whatever, but anyways, bottom line is, it's not me. I was never in that live when it happened. No clue. But it did make me giggle, Support Seth. So I'm glad you brought that up, because I did want to touch on that to make it clear that no, it's not me.
I was in that live.
Were you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you see the person named Sunny in there?
I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention, honestly. I was too
irritated. Go back
irritated.
to the live and look and see, I suppose. Yeah. Nice to see you, CD, buddy. Sunny exactly 8 days and blamed Sebastian, and then the list grew. This case will be studied for years and Sebastian will never be found. Yeah, it's the most ridiculous thing to say. But then there's a lot of ridiculous things to say. But that one, to me, is a very standout comment that is just not normal. Like, it's almost like, when I think about something like that, it reminds me of when somebody has knowledge and that they, in a sense, say something that is a misspeak, but they don't realize it because they're not thinking when they're saying it, that it's only 8 days in, and that somebody's, saying that it's a misspeak on there. Now, you know what? I'm just going to play this out. I'm going to go find that spot when he talks about the case study. So I'm going to play this out. Did you have anything to say before I hit play again? Hi, oh, Granny Ann is traveling again. Oh, Granny Annie is traveling again. Yeah. Sorry. looks like there's a lot more talk here than Sunny. Best guess, what do you think happened to him? Again, if my thing is that somebody he knew, this would be my best guess personally, like for what I've always felt. I've always felt like whether it was a teacher or a third party, like it's somebody that knows Sebastian that would have tried to protect him because of his environment at home. And so I believe that Sebastian is still with us. Unless something tells me different, I'm going to believe that Sebastian is still out there and that someone is protecting Sebastian in some way, shape, or form, because we know that this stuff happens. It's not if the only person that took him is the one that knows, they're not going to come forward, right? Unless someone ever spots Sebastian at some point or something else breaks the case open. So I'm going to hold on to that. And that's what Seth holds on to as well. But there's nothing at all that is showing, like, in a sense, towards foul play or towards the other side. So I'm going to take the middle ground with that one on that. And that's what I'm going to think myself. Yeah, I have a hard time with a lot of the timeline with Christopher and Proudfoot based on video footage that we don't have or that's out there and there's nothing to show, and I don't believe he went out without shoes. I believe he had shoes on. But anyway, Melissa, did I asked you if you had anything else to say? Yeah. And then I can't remember what your answer
Yeah, I
was.
don't. Yeah, I don't have anything else.
Okay, so let me quickly do that. I'm going to find that part about the case study on that one. Thank you.
We did this. And he said, 8:30, go pick her up. I said, thank you, Mr. Edwards. I said, I owe you my life to get you helped me get my baby back. So then we went back to our truck and we went back to the apartment. We packed what we could. And we pretty much left everything else behind in the storage unit. At that time, I didn't need anything because I had everything I've ever wanted. So I remember my dad saying, come on, we gotta go. So we went to the sheriff's department and we showed up. And I remember I told my dad, I said, wait here. I said, stay at that Wendy's. So my dad stayed at that Wendy's waiting for me. And he said, okay, he's like, you call me when you're on your way so I can follow you out, okay? And I said, okay, Dad. We got to the sheriff's department. Christopher and his Michael, Linda, Kathy, Big D, Melissa, his whole entire family was there. So then the exchange was happening and they live streamed me on Facebook. They said, I can't believe the judge awarded her custody. I was just standing there, I remember. And I said, can I have my baby back, please? And I remember his mother had her phone in her hand. Or his mother, yes. And she had a brown paper sack full of diapers and a dirty bottle. And she threw it at me. And she said, I think you're going to need this, laughing. Then I said, thank you. And my two younger children were sitting in the back. And then I said, okay, can I have Faith back now? So I forget if it was Kathy or Chris, but they tossed her at me and I caught her. And I said, thank you. So then I get her in her car seat, trying to buckle her up and telling my kids, I said, you need to buckle up. I said, okay, we're going to leave. I remember at the time, my front door had opened at that time, and Christopher got inside of my driver's seat of my truck. And everybody was still filming, live streaming me on Facebook. And Melissa Proudfoot had said, why don't you put it in reverse and drive over her?
Crazy bitch.
And I told my kids, I said, get out. I'm trying to get Faith out again. And I told my kids, and I remembered he put the truck in reverse. And I told my kids, I said, get out. I said, jump, get out. And I remember them getting out as fast as they could. And we're running into the sheriff's department, and I had Faith, and I'm running, and I'm yelling, and I'm asking for help. I said, somebody please help me. Nobody came out. And then finally, he came in, Christopher, behind me. And finally, they opened the door. And they put me in a back room with my kids. They turned the lights off on us. In the process of me calling my attorney to tell him what was going on, Kathy disconnected my cell phone. And I remember Mr. Edwards calling the police department and telling them they need to let me go. And at the time, Christopher was still in the military. And Mr. Edwards, I remember them telling him, you know, she needs to go, because this could possibly cause Mr. Proudfoot his career. So at that point in time, I got escorted outside by a couple of sheriffs that were there. And I mean, they seemed like they knew each other, all of them, the Proudfoots. And I remember Christopher had asked one of the sheriffs if he could say goodbye to Faith, and I said, absolutely not. So I remember getting in my truck after I got the kids in. And I called my dad and I told him what happened. He was so mad. He goes, he was lucky I wasn't there.
Okay, wait, I'm confused on something. Clear it up for me. She was talking to her lawyer and gets cut off because Kathy Bowersox disconnects the phone because obviously it's underneath her name or Christopher Proudfoot's name, whatever. But yet she gets in the truck and calls her dad. Make that make sense in my head.
I can't. Hold on.
Can somebody make sense of that one for me? Because, again, it's those red flags that I catch when I'm watching something.
Did somebody give her a phone? Like one of the cops loan her a phone until she could get home safely, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe her child had a cell phone? No, maybe. Don't know.
Maybe.
So it's just those little things. It's just like, it's not because I'm not believing in her, but it's just, okay, so like this is where you, about memory there, because if the phone's cut off, what other phone do you have then? But
Well, I wouldn't have thought the daughter would have had a phone, so it would have had to been the son, but wasn't the son young too?
yeah. The daughter's, Isabel, I guess is the oldest. Maybe a payphone. No, she said she was in her truck. She just said she was in her truck. But whatever. I mean, it's nominal because at the end of the day,
That's possible. Maybe OnStar, being it's a satellite. Maybe OnStar. CD said it. My truck,
maybe.
OnStar can call from a satellite, so possibly. I mean, when did this happen? Like, what year was OnStar going then?
Not sure. I still keep one. What did somebody say when year this happened in? Did Michelle say? And I'm not sure. Did somebody say? Is this somebody know what year this was happening in? I forget. It's like because I haven't come back to this, but yet I know it's out there.
Well, Isabella is a teenager still. So
Right.
10 years ago, give or take, if she was 7 or 8 when this happened, right?
Right.
And she's 16, 17 now. So let's just say 10 years ago. So
Okay.
2015, yeah, OnStar possibly. I mean, that's a very good possibility. Maybe she called and turned it back on in her with, a credit card.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. So just there's a part in this video because we still got it. Like, there's still an hour to go of this live, and I have it on 1.25. I feel like 1.5 might be too fast sometimes on there. Let me try it at one point. Well, hold on. Let's take a break from this video for just a moment, because this is when we get into the Kathy Bauer socks and that following her. Oh, hey, Alexa. But anyway, so let's take a break from this part for the moment, because I'll bring up the part about the case study question. Tell me what you think here. So again, Deception Detective. If you're not subscribed, his video just, like I said, dropped today. He's done 4 parts to this. So let me just drop the link for this video here quickly. Boom, 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 boom. For anyone that hasn't watched it. I really like this guy. I really like his take. I think for me, I feel like he's very spot on. But anyway, so let's listen to the part. And for anyone that is, that comes to watch this later or whatever, this is about when Christopher makes that study. What do you have the verbatim of what he said for that again? That this will be a case.
Give me just a second. This will be a case to be studied for sure, I believe. But give me one second, and I will pull it up.
Sure.
On Truth, Elevated Truth, I don't know the exact timestamp, but I do know.
Well, I mean, that's what he's playing this video from, Elevated Truth. So, okay, so I'll just play it out then. Okay, so let's take a look. Listen, let me just make sure that that's okay.
Yeah, that was a conversation that I had with law enforcement, and they to themselves, when we had this discussion, was like, "There's nothing."
Hold on.
And when I said, this would be
back a bit.
About is,
and there's no clues.
Just give me a sec.
That's what I said.
And another statement they take that you said, and they twist it about is, this is going to go down in history.
Yeah, that was a conversation that I had with law enforcement, and they to themselves, when we had this discussion, was like, "There's nothing." And when I said, this would be a case that will be studied.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it will wind up being in a book, because once again, we have nothing, no leads, no nothing on Sebastian's whereabouts, his disappearance, nothing.
Okay, so
well,
on the Duchess interview, which was 8 days after he was missing, he said, "It's a case to be studied for sure" at 31:58 timestamp. Now, I know for a fact law enforcement 8 days later is not going to say that. So he did not get that from law enforcement. He said it 8 days after his son was missing on Duchess.
Yeah. I'm just going to go play that part again, because I just, like I said, because to me, it's just like you sound like an idiot saying that. Like, you're telling law enforcement that this is going to be a case that's studied for sure.
The conversation that I had with law enforcement, and they
let me see what she.
And there's no clues.
Shouldn't he at least have some curiosity about that? Same goes for the other theories that YouTubers have proposed, like this supposed person in a green hoodie. or a local pastor or Venezuelan gangs. Do I think any of them kidnapped Sebastian? No, I think it's extremely unlikely. But I can't laugh it off like Chris did because I just don't know what happened. So the big question is, how is he able to?
This boy has vanished and there's no clues.
Mhm.
That's what I said.
And another statement they take that you said and they
This
twisted
boy.
about is this is going to go down in history.
Yeah, that was a conversation that I had with law enforcement, and they too themselves, when we had this discussion, was like, there's nothing. And when I said, this would be a case that will be studied,
Mhm.
It's like,
yes,
think about what
it
he
will
was
wind
saying
up be in a book. Because once again, we have nothing, no leads, no nothing on Sebastian's whereabouts, his disappearance.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you
Sorry.
see how? Yeah, but do you see how he? It's like he was mistelling the truth there.
Well, not fully, I don't think.
No, well, not
Honestly,
fully.
what I think, because, well, this was elevated truth. This was what, a month ago, right? That he did elevated truth. So he's saying, and if you listen closely, it's a little bit of word salad, word play that he likes to do. He says this was a conversation he had with law enforcement. Okay, we'll believe that's true. And they too said. So that means he said it first and they agreed. But what it also tells me is he said it first 8 days after Sebastian was missing. This interview here, where he repeats it, is like a month ago. So we're like 9 or 10 months in. So remember how we said yesterday, if law enforcement, or he would have said it today, we would have understood.
Absolutely.
Right? So he is saying it to law enforcement, and they too have said it back to him now.
But he's the one that yeah, but it's like he's clearly making it seem like that he said it first, right? And then it became a conversation subject. But so it's what I would say, like what we were just talking about, like about the word salad, is that when he's phrasing it, it's kind of like, well, we had a conversation. Yeah, I said it would be a case that was studied. They agreed to, or something like that, whatever he said there. And then, but it's like the point is, who after 8 days would even think to say that to the LE? Like at 8 days in, yes, granted, the Sumner, they're stumped. They have no clues to go on. But at that point, you're not thinking to ever say that it's a case to be studied for sure that close to the start of the investigation. That is just weird. And he's the one
I fully agree.
Well, because we're on the same page. I know that me and yours are saying the same thing, to this. And that's the point. Who in their right mind, unless you have your own perhaps guilty knowledge there, who would think to say that this is a case to be studied for sure? Why would you even think that? That just shows me his don't give a fuck care level about Sebastian, to sit there and say something like that. Because again, if you're disconnected really from it all, and they're probably like, good shit, thanks, or whichever part or non-part that he played, but no one thinks to say that, but Christopher Proudfoot did. Why? Either guilty knowledge again, and kind of like something he didn't deem as weird to himself when he said it, but to any onlooker, somebody saying that after 8 days is just fucking strange. It's just strange. It's a huge red flag to me when somebody says something out of turn, and I think that was said out of turn at the inappropriate time. Whereas, like you said, if we heard that today, then we wouldn't even probably have, we probably would have picked it apart, but we wouldn't have thought of it in the same light versus 8 days. Right.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been as odd to us now as it was then. But again, he thinks he's the smartest man in the room, and he didn't think that we would catch. I said it to law enforcement, and they agreed.
Yeah.
And, when did you say it to law enforcement? Did you say it to law enforcement 8 days after he was missing, like you did Duchess? Because I think they would have looked at you and went, that's way too early to know. Now, if you would have said, this is a case to be studied a month ago when you talked to him, again, like you and I said, it'd been different.
Well, bottom line is he said it on Duchess. And that's the first time he said it, which is the one that counts, right? Like,
I
whether
agree.
he's right, because that's where he said it. Nobody think you're going on your first live, and it's only been a week, and one of his forethoughts is, well, damn, this case is gonna go down in, like, I'm so smart and we figured out frickin' basically, like we've manipulated everybody here, that's what it reminds me of, just guilty knowledge, somebody that has insight and has that arrogance in their head about, something, some knowledge, but because he's such a narcissist, it's like I said, this is like I don't give a fuck about Sebastian, truly, that feeling. And because no grieving mother, typical no grieving father is going, you know what? I think this case is going to go down as one of the most unsolved, cases in history already. And we're only 8 days in. It just doesn't make sense to even put that there to, because people disappear for a week, for 2 weeks, for whatever. But suddenly this becomes a case that should go down in, in the storybooks. I'm just going to play it one more time just for the sake of it. I want to hear douchebag again.
That's what I said.
And another statement they take that you said and they twist it about is this is going to go down in history.
Wait, he said that's what I said.
Yeah, that was a conversation that I had with law enforcement, and they, to themselves, when we had this discussion, was like, there's nothing. And when I said, this would be a case that will be studied, yes, it will wind up being in a book. Because once again, we have nothing, no leads, no nothing on Sebastian's whereabouts, his disappearance, nothing.
It's just, yeah.
Well, I think
if somebody's got something, please bring it.
I just cannot stand listening to that dude. If somebody's got something, just bring it. On Smiley's World, come on, give me your hard questions. As if he's like the center of attention. He's a drama queen. Honestly, he's an absolute, loves the drama, loves to be that, big vocal bully voice that's just boisterous and loud, and like kind of what Deception Detective said and what we all know is that at what point during that whole live is he really focusing on the forefront? Instead, he's just feeding in. The reason why I believe he actually went up on that live was because of his truck and the information that was saying his truck was there earlier. And that's, remember, with the overhead photos from satellite, whatever.
Well, they said his truck was there because his truck pinged on the home Wi-Fi on the 25th and the 26th. And I agree. That's the only reason he went up on that live, is to tell them it was the 26th and not the 25th. And they better get their story straight, basically.
That's what I mean. So it's because of that you want to join the live, and it's not for the sake of, hey, like, let me come up and speak about Sebastian. It's just the drama shit. And then he acts like he's portraying this, but really, most of those lives, they're talking about stuff about Sebastian in a roundabout way that way, and people are asking questions, but it's not, the focus is not, look, we need everyone's help. We're here to discuss Sebastian, not all these silly rumors out there. But what prompts him to go up on lives is because there's something he has heard that he doesn't like, and it's focused on him. And that truck thing is focused on him, and the disinformation. Well, Christopher Proudfoot, let's just go back to your polygraph test disinformation. When you told everyone you took one and you didn't. And yet you're trying to control this narrative of disseminating misinformation. and yet you want people to believe you and respect you. Like, it's so ironic to me. Like, honestly, like, hypocrite on there. So, but that part, I just, like I said, wanted to point out because it is ridiculous after 8 days that somebody's literally talking about it being a case that will go down in the books, and you're only 8 days in. That's a huge red flag to me. Let's see, just quickly here. Here's the thing for me. Most people would see and hear all these things that are being said about them online and maybe try to do better. He feeds on it. He seems to get worse. It's weird. Yeah, exactly. And now you have Katie who won't do it, who's not doing any interviews. You know?
He thrives on the chaos. He loves it. And where there isn't chaos, he causes it.
Right. Absolutely. And it's like that person that's acting like they're like this little victim, like, why are you guys all being so mean to us? You know? I mean, I get it. I mean, there's going to be people that love the Proudfoots and or hate the Proudfoots and whatever. I mean, again, I mean, it would be a strange world if everyone agreed the same way and stuff like that. But honestly, and then I'm sure with Nina's story, those same people that, you know, kiss his ass are the same ones going, well, that's just her story. That's just her side. You don't think there's any ounce of truth, you know, to douchebag that does interviews that demeans women, you know. I just find it ironic. You'd never catch me kissing anyone's ass that has that personality, that's for sure. You know, I think it's sick and twisted when someone supports that type of personality, you know. And what the F is wrong with those 5 marriages, and let alone any other susceptible female that was dumb enough to cross his path? Like, honestly, like Nina, like, as she's saying, it's destroyed, you know, it's destroyed her inside. It's something that she'll never forget because the trauma of that, what happened there, to be tricked, you know. And then you have these freaking dog sniffers like, rah, rah, you know, you're not going to get your child, you know, we're taking your child away from you. Like the Kathy Bowers, oh, I don't even know that lady.
And it's
like,
what makes it even worse, Sonny, is not only was she tricked, but she was tricked when her oldest child had to be in the hospital.
Right.
So they picked the lowest point, the most vulnerable point that Nina could have been. And that's when they did it.
Mm-hmm. You know. Okay, stop screen. I'm gonna go back to the rest of that because we're getting to the part where she's talking about how the Kathy Bowersock's not following her on there. Again, it's just heart-wrenching to me to listen to this. But again, you know, the point of it all for anyone coming in now, again, is just to look at what possibly happened to Sebastian, right? What his life was like at home. Because Sebastian disappeared somewhere. And every time you go this trail in your head, then something always turns you around because then this doesn't make sense, right? Like, why would Katie and Christopher, you know, knowing that Sebastian is going to live with Seth, why would they want to disrupt that, right? If it's going to happen. Now, the way the Seth said it was that it wasn't like Katie was for certain. It's almost like that Chris was going to, you know, keep talking to her because I believe it was almost like that Katie wasn't in favor of Sebastian doing that, you know? So again, there's things that don't make sense. And right. So I personally, I know it happens. Like, if I can't have you, nobody else will. But this doesn't make sense to do something like that when only in a couple months, you'd only be an hour away. So why would you commit murder to this child? I'm not seeing that at all. I'm not buying the whole murder thing myself yet at all. For me, it's still more likely that somebody has taken Sebastian in protection of whatever kind out of a situation that wasn't good at home, you know, where Sebastian ran off to somewhere, but I can't see that so much being it as that somebody helped Sebastian, get out of Dodge in the environment. I still can't understand. I'd have to understand that Katie by herself, um, in a 15-minute time frame window in the morning, who would be, more daylight time when she went to go look, um, like that on the Ring doorbell cameras that another figure wouldn't be seen in the car, or, well, I guess not, but, I mean, obviously if Sebastian's not in the car, people thinking like he's in the trunk or whatever like that, or they're thinking landfill garbage still. So yeah, I
But
just
let's
have.
think too, Sonny. They were both in the military, so you don't
Mhm.
think that they could pull off a black ops type operation?
I do, but not to, you know, but not to control the whole thing of everyone's doorbell cameras that they have. Like, there's a ton in the area, and for that,
Yeah, they
for
probably know exactly where and how to miss them.
that's just it. Is that honestly, it's not one of these neighborhoods to where you can just, like, here, let me go 5 degrees left, 5 degrees right, avoid this camera. Like, there's cameras all over the place. So so unless they sat there and mapped it out like they were, in the army mapping out all the cameras, how this was going to go down, and it could
They don't
happen.
have to.
Why not?
They don't have to. A lot of times with Ring doorbells, a friend of mine has one up in Indy, and
They go off
you
by
have
me.
you have the doorbell. Well, you also have the app that you can go to, which tells you every doorbell Ring camera that's around you.
I know, but when it gets a little bit too far fetched for me, that's when I can't buy into that line of thinking. When like when people are saying that jammers or if jammers are being used and stuff like that, like, to me, I'm not seeing this like this was this, like, like I said, big operation where they've gotten, like, everything down pat to their plan and stuff. Like, I'm just not buying that, because that's too far out of the realm of typically how cases happen. The only exclusion at this point is the Lori Vallow case. That's just fucked up. But typically things are more near the beaten path than away from the beaten path. They usually fall into a certain scenario, right? That the parent had something to do with it, and it's basically, like, drove them, put them in a suitcase, back at this, whatever, usually a phone's pinging, something. There's something happening. But to sit there and always have an explanation for every part about, say, how Christopher Proudfoot, would have left his phone there and drove back in a different vehicle, perhaps, and this and that. And then, like, to me, to have to sit there and try to go, well, this had to happen, then this, then this, then this, in order for it to all happen. I just don't see that in a case where that the LE or whatever you want to call it, have that they totally outsmarted every person's camera and way, and that her vehicle is only seen leaving for 15 minutes, right? It's more likely to me that if people deem that as a flashlight video, that someone aided in helping Sebastian leave, if anything. um I'm just not buying this. This had to happen, and this and this. For me personally, right? I mean, I like to think of everything as best as I can, but I'm not going to go off the beaten path too much, because then, because it's usually never that way. It's usually the Vallow case is an exception to the rule, and I don't think that. I don't know. What do you guys think in chat about that? Do you guys think that? Well, put it your way. What would you say?
Me personally, I think one of them did something and somehow they got him out of the house unnoticed. Whether or not it was like a black ops thing or not, I don't know, but it's a possibility that's out there that it could, it's a possibility, but I don't know. I feel like it was premeditated. And I feel like they did it. I keep coming back to either they both did it, or she did it and he's covering up, or he did it and she's covering it up. Something along those lines.
Right. But for me, right, I just got to take myself from point A to point Z. So if I'm going to think of something in my head, I got to figure out, well, how was the conclusion of it? Right. It's one thing to say, so let's say it's one thing to think of it, but then because we only know about her vehicle leaving and we only know of a car at 3:00, right? Maybe that car at 3:00, even though SF investigates said he, knows who the car belongs to, that's the only thing I can think of. If one's an Uber and then there's a 3:00 time, because those cameras are good, right? Like, meaning at some point that there would be a vision of something, even on the camera across the street. If there was a car leaving, at any point, it would have been caught still on that camera. It's right, because it's not like the footage isn't from the 26th. It's just that the camera is supposedly stuck from the 23rd. So if there was a vehicle anywhere near there, like where he would have had to come out of the darkness into light, it would have been caught. So you're thinking about all the cameras that they show on the map of all the people's homes that had cameras and stuff like that. It just seems like, well, if he would have got out there through vehicle, right? I mean, there's still lights where at some point you would think that there would be movement somewhere on one of the, like, do you know what I mean? Like out of the backyard there, like I said in that, the video with the lights, flashlights, garbage truck, whatever you want to call it. I mean, if somebody would have, they would have had to have come out of the light. And then if he was on Kellen, right? Well, look how good that guy's. Well, mind you, that's more up the street though. That particular one, the one with the garbage truck and the one with a car and Uber, like, meaning those people have high definition cameras on there. So that's what I have to get past, is how is it possible, right? And think of the scenarios. And
so I just sent you something.
Okay. Okay. Hi, Gigi. I think it was planned by Katie, gave him something to knock him out, and BF carried him, husband, carried him out back, handed him off to a person with a flashlight. I think he's been moved since. But he would have been seen on camera is my problem, because the end house had the camera, would have seen a vehicle. So what are they going to do? Put him over the shoulder, lug him across the street till they get to a vehicle, and then be captured on camera where there is the lighting? It just doesn't jive to me. That's where I get lost in my thinking. What did you send me?
It's a post off of Twitter.
Okay.
And I believe it was posted by At Night or reshared by At Night or somehow, I'm not sure.
Okay. I just saved it.
And I might even be wrong in that part.
Did I not just save it, or did I just click on it? Oh no, I didn't download it. Okay, 1 second here. Let's pull that up.
Right, Charmaine? That's what I think. He was in the back of her vehicle, and when she quote unquote went to the
computer lagging. I'm hitting stop screen, but it's not doing anything. I was lagging or something. Did I seem like I was lagging to you?
No.
Okay. Okay, so go ahead and read it.
At this juncture of the investigation, we are actively pursuing 3 pivotal leads. 1, there have been 2 leads indicating Sebastian's survival. These leads provide a glimmer of hope and are being prioritized with the utmost urgency. Lead 2, there's been a lead suggesting potential harm. This lead points to the possibility of Sebastian's injury and placement near a property associated with the in-laws.
Okay, let me absorb that one for a second. And that was on the 11th of this month. Looks like 1 day ago. Okay, public update on search. One leads to some potential. This lead points to the possibility of Sebastian's injury, placement near a property. So, wait, explain that last one to me. This lead points to the possibility of Sebastian's injury and placement near a property associated with the in-laws.
Associated with the Bower stocks, from what I understand from another post.
That's strange. Like, I find that last one strange.
I do too, but they are, I guess, leads that are out right now. So,
well, you know,
I mean, take them with a grain of salt, but
that's kind of the bottom line of it is, let's see here. It's, you know, that Charmaine's gonna like you guys can put your thoughts on that one. Charmaine's gonna like this picture. Oh, there's your hottie right there.
oh no, I've got a better one if you want one for Charmaine.
Don't tell me it's with his shirt off or something sexy like that. The look when you think everyone believes your bullshit. Yeah. The look when you realize everyone knows it's bullshit.
I sent you Charmaine's picture.
Triple chin. Mm-hmm. Oh.
Charmaine, just remember, I love you.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is that I like the other person that's on that picture. But
are you going to be able to unsee it?
Right. 1 second.
Yes, Alexa, that is the newest picture of him.
And I got all these pictures open now. Share file.
That was him
There
in
you go,
court
Charmaine.
the other.
Have at it. Oh, it's not even showing. I'm lagging. You can't see the picture yet, can you?
No, it's just
It just
been
came
there.
up now. It's there now. Twinsies. Not fat shaming, but wow. Well, I know, right? It's almost like a staircase of chins almost there. Well, no less than mine, I suppose. But honestly, when you look at John Candy's side profile and then you see his, it's just like alarmingly similar. Does he remind you of KK? Kagan Klein from Delphi Case? Well, yeah, I guess Delphi Case we can say still on there. But yeah, that's hot. Let me pull up those scratch pictures.
And those are not my pictures, guys. Those were off of a Facebook repost that I just happened to see.
Miss Dog Lover's claiming she's sleeping, but we know she's awake. You know, so she's probably jizzing over that picture that we just showed of Christopher. Okay, so you guys, Christopher Proudfoot claims that these are playing with the dogs and that they're scratches. Who's a believer and who's not a believer?
This picture here, I have a hard time believing because I didn't see him that bad when I watched the thing. This is just one that I had got. But the other ones I did see for myself. This one is iffy. But it's still not
Yeah,
done.
I know that. Right. Now, when I see, okay, when
And
I
this is 9
see,
days after. This
right,
was the interview that was on WSMV.
yeah,
That's what these pictures are taken from.
right, and that's the live that he was on. But when you look at this one, you're thinking that those are chomper marks, like teeth marks, and not no doggy marks from little dogs. Those little doggies. Remember, you guys with Sebastian in the car. You know, what do you guys think about those marks? I mean, obviously, we can't take away from the interview that happened because that was the next day after the Duchess, I believe, is when that interview came
Yes,
out.
the
Like
Duchess was
literally,
on 8th and
yeah,
day 8, and WSMV was day 9.
right, right. So, are these scabs healing? Because obviously, scabs can take a bit to heal, especially if there's abundant, you know. But so I've never overly looked at this, but I don't think it's from Morkies,
And
you
the
know.
third picture that you have is clearly a human bite mark. I don't care who you are. Somebody convinced me otherwise.
Yeah, let's see here. No, see that picture's too blurry. Nah, I can't see. I can't even show that picture because it's like showing a blur blob to it. To be honest with you, the one that I'm showing is the clearest picture. The other one, it looks like a blur. Like it's like sending a photo that you didn't take it properly. Like not you, but just meaning to show it. It just looks like a blur. No one's gonna make out anything on that third picture that you're talking about.
Well, yeah, it is a little blurry.
Well, it's especially blurry when you're showing it. You
Yeah.
know, like honestly, this one here would be the clearest. But you know, when I look at this, my initial take would be like it's like someone's teeth marks biting in, you know, but not off no little Yorkie. But then the picture we showed at the start, it looks like, you know, but it's a bunch of tadpoles on his arms, you know.
And correct me, Sonny, if I'm wrong, but didn't they ask him in the interview what was up with the scratches on his arms? And that's where he said it was the
Yeah,
dogs?
yes, yeah, I think so. I think it was actually no, I don't know if it was in the interview. No, I don't think so. I can't see the interviewer asking that question. I can see that they did the interview. He was on somebody else's live and they asked him about the scratches on his arms.
Okay,
But
maybe that's what it was
yeah,
then.
it doesn't seem like something an interviewer would from a news station would be like, so what's up suspiciously with those scratch marks on your arms? I don't believe so. On that. Okay. Um Now 1 second here. I still want to go back to this share on this, and I still want to play this out here because I want like there's that part that's really bugging me where she says she was talking to Christopher. Let me see if I play it at 1.5 if that's just too much. Tell me if it's too much.
I would knock the shit out of him. So I said, all right, Dad, I'm coming. Well, everybody followed me down the interstate.
Is that too fast?
My dad and I were weaving in and out of traffic,
No, not really.
trying to lose them.
In
The whole
chat,
family were following me and Dad about 80, 90 miles an hour. We were going down the interstate just to get away from them. We drove all night. We finally got to Little Rock, Arkansas. And Dad had asked me, are you tired? So I could see if I could try to sleep. We couldn't sleep. So then we drove all the way home. We were all scared. We didn't know what was gonna happen. We drove. The relief that I had just to see, I've never felt so relieved to see that New Mexico. Welcome to New Mexico sign. I was finally home. Finally, we made it. Chris kept calling and I avoided him like a plague. because the judge in Tennessee awarded me custody. He had no jurisdiction over Faith or myself or my other two children. And at the time of all this, they brought CPS involved in that case over there. So we get home here, not even a couple days goes by. He ended up calling CPS on us here. And using CPS against me every chance that he got. Showing up to my kids at school. Scaring my kids. Just like he did in Tennessee. So I filed for divorce here, which I should have filed on tribal land at the time. Because I wouldn't be going through this. So the divorce happened, but it dragged on and on and on because Christopher made a big deal about absolutely everything. I had to ask for permission to leave Bernalillo County. I had to tell him what I was doing, and if I left New Mexico, he had to know. I am part Native American, so our reservation is probably about 4 to 5 hours from Albuquerque, and at the time, my grandmother was still alive, so we would go out there to see her, and he really never wanted me to take Faith out there. And on top of that, he really never wanted Faith to be Native American. Christopher knew that I was Mexican American and also Native American, but he hated the fact that, and he still hates the fact that Faith is part Native American. So just everything, he would take me back to court for just everything. It wasn't a good divorce. And the parenting plans, it had to be his way or nobody's way. He had to have the last word, and this is what he wanted, and his attorney made sure that's exactly what he got. A lot of times I gave in because I wanted it to be over. I didn't want to have to or have somebody dictate what I can and can't do. I mean, I've been a mother for an X amount of years at this time, and it wasn't like, I'm new to all this. But everything had always had to have been Christopher's way. And even though I gave him what he wanted, it was something different. Oh, Faith can't wear leggings, or, just the stupidest things, or, it was dumb. I can't even recall how many hearings I went to with Christopher. It's been horrible. So at this point in time, I didn't really agree to the parenting plan. I didn't like it, but I signed it anyways, just because I wanted it to be over with. The divorce was finally final. And he was still stationed, I believe, in San Diego at this point in time. He was, if I'm correct, he was already living with Katie when we were still married. We were going through the divorce, but he had moved in with her. And I was pretty surprised how fast he moved on with his life. Like we never mattered. Like Faith was, like, he never had a family. But I should have known that as well prior to the marriages before me, like how he just moved on so quickly with his life. So he would take Faith out there when she was little, like for 2 weeks or a week. And, Katie and them would be living the family life. I, at the time, did not know Sebastian or Katie. I would just see Katie through FaceTime, where she would be doing something in the background. And I would ask Christopher, like, I would tell him, I can't believe you've moved on with your life so quick. Like who does that? Well, back and forth we would be going, with Faith. And I finally moved on with my life. But Christopher had made a statement the other night on one of the interviews, the podcasts that he was doing. And I didn't like the way he said this, how he called move in with a man. Like, he knows this person's name. And he deserves to be called his name, not the man. And remind you, I've known Wayne for over 3.5 years. He was my client before we even got exclusive, like being in a relationship, before we even moved in together. He knew I had children. I mean, so for him to sit there and say that, he basically made it sound like he didn't know this person. He does. So here we are. Faith is 6. I'm still living in this nightmare that he's created. We live in fear every single day. We're constantly watching over our backs. My kids don't even know what a normal childhood should feel like, because they were exposed to all this at a very young age. The awful things that other people could do. My oldest daughter said it best. She said, "Mom, I feel like I was robbed of my childhood because of Chris. Because of everything that he's done. I've had to grow up so quick to protect my siblings. And you protecting us and always living in fear. Being called to the office and wondering if Child Protective Services was there. She's 15 now and still hates to go to the office because of everything that he's done and his family has done. I feel helpless because I feel like I can't protect them enough. And I wish there was more that I can do. We're still living in this nightmare. We're still going to court. He still complains about everything when it's not his way. In the beginning, there was CPS called. He used Child Protective Services on me because of the divorce, to get my children taken away from me. He has a friend that works at Albuquerque Police Department as well. I don't know if he still keeps in contact with him.
Just quickly, a couple things there. So he has a friend at the Albuquerque in New Mexico Police Department, like what she just said there. And the other thing was that she was obviously talking about podcasts, so that had to have been from 2024. And so I guess Isabella is 15. She, depending on when her birthday is, she might still be 15, or she might have turned 16, but I mean, it's only the beginning of the year, so probably unlikely. So she's probably 15. Because that's what she just said. And obviously she's doing this in 2024 and talking about podcasts, but Sebastian, of course, went missing February 26th of 2024 on there. And I just want to say again what an absolute narcissistic douche Christopher Proudfoot is. Honestly, just an evil human being. The question to you, Melissa, is, oh no, because that would have been sooner. That would have been way sooner, I guess. Because she said, when they were going through. Oh no. It could not have been because Chris and Katie have been together for since Sebastian was 8 or something like that. In my head, I was going, so is Katie the person that messaged saying, hey baby, did your flight just, when's your flight coming in?
That's what I think. I think
so.
I think it was.
All those in favor say aye. Because she made the comment that it was amazing how fast he moved on.
But she was also over him in the military.
Pardon?
Correct. She was over him in the military.
Right. Mm-hmm,
So he was going back to base where he lived because he was still enlisted. So to me, yes.
I know that they said no on when that was brought up, but second that opinion. It's just that because of how fast, and we're talking about that same time frame, yeah, and she's in the military, right? And then of course, hence let's move to Hendersonville, right beside my other sweetie named Katie Proudfoot, perhaps, and then but just because she attached that how fast he moved on, even though, I mean, granted, she did say that he flew in a couple times and then he asked her to marry her, but I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, he's just a slime ball of a human being, right? These are the type of people that sadly enter our universe thinking that they came down like they were some sort of God's gift to females, that there's some sort of got special powers of thinking beyond, the rest of us, turn into narcissistic douchebags, and it just reminds me of, again, when somebody doesn't have especially the looks to back it up, when somebody wears a mask and that mask isn't his, I don't want to say it's not his true self, because I think that is his true self. He's just an a-hole. And he said that, so it's not like I'm shading him on that one. When he talks, it's just like, I know that I can be aggressive and be abrupt and brass. Brass is the word I use. Yeah, brass, kiss my ass. But anyways, it's just a couple things I wanted to point out to that. But again,
Well, just, even if Katie wasn't that person, he was still cheating. And then moved on with Katie very quickly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, again, does it shock you that JLR talked to the female that he was like, being flirtatious with at the bar type of thing? Does it shock you, people? No, because he's a douchebag. I'm enjoying this channel. I always do when I pop in. Cramming Shame is just so awesome. Did you hear that, Melissa? Did you hear that, Charmaine? Just so awesome.
She misspelled my name.
Did she? Oh, well, she's kicked. She's booted then. Yeah. It's like every time I see someone put Cindy with an O, I'm always like, cringe. I love her demeanor and calm way about her and such a great speaking voice. Is she talking about me or you? I think it's me. It's a crime.
You.
Yeah. Now, if Charmaine was up here, it might be a different story. Yeah. People have basically said what a sexy, sensual voice Charmaine has. I digress on that, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. Anyways, let me play a bit more. And anyways, thank you for the compliment in the shape of heart. Appreciate that. It's kind of like my job, but here, so like all day at my real job, I deal with grumpy customers most of the day, because even if it's their own fault, which is most time, sometimes it's our fault too, right? Meaning to do with orders and stuff like that. But anyways, most of the time we deal with grumpy customers, talking about, how we didn't do this, and you know what I mean. They want like act like the world is perfect and that, things don't happen. And then when you see an email that says how great we are in customer service and stuff like that, honestly, it makes the day a bit, because all day long we're seeing emails, with just, and some of it's just mostly absurd shit people say. And honestly, and then you have to answer it back in that sweet little way. Thank you for contacting us today. We appreciate your concerns on this. Sometimes it's like, I'm sorry that you had to endure the customer service within the store. How can I fix it for you? Here, let me give you some points, and type of thing. But so when I come into here, I got, great group of people that come into the lives, especially the lifers and stuff like that. So it's nice to come over here and actually be appreciated, and people that do care about you, versus listening to people that complain all day long, because it's very heavy on me by the end of my shift when I'm dealing with those all day. And then so it's nice to come in to feel like my family's here, or people that, appreciate and make a comment like that. So thank you so much. As for Melissa, ignore her. I know. She's kind of like the grumpy badass of the channel a little bit. Shine Charmaine.
I am.
Says my voice puts them to sleep because I'm boring. Yeah. And
Charmaine's a liar. Ignore her.
My bad fingers talking about you, the hostess with the mostest. I used to say that all the time. The hostess with the mostest on that. That's, yeah, we are like exactly like a family. Yeah, and then so every now and again a troll tries to enter, but we get rid of those as fast as they come, because again, we're adults. We can discuss things. I did get triggered, a little bit, definitely on that one live, the one that I ended up deleting and then redoing the live, because I did get triggered. because there's a lot of thick people in this world, but it's when I keep like it's when I'm looking and I don't always catch the things, but then all of a sudden these ones stand out to you where they're basically saying, "Oh, I can't stand listening to her," and you're like, "Well, then get the F out of the chat." Go. Nobody is twisting your arm and forcing you to listen if you can't stand it. But they always have to have a comment first, type of thing. They always have to be, warriors behind a keyboard to get that comment in there, just to let you know how much you suck and stuff like that. But
And they always have to announce their departure like we care.
no, like just leave. Nobody cares. Like I said, the people that do care, and I'm not gonna lie, like there's been some what I would deem as friends along the way where, I've felt backstabbed and stuff like that. And it's like, well, have a good life. It's just one of those things. Sometimes it happens. But anyways, like I said, for the most part, it's just like, good people have some jokes, some laughs. True crime is a very heavy space on there. And yeah, I couldn't comment before. The tears were streaming down my face. But then, yeah, I know, right? This case is very heartbreaking. And then, so re-listening to it again, in the shape of a heart, on the shape of a heart, it is a trigger, right? Because I believe 100% in what Nina's saying. I feel it's authentic, genuine, real. And, she's hurting beyond belief. Like Alexis said, she's bringing, looking at her eyes, you can see that just like me, when I'm talking about things, I'm, like most people, right? When you've been through traumatization, it's all flooding back to you. And, obviously, this was still very raw for Nina and still ongoing with Christopher Proudfoot. They came back. Oh, yeah. Charmaine, what are you getting me for Valentine's Day? Just FYI. It could be, go ahead, Charmaine. I like red lingerie. Let me throw that up. Red lawn. No. My husband loves red. Still can't believe that outfit that he bought me though. Like a freaking plastic swimming pool. Anyways, okay. My bad. I'll shut up now. Let's go.
I believe so. He was told to do a welfare check on us one night, but he didn't take the call, probably because he knew both of us. Because of the divorce, to get my children taken away from me. He has a friend that works at Albuquerque Police Department as well. That I don't know if he still keeps in contact with him. I believe so. He was told to do a welfare check on us one night, but he didn't take the call, probably because he knew both of us. I mean, I don't know, and I don't know how that would have been used against him either, I guess. Maybe he was worried about that. Just, he's been filing for full custody, Christopher, for about a year to 2 years now, if I recall. A lot of this stuff is just, it doesn't make sense to me. He's made a mess. He tells people that I'm unstable, that I need a psychiatric evaluation, that I'm, that I'm.
Is that the line that all men use? That you need a psychic evaluation? Because I've heard my brother say that to me once when it's just like, really? I'm the one that needs a psychic evaluation. And the ex-husband too,
It's their underhanded way of calling us crazy.
Yeah, you need a psychic evaluation. Yeah, it's like a go-to line, to be honest with you, But it's just like it's in a book or something somewhere that they always say that. I swear to God. But anyways, my bad. Just had to say that.
Pretty much crazy. It's been a nightmare. And the recent one, why he's pushing for full custody, is because I moved Faith out of Bosque Farms Elementary to a Native American academy in Albuquerque, where my youngest son goes and my oldest daughter goes down the street to high school, and it's a minute away. So
I was trying to make the commute easier for all of us. All my kids are in curricular activities. My son's in football. My Faith cheers for her brother's Yaffle football team. So practice. My 2 older girls are in Mexican folk dancing, Faith and her older sister are in Mexican folk dancing. My children are in 4-H. So my kids are super busy, and I work in the city as well. So trying to make my life easier, I decided to put her there, and he did not like that, him and his attorney. So they're pushing for full custody about that. I mean, I can't even recall how many other nonsense issues have been brought up. My children, myself, I mean, I'm over it. I'm tired. This has worn my whole entire family down, my children, myself. All this is like the first thing I think of when I wake up and the last thing I think about when I go to sleep. There's no words to explain this feeling. I mean, and on top of that, we were supposed to go to trial March 5th, I believe it was. March 5th. And the first one, March 5th. I went to court January 2nd of 2024. Continuing cases, I had to pay for his attorney fees because I pulled Faith out of Bosky Farms. Although I contacted him through email, he never replied to me. I contacted my lawyer at the time. It never replied to me. So what was I supposed to do? I mean, I had to do what was in best interest for Faith and everybody else. So I ended up paying the legal fee for Christopher because his lawyer complained about that. So then we went to trial. We got a date for trial. Boy, I was furious when I left my lawyer's office. I feel like I hire all these lawyers that never took the bat for Faith and listened to anything that I have ever said. I've always told people in the past, the people that were working for Faith and myself, the kind of person that Christopher really was. Nobody listened. I mean, he's hurt my children. He's hurt my son. He's backhanded my son as well and busted his nose open when he was 3 in the car seat in San Diego. He's did that to my daughter. He's hurt Faith in the car seat, like I said. It's fallen on dead ears. It's coming up on 7 years. Nobody listens to me. Nobody knows the pain that I went through. Nobody knows that I live in fear. It's like back and forth. It's like a game to Christopher with Faith. Christopher dangles Faith over my head as if she's like some kind of toy to be played with. She's not a toy. She's a little girl that has feelings and strong feelings. We can't help the fact that Christopher decided to move to Tennessee. He chose that for himself. I've never known of a person that lives in a whole different state and still dictates what you can and can't do to the other parent. He had a choice to live here. He was actually told to move here by the judge. But he lives in Tennessee. He tells me pretty much what I can and can't do still to this day by that court order. So going back to the trial, I was getting prepared. And I get the call. You get a call. And at this point in time, I'm not talking to Christopher. We don't, I want to make that loud and clear. We do not have a good co-parenting relationship. We don't talk on a regular basis. I refuse to talk to Christopher because everything has to be his way. I don't entertain any of his conversations. In the past, when I used to, and I thought that a relationship between him and we're learning how to co-parent and it's good, it backfired. It kicked me in my ass. Everything that I told, he used against me in court all the time, every single thing. So I had to learn not to trust him. I don't talk to him. So for him to say on some of his podcasts is that we have good, parenting skills, or we don't know how to talk to each other. I refuse to communicate with this man. So he calls me that Wednesday, and he's like, and I was like, oh great, he's calling. So I just went straight to voicemail. And then he had said 911.
I think this is the part where she's just about to say what that part where Christopher Proudfoot was going to say something to her, but she like she was kind of saying she just shuts him down, and and she regrets it because about with Sebastian on there. Um, yeah. Anyways, I don't want to get into a topic with brutally honest. You know. Her at all. I'm sure that that person comes in underneath a different name. Um, but at the end of the day, the conversation, um, I think she said something like I was getting a bit heated. She said something like, "I hadn't seen you like this before," or something like that, but it was more of a rude, like a kind of came across like a rude comment. Bottom line is basically it was somebody that as soon as the conversation kind of went that way, it was just like it just more ignorance was coming out of her. And even I was going like, who the fuck are you? Like shit, you've seen me on lives before where I've lost my shit sometimes, but the things that she kept saying, because I was talking about SF investigates and whatever, it was like it was because I wasn't agreeing with her. Like it was weird. You know what I'm talking about, Melissa, when people want you to think
she was just mad because you were showing SF investigates, and I don't mean to like diminish what she was doing, and then it turned into basically how stupid you were, and then it turned into you were just upset because he blocked you, and it's just her comments got increasingly rude.
Yeah. And that's when I was like, okay, like basically I'm done with you now. The comments were very insulting, as if I was some sort of effing idiot because I didn't agree with her comments. And again, it's
Isn't
like,
she the one that tried to demand that you play certain things as well?
now right, demand that I play. Now I want to say something from before though. In past, she actually would whine because it would like in chat she would whine if I didn't show her comments. So she definitely was a bit of a whiner that way. And so, so it wasn't like that she would like, I'm not saying that she's not nice generally, but that side of her that I personally seen, like I'm on Luz all the time. There's sometimes I lose my shit. It's not like that, but that was like ignorance in her comments. Like it was just, like just constantly basically saying like, well, if you support SF and this is like, grab a brain cell. Are you not like, don't put your own projection on me. But the comments just kept getting ruder about it. But I always remember her from always whining if I didn't show her comments and stuff like that. And I was just like it's a live stream. I'm so sorry if your comments don't get shown. But either way, I digress on this. Whatever. Again, do whatever she wants. I go my way. She can go her way. She can sneak in here, and I'm sure she does, watching things anyway. Don't care at the end of the day. But it was just the stuff that she kept saying wasn't. It was like as if a troll was in here talking, and I just was like, yeah, I'm done with you. I can't talk to a wall if the wall keeps thinking that I have to agree only with her choice. Anyways, so as for brutally honest, as for me personally, I don't care. Have a good life. I'm not emailing you back. I'm not speaking to you. Enjoy other lives or whatever you do with your life. But I just, like I said, I don't know her personally besides someone that's in here. But that was definitely a side of her that was like, holy freaking you little evil devil. Like, where are these ignorant comments coming from? And they just kept getting progressively worse. And that's when I was like, fuck off, basically. Well, I said a few other choice words like Katie Crowley, but whatever. Anyways, over that. It's not often I lose my shit like that. But when you're talking to a like the denseness of somebody that can't comprehend that I'm just showing information, doesn't mean that I support SF or doesn't matter. I can support whoever I want or not want, but for someone to project that, and then she went into Jennifer Coffindaffer's live to say that I was, bashing Mob Crew and, blah, 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 blah. Because, right, she's blocked from here. So she goes out to other channels to be like, Sonny did this to me. But I could care less, I literally just could care less. I get over that stuff rather quickly. Don't have the time of day for it. But anyways, that was the gist of that live. I ended up deleting it because I just, the live wasn't meant to go that way. It was meant to just, talk about Sebastian, talk about the garbage truck video, etc., etc., etc. Some other people were coming in too, and they just, with their ignorant comments, like I said. And so it just kind of ended up setting the tone for me. And I was just like, this is why I like our family. And this is why I will have typically, you have to be a member. I usually do it for a lot longer before to keep away the trolls or the idiots that are thick in the head that are just like saying ignorant comments. Like, if you're going to say something, like, say it in a nice fashion. Don't be like, oh, I can't listen to this chick anymore. Her way of thinking is blah, 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 blah. But they have to say it. They have to get it out there. If I don't like somebody on a live type of thing, if I'm watching it, I don't sit there to go to the live and go, can't stand listening to you, you wretched women, you. Anyway, Ben, you're definitely one of the biggest whiners in here. You need to stop it, to be honest with you, or else Stepha's going to divorce you. Anyways, getting back on track. Oh, In the Shape of a Heart. It was just when I had done a live last week, or this week, I think it was Sunday or whatever it was. It was a live that me and Melissa were doing, and it got off the rails, off track. It ended up turning into somewhat, well, what I would consider drama. And so when I'm not happy with the live, and that one I wasn't, it was just like, because I can, I don't want people to come in and sit there and see all that stuff, like how that was going. When meaning there was a point to the live, and to sit there and have to go through drama throughout it. No, that's why we redid the live the next day and talked about it, and it went way smoother and stuff like that. It's just that, sometimes when you're, when you work hard at doing stuff and you have a little freaking woodpecker that's in chat, that's, play this video, do that, do this. I don't like the fact that you're sticking up for SF. So you're going to support someone like that and stuff like that. And you're just like, shut the fuck up. Have your opinions. But this is like a person that's been in here for quite a long time. But anyways, I think she feels I set the tone for her. But, because of the other comments from people that don't normally come in the lives and stuff like that. And they're just there with their insulting comments. And I'm just like, I don't have time for you people. But anyways, I should have dealt with it better at the end of the day. I'm not talking about brutally honest, but I'm just talking about in general about the live. And I just ended up doing a new live and deleting that one. I put it to members at first, and then I just deleted it. Can't be asked and whatever. So if she wants to go spew hate and stuff like that around to other channels, go right ahead. Don't care. Not impacting me in any way. Because it's not the point. The point is that the information, first and foremost, regardless if you're the biggest douchebag creator in the world, if there's information out there that is pertaining to Sebastian's case and it's of relevance or could be of relevance, that's what's important. And that live certainly did not go that way. Right, Melissa?
Yeah, it definitely went off the rails.
Yeah, towards the end there. Now, in kind of saying so, in all fairness, when people are super paranoid, I would say that she's one of those ones. And so she was saying how she got doxxed and stuff like that. But so I did end up getting really pissed off, and I was just, because her name was like whatever it was, something Brown. And so she did. So I ended up saying, like, basically her name, going like whatever, because she just pissed me off enough. I don't usually do that, but it just kind of come flying out of my mouth. And I was just, because it's just because I had been looking at like seeing her name from when she sent it, because again, they, like, people act like I should remember who they are, and they're like, I'm not going to say my name, but this is me and my new name, incognito. And I'm just like, yeah, you and other people that come into the live, like Alexa, I know, talking to whatever, but this is someone that I don't really talk to, and they might come in the live, but I'm supposed to be a mind reader and know what name you changed to who you are and stuff like that. And I didn't, to be honest with you. I didn't. But sometimes people think that you should remember them. And sure, if you're a very close friend of mine, not just somebody that does come in the live, but we don't talk on Messenger and stuff like that. Anyways, towards the end, yeah, I ended up saying whatever her name was, like, because she used to come in as that name on whatever. And I, like I said, it's like probably subconsciously did it just to piss her off because she was being such a cow. And I was just like, whatever. Okay, I had a moment. Okay, people. Anyways, all she has to do is change her name again. Big deal, you know? But anyways, I do recall, I just remember like from a while back, someone that's like really paranoid. You know, some people are very paranoid about stuff like that. Well, why are you using your name? If you're so paranoid about people doxing you, why would you use your real damn name? You know, it doesn't make sense. With me, I don't care. You know, look me up, find me. I don't care. Anyway, let's get back on track, guys. Do not change my YouTube name. I don't know how Sunny puts up with me. I don't either, Lacey. You just said, well, I think Miss Dog Liver was the biggest salute. I've always called Lacey, you know, like thinking that she just came in the lives only for Aspen, but I really truly like her true feelings are it was Sunny all along. Right, Ben? All right. Anyway, get back on track. I talked about that too long already.
Call me. So then I was like, well, it must be emergency. So let me call him. I called him and I said, what's up, Chris? And he was like, you know, he's like, Nina, I got to tell you something. And I was like, and in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to tell me that we're not going to go to trial, that everything is going to be done with and we don't need to worry and we can, you know, we don't need to do all this stuff. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. And then he tells me, I got to be open and honest with you. And then he pauses like for 6 or 7 seconds. And I'm like, well, I was like, what do you have to tell me? So then at that point in time, he tells me that Sebastian went missing. And I was speechless. I have to say I was speechless. And then I went into saying, well, what happened? Like,
hold on.
I mean,
let's just pause that and go back over that because this is where they're talking about Sebastian. Okay, let's talk about that.
Let me call him. I called him and I said, what's up, Chris? And he was like, you know, he's like, Nina, I got to tell you something. And I was like, and in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to tell me that we're not going to go to trial, that everything is going to be done with and we don't need to worry and we can, you know, we don't need to do all this stuff. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. And then he tells me, I got to be open and honest with you. And then he pauses like for 6 or 7 seconds. And I'm like, well, I was like, what do you have to tell me? So then at that point in time, he tells me that Sebastian went missing. And I was speechless. I have to say I was speechless. And then I went into saying, well, what happened? Like, how did he go missing? Like, what happened? And he said, well, he went missing between 12:30 and 6 a.m. And I'm like, it's thinking to myself, and then, you know, like, that's crazy. And I said, don't you have security cameras, Christopher? I said, you have security cameras in your house? I mean, don't you? And he paused. He didn't say anything. So then I said, what happened to your dogs? They said, don't your dogs? They said, you have those Yorkies? And I said, every time that I call Faye, they said they're barking. He didn't say nothing. So,
well, it's like a cliffhanger on that. Pauses when asked about a camera, and I could swear on one live he said he answered yes to that, but he pauses. And then, like we've all been talking about too, well, how about those 2 yappy little Yorkies? True Crime Story contest by Bree and Char. Charmaine's in. Checking if I'm
when you're asked a question like that, so let me ask you, do you have security cameras? Count 6 seconds. That's a long, awkward pause.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not a member here. Buy yourself. 1 second. Charmaine, I think you should buy yourself membership. Just saying. Wait, hold on. Hold on, Charmaine. 1 second. Where is she? right here. Okay. Add as a moderator. There. Now you don't need membership because you're a mod. Right? That's how it works, right? Can't remember. I had to cancel that card anyway. Okay. So right. Okay, go ahead. So two yappy dogs, right? And the dogs were put up. Remember the oddities of that whole conversation, 9:43 to 9:46. Oh, but you fell asleep at 10? And then Christopher, later says, well, like talks about it and says, yes, the mom was getting sleepy. Yes, the mom, not Katie. Yes, the mom was getting sleepy. And I told her to put up the dogs and go to bed. And that was closer to the end of the phone call. So you got two yappy dogs that are in that living room where she's sitting, and their cage or whatever is in that living room. And that's where the dogs were that they said. So you're telling me that Sebastian went out the front door and locked it, and those dogs didn't yap it or make a noise at all, considering Katie's room is not too far from that particular spot, because they're all the bedrooms, remember, on the main floor. Kitty's and Chris's is, if you're looking at the house, it's on the back side left, and Sebastian's is the front window, and Faith, when she comes to visit, hers is on the back side of the right side. Okay, so you're telling me again, so he tiptoed, I guess, tiptoed through the tulips without any shoes on, past the doggies, locked the door, bypassed the shoes, and out the front door. That's been their narrative. And then on Nancy Grace, Katie says, I think somebody took him. Oh, well, what happened to he ran away? That was your thing. So, I mean, it's one of those things that time has gone by now. So someone could say, like, yeah, at first I thought he ran away, but, now it seems like somebody took him. But anyways, just those things there, right? Pausing for Christopher Proudfoot when she asks both on there. Those are just things, if you were to ask me, did you have cameras? And instantly you would just answer. Why would you pause? Like, why would you pause?
So I said, I said, are you lying to me? I said, because thinking in my head, like, are you just buying more time for this trial that's coming up? Like, what other information are you going to find out that you're going to use against me, right? So then I said, I'm going to look this up. And I said, have you contacted your lawyer yet? I said, we still have a trial, I said, at 8:30 next Tuesday. And he had raised his voice at me and he said, we're not going. And I was like, don't raise your voice at me. You're not going to disrespect me like that. You're not going to raise your voice at me. So then I said, by law, I said, I have to contact my attorney. And I said, I'm going to email him as soon as I get off the phone with you. And I'm going to tell him that there's a missing child. And I had stated, like, okay, well, is there like something, we could do? Can you send me like a flyer? Can you send me something? I said, I could put it on my social media and it'll take off. Like, I have a lot of people that I know and a lot of my clientele. I said, we're willing to, they share a lot of my stuff. So he never sent me anything. And, he was so worried about his phone, and he had said something. He's like, the fucking cops had my phone, and I had to call Faith, and I told him I had to fucking call my daughter. And I said, Christopher, I said, you need to calm down. I said, Faith is fine. She's with me. I'm her mother. I said, she was with her family here. I said, you don't need to worry about her. You don't need to worry about her whatsoever. And and he wanted to say more, and he repeated himself again, and he said, I need to be honest with you. And I was like, Christopher, I don't have time for this. I said, I just don't. I said, I gotta go. And that was it, the conversation that I had with him. I keep kind of beating myself up. Maybe I should have stayed on the phone a little bit longer. Maybe I should have let him talk, but with the experiences that I've had with Christopher in the past, I just couldn't trust him. So then I contacted my attorney the next day and I told him what was going on.
Okay, well, we'll stop it there just for a second there. because that was like basically, so when she says that, like we have to, meaning is that how she's saying it might not be exactly how he said it, because the way she's saying it is like, well, no, I still have to be honest with you type of thing. What do you think of that? Because I mean, the way she's saying it, it might not have been exactly said that way.
If he started it out with, I have to be completely honest with you, I don't think it was necessarily Sebastian is missing, because I have to be completely honest with you, Sebastian is missing. Doesn't, I mean, it could be, but to me, it seems more like I got to be completely honest with you.
Right.
Katie and I are in a rough spot, and yada yada yada. This is what happened. I would blame myself too. I would have wished that I would have heard it, heard him out if I was her too. So I can see where she's coming from, because I have to be completely honest with you, or I have to be honest with you, or I need to tell you something. That doesn't seem like for me, it would just be like, hey, Nina, I just want to let you know Sebastian's missing, right? I want to let you know. Not, I have to be completely honest with you, or I need to be honest with you, or however it was said.
But then, so if we take what she said about the rest of it, that will add oddity to it, though. Because, right, at first, you're just thinking, okay, well, I have to be honest with you. Sebastian's missing, and I need to let you know that this is what's going on. So, okay. But if what she's saying is true, and she asked about the camera, and there was a pause before he answered, and then she asked him, what was the second thing? What did she ask him? The two things?
Didn't it catch anything? Didn't the cameras catch anything? Did he have cameras? And did he have a flyer or something so that she could put it on? Put it out to her people.
I thought it was something like. Why am I drawing a blank off then? Because I thought it was like, do you have cameras? And hold on, it's gonna bug me until I play it again. 1 second.
I was gonna say it's bugging me now, so replay it.
Calling, so I went straight to voicemail, and then he had said 911.
Let's listen again.
Call me. So then I was like, well, it must be emergency, so let me call him. I called him and I said, what's up, Chris? And he was like, he's like, Nina, I got to tell you something. And I was like, and in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to tell me that the trial, we're not going to go to trial, that everything is going to be done with, and we don't need to worry, and we can, we don't need to do all this stuff. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. And then he tells me,
Brinks,
I got to be open and honest with you. And then he pauses like for 6 or 7 seconds, and I'm like, I was like, what? What do you have to tell me? So then at that point in time, he tells me that Sebastian went missing. And I was speechless. I have to say I was speechless. And then I went into saying, well, what happened? Like, how did he go missing? Like, what happened? And he said, well, he went missing between 12:30 and 6 a.m. And I'm like, it's thinking to myself, and then, like, that's crazy. And I said, don't you have security cameras?
Wait a minute.
He said, you have security cameras in your house? Don't you?
What?
He went missing between 12:30 and 6 a.m. Why is he saying 12:30 when the last time he was seen was 9? The last time he was heard was 10.
Because at this point, that's kind of what's deemed the time. Because we don't know when he said that to her. If it was second day, third day, fourth day. And so that was the scenario let's just say according to Katie, was that it was between 12:30 to 6 a.m. I don't know why he'd say 12:30. I guess it's maybe if it's anything to do with because of when he got off the phone with her type of thing, or
maybe. I don't know. I don't know. That struck me weird that time.
It didn't for me, like the 12:30 did a little bit, but him saying that didn't, because obviously it's been, the narrative that he's gone missing between 12 to 6 on there. But let's see.
He's like, Nina, I got to tell you something. And I was like,
listen to it again.
And in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to tell me that we're not going to go to trial, that everything is going to be done with, and we don't need to worry, and we can, we don't need to do all this stuff. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. And then he tells me, I got to be open and honest with you. And then he pauses like for 6 or 7 seconds, and I'm like, well, I was like, what? What do you have to tell me? So then at that point in time, he tells me that Sebastian went missing. And I was speechless. I have to say, I was speechless. And then I went into saying, well, what happened? Like, how did he go missing? Like, what happened? And he said, well, he went missing between 12:30 and 6 a.m. And I'm like, it's thinking to myself, and then, that's crazy. And I said, don't you have security cameras, Christopher? I said, you have security cameras in your house? Don't you? And he paused. He didn't say anything. So then I said, what happened to your dogs? They said, don't your dogs? They said, you have those Yorkies? And I said, every time that I call Faith, they said they're barking.
The dogs. Yeah.
He didn't say nothing. So I said, I said, are you lying to me? I said, because thinking in my head, like, are you all this stuff? That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe she said it wrong.
And then he tells me, I got to be open and honest with you. I said, you have security cameras in your house? Don't you? And he's open and honest with you. And then he pauses like for 6 or 7 seconds, and I'm like, well, I was like, what? What do you have to tell me? So then at that point in time, he tells me that Sebastian went missing. And I was speechless. I have to say, I was speechless. And then I went into saying, well, what happened? Like, how did he go missing? Like, what happened? And he said, well, he went missing between 12:30 and 6 a.m. And I'm like,
yeah.
It's thinking to myself, and then, that's crazy. And I said, don't you have security cameras, Christopher? I said, you have security cameras in your house? Don't you? And he paused. He didn't say anything. So then I said, what happened to your dogs? They said, don't your dogs? They said, you have those Yorkies? And I said, every time that I call Faith, they said they're barking. He didn't say nothing. So I said, I said, are you lying to me? I said, because thinking in my head, like, are you just buying more time for this trial that's coming up? Like, what other information are you going to find out that you're going to use against me, right? So then I said, I'm going to look this up. And I said, have you contacted your lawyer yet? I said, we still have a trial. I said at 8:30 next Tuesday. And he had raised his voice at me, and he said, we're not going. And I was like, don't raise your voice at me. You're not going to disrespect me like that. You're not going to raise your voice at me.
I think that's
so then I said, by law, I said, I have to contact my attorney, and I said, I'm going to email him as soon as I get off the phone with you, and I'm going to tell him that there's a missing child. And I had stated, like, okay, well, is there like something, we could do? Can you send me like a flyer? Can you send me something? I said, I could put it on my social media and it'll take off. Like, I have a lot of people that I know, and a lot of my clientele. I said, we're willing to, they share a lot of my stuff. So he never sent me anything. And, he was so worried about his phone, and he had said something. He's like, the fucking cops had my phone, and I had to call Faith, and I told him I had to fucking call my daughter. And I said, Christopher, I said, you need to calm down. I said, Faith is fine. She's with me. I'm her mother. I said, she was with her family here. I said, you don't need to worry about her. You don't need to worry about her whatsoever. And, and he wanted to say more, and he repeated himself again, and he said, I need to be honest with you. And I was like, Christopher, I don't have time for this. I said, I just don't. I said, I gotta go. And that was it, the conversation that I had with him. I keep kind of beating myself up. Maybe I should have stayed on the phone a little bit longer. Maybe I should have let him talk, but with the experiences that I've had with Christopher in the past, I just couldn't trust him. So then I contacted my attorney the next day, and I told him what was going on with Sebastian. I mean, I was hoping that, you know, and I keep hoping, and we're praying every single day for his return home. But the more and more days that had passed by, the more and more that I got, you know, like, oh my God, like, this is crazy. Like, and the things that didn't make sense to me was why Christopher and Katie aren't looking for Sebastian. I don't know, but I know if one of my babies went missing, I'd be out there searching night and day. I don't know how somebody could just sit at home and just wait for your baby to return. When I'd be out there looking every single second, I'd be out there by horseback. I'd be out there by a golf cart, by whatever I can get my hands on to get into the forest and look, or wherever in these neighborhoods, wherever I could possibly go. I'd still be wearing the same clothes that my son or daughter went missing in. I'd be running on adrenaline. All I could think about is the time that happened to me when they took Faith from me. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't even drink water. I lost so much weight, and I knew where my baby was at. And this hits home for us because of Faith. Faith's known Sebastian pretty much half of her life, or her whole entire life. I feel for Seth. I feel for his family, the Rogers family. I'm in shock. I can't believe this has happened. You know, and Faith asks me, and she talks about Sebastian, and she asks me, Mama, are they gonna find him? And I tell her, yeah. I've talked to Seth on a parent-to-parent level. And we talked about some things that, you know, we shed some tears together, and just the pain in his voice. Again, it hurts. But I feel like people now want to listen to me. People now want to hear my voice when I've been saying the hurtful things that were done to my children and to myself. Nobody wanted to listen to me before. And now that this baby is missing, you want to listen to me now? You want to ask me questions now? Like, I just feel helpless.
I think the true word she was using there would have probably been, I feel used. So what do you think about that? Because, like, just in that part of it, because obviously nobody would have known about Nina on the YouTube crime scene until this case happened. And everything happens for a reason. So it's kind of like a twofold there, is that she was going through all that stuff and no one wanted to listen to her, like she said. But by the same token, it's not that nobody from YouTube, like YouTube True Crime, didn't want to listen to her, because it's only because of the case that, you know, she's able to talk about Christopher Proudfoot, you know. So it's almost like someone basically saying, like, yeah, now you guys want to listen to me, you know.
I think she's talking more like law enforcement, because remember, law enforcement had told her prior they couldn't help her. when all this stuff with Faith happened.
Right.
So I think she's meaning more like law enforcement, and she's been telling people, family and such, he's a bad guy. He did this, he did that, and nobody wanted to listen. But now that Sebastian is missing, and maybe there's a silver lining here with Sebastian being missing, that Christopher Proudfoot, it'll go against him in court, and he will not get custody or visitation
Well,
or
exactly.
anything with Faith.
You know, it's kind of, like, and I'm not going to equate this to a child, but it's kind of like, for instance, when I was trying to move out from my ex, right, and then me and, the ex split visitation with Matthew, I would only have been living about 15 blocks away at best. But our dog Bear got killed. So I was looking for a place and everything was about no pets, no pets. And then all of a sudden I get this phone call, basically, right, like not too long after Bear had died, and they would have taken pets. But it was almost like when life throws you a bunch of lemons, and then all of a sudden this opening happened where I get this phone call saying that, yes, they got this place rent. They had no problem because there was this place. During the time of that was going on, like, meaning like my whole world just, I was in a fog, but I had to do what I needed to do, right? So there was this place, and anyways, I wouldn't call it welfare, but they just helped you with rent and like rent, whatever it was called in White Court, but same idea in a sense. But obviously, I was working part time. I had stayed home with Matthew and worked part time since he was born. Besides us owning like our own businesses type of thing, and so all of a sudden it was like everything that I thought was a future was now not. And so it was kind of like everyone was turning down pets in a sense. And I couldn't, like I was getting frustrated. And then all of a sudden Bear dies and gets killed. And, as tragedy as it is, because I still grieve to this day over Bear, a golden retriever. But it's like, that's when I just sometimes realize that things happen the way that they're meant to go, right? And I feel like with Nina is that perhaps like I said, it beyond this grief for Sebastian, about Sebastian missing, there's no way in hell he's gonna get Faith now. Ain't no way in hell he's gonna get Faith. So again, through sadness can sometimes be, like I said, that that hindsight that, this is probably the timing of it, right? Of this happening. I'm pretty sure no matter that this has secured her, her full custody with, or whatever she has with Faith. That Christopher Proudfoot, after everything that's come out, and even, she has so much she could sit there and put forward, with Christopher Proudfoot on his interviews and how he is, and him speaking about Sebastian and different things like that. So he only hurt himself.
Especially like the Nancy Grace interview where he admitted to hitting Sebastian. Like, would that be admissible in court?
This?
No. When she goes to court with Faith, when they go to the custody hearing, is she able to like bring in like where he was talking on Nancy Grace about how he hit Sebastian, and wouldn't that be admissible or no?
Yeah, because it's for the public. Yeah. So it's just a matter of if the judge would allow it, to be honest. So yes, because it's public regardless. And but it would just be if the judge is willing to entertain the different things. And nowadays I don't see why not, because everything is through social media and stuff like this nowadays.
So to answer Ben's question here, when I do my live tomorrow, the chat in my live will be in my chat. You guys will only see what Sunny's people say, as far as I understand, because when I'm streaming it to mine, my chat in my live when we're doing this doesn't get your chat.
Correct. No, you'll see it.
Is that right? Because
Yeah,
I'm stealing Ben from you tomorrow because I want somebody in there in case anybody starts. I already modded him up. That way, in case anybody starts saying something about family, it can just be taken down.
You'll see the chat of both channels, but they can't talk. Like meaning they have to talk. If they're in my channel, they got to talk from this channel on there, right? Because when I've done lives with around like here and there, if the other people that are from the other channels, because it's connected, we can see the people that are chatting from, say, your live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see, like, with us being on screen, I can see the chat from my live. But if I go into my live, like, as a person watching it, I can't see your chat. But that's why I'm stealing Ben from you tomorrow to kind of hopefully help. And then when you get in there, I got to mod you up too. And that way, anybody down in family can just be gone.
Okay, so Charmaine's back home. It looks like I double stream tomorrow on both your channels. I'll double stream on there. Yeah. Let me just see if there's a little bit more of this, and then we're gonna. Well, I know you need to get going. I'm sure. 10, 12. It's like 1:18 your time.
Yeah, and I got to get up about 10 o'clock and go get what we were talking about. And then hopefully nothing goes wrong when I try to hook it up tomorrow.
Okay. Like, so meaning, like, did you want yourself to head off now so you can go relax and chill and?
No, I'm good for a bit.
Oh, okay. On there, I just want to see a little bit more what she says.
Like, I don't know what to even think anymore. I see all these things that are being said and the things that people say, and they have every right to say that. They have every right to speculate, just like I have. I've there's so many things that I've thought about in my head, but I mean, I've saw the things. I've sat back for a month literally and watched everything and followed every possible thing that I can, listened to what people have said, podcasts, like everything. And I needed for my voice and my story to be heard of my experiences with the Proudfoots and Christopher and Katie. Katie jumped on that bandwagon, or that Christopher and everybody else was on. Just like this past December 27th, Faith was going out to Hendersonville to see her family for the holidays. We drove her to the airport. We were all happy. We all got out. Isabella, Noah, Wayne, myself got her out of the truck, and we said our goodbyes. We hugged her. We kissed her. There's Katie standing there recording everything like she always does. And I hug my baby tight. I tell her I love her. And we prayed. We asked God to keep.
There's Katie recording like she always does. And yet they don't have cameras? Says the Brinks woman.
And she doesn't know what happened to her own child, but can record her stepchild getting off of a plane with family.
So what's the chances that you have an autistic child and they're known to be, like with the get out of the house and usually end up in rivers. But, obviously they're saying that he wasn't an eloper, but still regardless, what's the chances so that in that neighborhood and that you would not have cameras? And you work for Brinks. She asks him about it. He pauses, but it just seems strange. But then by the same token, I would think that a neighbor would come out going, liar, but maybe no neighbor's ever seen that part besides Bobby, perhaps. But, she didn't say necessarily know the Proudfoots. So, maybe.
I'd say Faith said something to her about, hey, Mom, Dad's house has cameras, or Katie's house has cameras, or we're always being filmed, or I would assume that she thought they had cameras or knew they had cameras due to something that Faith
so strange, right? That controller freak over there, Brinks woman, and there's no cameras, and yet you have an autistic child, and you think that you would want to have motion detectors at least in case something does happen. Like, just it just seems odd and absurd.
I agree.
Yeah.
Keep
Doesn't
Faith safe and bring her home safe to us. So as she went with Katie, I had somebody that Christopher, Katie, and his lawyer hired. His name is Michael Tinker. He served me with paper. And he tapped on my window when I just rolled it down. And he said, "Are you so-and-so Gomez?" I said, "Yes." "Why?" He said, "Because you've been served." And the first thing I thought of was, they're going to take Faith. I got out of that truck so fast and I ran into the airport. And I was yelling through the airport that she was going to kidnap Faith. Katie and Faith were standing at the Southwest counter. And I told them, I said, "She's going to kidnap my baby." I grabbed Faith on the left side of her hand and I ran with her through the airport. And all I could think about is, I got to get back to the truck. And here comes Wayne, Noah, and Isabel running through the airport just to come and see what was happening. And oh my God, my mom, like first thing she thought of was like, and Wayne thought was like, oh my God, Nina's gonna just lay her out. I ran by, and Katie was coming right out behind me, and the guy, Michael Tinker, he stood there trying to flag me down and still trying to serve me with paperwork. In that moment, I'm just thinking about, they're gonna take my baby and I'm never gonna see her again. So I got to the truck. I called APD. During the holiday season, APD is at the airport. So they came within like 5 minutes. Officer Cordova had showed up and was talking about asking questions like what was happening and asked if I had a parenting plan on hand. And I'm like, wait, I mean, when I'm just supposed to carry my parenting plan? I mean, and he said, is it his time sharing or yours? And I said, it's his. But I said, why am I being served? And still at this point, Michael Tinker was still trying to give me my paperwork and I wouldn't take it. So he got very upset, lifted up the windshield wipers and threw the paperwork right under there. At this point, my kids are crying. I'm crying hysterically. And there's Katie smiling away and recording everything. Then the officer's like, "Ms. Gomez, you have a court date coming up. And if you don't want the judge to be upset with you, you need to let her go." So I get back out of the truck. And we all do. And I get down to Faith's level. And I tell her how much I love her. And that mommy's gonna always keep fighting for you. And don't ever for 1 second think that mommy does not love you. I hug her so tight. Because I don't know if that's the last time I was going to see my baby. I handed her off to Katie. And she left. I could barely breathe when I got back in the truck. Trying to think about, what do I do now? What do I do if she doesn't come home? How am I going to get her home? Faith stopped. And she looked at the truck driving away, and Wayne looked back, and she probably thought, is that the last time I'm going to see my family? The whole day, my whole world was turned upside down. I thought about everything that played in my head, like a movie. That day was hard. I came home and I curled up in a ball. I didn't want nobody to bother me because I'm thinking about how am I going to have enough money to get a lawyer or anything like that. So what they did was they hired that server to come and serve me with a court hearing that I already knew about. The one that was going to take place January 2nd. So Christopher's lawyer, Christopher, Katie, they all knew what they were doing. They premeditated this again.
Wow.
They wanted me to go crazy. They wanted me to say hurtful things so they can go back to the courthouse and to the judge and say that I was unstable, that I'm mentally, something's wrong. That's what they did.
Definitely played on the PTSD on that one. They knew what they were doing. They knew she had PTSD from the last time. They knew it. He knew exactly what he was doing with that one.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't say as I would have reacted any different. I would have been like, catch me then if you can, because she's not taking my child.
Yeah. Honestly, you know, I when I was watching this the first time it happened to, and this time it's still impacting me just as much because, you know, time has gone by now. It's been, you know, many months since this came out. And again, and you just see her, like, when she's talking, she's literally shaking, you know, and like just reliving it so vividly on there. And all I can think is, and then when she's saying, like, you know, Katie with her smirk on her face, basically her smile on her face, and Christopher Proudfoot, you know, it's just, I hate to even say the word proud at the beginning of his name, douchefoot. And yeah, you know, and just, he's such a, like I said, he's just a manipulator, slime ball, you know, on there. Just feels.
But I will say, any judge, if they try to play that and she explains what happened the first time and she explains what happened the second time, no judge is going to discount the way she reacted as anything else but a terrified parent.
Of course, like, wouldn't you? It's like, you know, like, that's just the thing, right? Because it's like, oh shit, it's happening again. And yeah, it's just, again, when you look at the fact that he wanted her to have abortion, he didn't want to have anything to basically do with his daughter. And then all of a sudden they concoct this plan with his, you know, Kathy Evil Bauer socks there, you know, and it's just like, it's just so, it's, you know, this, you know, again, for me, I guess I can relate because I think of how my ex-husband was and how he had, like, he had everyone believing that he was the good person. Now in this case, right? But he had everyone believing he was like the good person when really he was the snake, the wolf in the sheep's clothing. And when you're going through it, you just can't believe that people are this stupid and stuff like that, you know, and stuff, you know, and it just is like you're a third person looking in and just sitting there shaking your head like, what the fuck is going on here? So I can only imagine, you know, but it's just, it's the manipulation of it, of how stupid people are. And I'm just sitting here going, like, are you people this fucking stupid? Seriously? Like, but it was the portrayal, like I was the bad person, you know, and that it was just such a joke. And you just feel like you're so almost like alone in a sense, because obviously, you know, she's the one that's like, yeah, her parents are there, but you know, that feeling of helplessness and whatever, and as if nobody's really believing you. But anyways, it just hurts me to no end, because Christopher Proudfoot, like I said, my own personal opinion, he's such a narcissistic douchebag, manipulating douche. And it just, when you're hearing this, you know, how does he have any almost rights, to be honest with you, or let alone should be around Sebastian, and Seth not knowing about what was going on, you know, and stuff like that. Anyways, I call this, though, still karma. What you put out to the universe, you get back. And hence why everything has timing and happens for their reasons, you know? But anyway, we'll play the rest of this here.
And Katie and his attorney asked that I get evaluated by a psychiatric doctor.
Of course. Sickening.
Because I ran through the airport saying that she was gonna kidnap her. But in my mind, I've been traumatized by Mr. Proudfoot and his family.
Look at
And
her.
it brought back trauma.
She's talking about it.
But it would bring back trauma to anybody, any mother
And
who
now
cares about their
we're at
child.
this point
Yeah.
where poor Sebastian is missing. And everybody, you know, the judge and, you know, other people are telling me, don't talk about this issue in front of Faith. She's too young. She's traumatized. Christopher doesn't talk about that to her. He doesn't tell her that her stepbrother is missing. Not once has he said anything to her about it. I think Faith needs to be aware of what's happening. She did talk to Sebastian when she had FaceTime Chris and he was at his house. She knows him. I really don't know what to say at this point. Like with Sebastian missing and the situation with Faith, it's been an ongoing situation. I was unaware that Sebastian's father was getting him. I was unaware that he was going to live with his father permanently. Finally, that was disclosed to me about a week and a half ago. I was in shock because I went like, how can you know that you're getting your child for full custody? Like, I mean, you and Katie were preparing for this. You're giving away one kid to get another one. Like, I never understood that. I still don't understand that. I was in shock when I heard that. And I also, you know, it's sickening to think that, and to think that you would be getting a child. Why would you take Faith away from everything that she knows? Her mom, her siblings. She calls Wayne dad. She says, that's my daddy Wayne. Her grandparents, like everything. I don't, you know, I was lost, and now the more and more I find out, it just makes my stomach turn even more. Like, going back to this court hearing that we had, we never got an extension on the restraining order. But I believe that we should have. I did, because I don't know what Christopher nor Katie or the Proudfoots are capable of doing. It's, for all I know, they could take Faith from school. I do right now have temporary full custody of Faith till we go back to court. I mean, I talked to Seth, and I've always told him, I reach out to him and I let him know, we're here, whatever you need, let us know how we can help you. But I remember him telling me the first night that I reached out to him, or he reached out to me, and he said, you can help Sebastian, and you can help me by keeping Faith there and keeping her safe. When you hear that from another parent and the situation that's going on, what do you say? Like, I'm doing the best that I can, but it's the justice system here. My biggest fear is that somebody's going to make the wrong decision for Faith and she goes out there. And what am I going to do? What if something like this happens to my baby? Are you going to tell me I'm sorry? I made the wrong decision? The justice system has failed a lot of kids, has failed my kids, and it's also failed Sebastian.
Absolutely.
I've been fighting this since Faith was a newborn, and I'm still fighting it. I don't know what it's going to take. I don't really think anybody really cares the decisions that they make for children, because it's not happening in their personal family. They don't know somebody. It doesn't hit home. It'll never happen to them. A lot of these people would always tell me, don't show your feelings in court. Don't be emotional. So I'm just supposed to sit there without feelings, without crying, without telling people how I really feel. I feel like a lot of these also, because there wasn't enough creamer in their coffee for, a lot of these judges that make these decisions, and maybe they got angry that morning or whatever the circumstances are. They make bad choices for a lot of these children. And I won't let Faith be one of them. I will always fight for Faith, like I have been.
All right.
People would open up their eyes and listen to when people are.
I think that's good. I think that's pretty much the end of it. I'm not sure what happened there with on this thing, but I mean, we heard what we wanted to, which was almost all of it. like literally probably 10 minutes left, but maybe it was JLR talking. But we heard the parts that we needed to on this one. So
this was originally aired on Trev Time, right?
Correct. No, well, I couldn't find Trev Time's channel, so unless I'm blind, Trevor Lee Trev Time. But when I went to go look it up, it's down now. During this case though, because he took a lot of like attacks, like a lot of people, right, for YouTubers, and he took a lot of attacks. And if I'm not mistaken, he was like, like, I've done what I'm done. And I think he moved away from the case. And I think maybe because I couldn't find his channel, unless it's out there, that maybe he just shut it down for now and stuff like that. Because I
went and looked.
Did you see
because
it?
I'm subscribed to Trev Time. So I went and looked, and his channel is basically just a link to his link tree and basically his community page. He's basically taken it down.
He's taking it down. Okay. But so that's why I was using JLR. Okay. I'm subscribed to him too. I guess I could have looked all the way down my list there on stuff like that. Now I didn't get to this part as much as I wanted to on this one, because in my title it had said, so I just want to touch on this for a minute. On the title it said, was Jennifer and Mob Crew, right? And like, I was thinking about it, right? About, what Jennifer, had said. And what I wanted to say is this: this would, Alexa is a professional. Well, she's retired now in a sense, but professional criminal profiler. I am not. Jennifer has an amazing resume behind her name of what she has accomplished. She is an ex FBI agent and still doing tons of stuff, within regards to, true crime stuff and, talking and whatever, all the different things that she's doing since retiring. To look at her, biography or whatever, bio is like, honestly, it's like an amazing accomplishments she has done. So I definitely do not want to take away, from, if Jennifer, of course, we know, put out the video saying that she believes that it is a flashlight video factually. And the thing is, at the end of the day, like I said, I'm not an ex FBI agent. Doesn't mean that Alexa's right on everything. No, they're just going, doesn't mean Jennifer's right on everything. No, but, obviously if someone's going to listen to somebody, it's going to be somebody that's in a profession versus somebody that's not, in a sense. Now, I kind of was thinking about it and I was like, okay, like, is there a point? Well, this is what I'm confused on, is that Seth said, right, that they were, wait, this hair is bugging me here. Seth said that they were called down, right, and they were shown the video and that it was the garbage truck time again. We know that Nick Perez saw it. I asked Jennifer to reach out to him, to see what his truth is with regards. He obviously didn't answer me back because I want to know where he got that 3:10 time, because obviously he's showing a video and after the fact, but he would have seen, like, we don't know exactly like how Nick Perez got it. Did he go into the person's home? Was it given to somebody else? And that they gave it to him, like that somebody else sent him this part of the video, and then a friend of theirs, ended up sending it to Nick Perez. We're not exactly clear on that, I don't believe. Or did he say in his thing that he talked to the owner? I think he said like the owner of the video or whatever. But anyways, so, a lot of people believe, and we could tell by the poll that they still want to believe like it's a flashlight regardless. But so where I get conflicted somewhat here is that you have Christopher Proudfoot talking to Gray Hughes, and Gray Hughes does, a mock-up of, how it looked, send it to Christopher Proudfoot, and he basically said, yeah, that's pretty spot on, right, as best as someone can align the lights. And so when it's being talked about, and the thing is that this is according to Gray Hughes out of Christopher Proudfoot, is that it's the garbage truck that they're talking about is that little light, the second light in between the two kind of lights. And then, so whatever it was, is it subject 1 or 2? Subject, is it the middle light? Is that subject 1 or 2?
2.
2? Okay. So subject
Yeah,
2.
the one towards the middle of it is subject 2. The one kind of in the bottom in the corner is subject 1. And then you've got the 2 lights
Right.
at the top.
Right. And again, most people are like, that ain't no effing garbage truck. You look at the camera angle of the camera and you're wondering like, okay, so how is that seeing up there if it's pointing like this, and people are having a hard time making sense of that regardless. But then you have SF who's like, look, I talked to the neighbor that was taking his trash light out at this time, and he's saying that it was at 1 second. I had that up again. I think it was on. Just give me 1 second here. Sunny. Right here. Okay. Let me just bring that down because I want to say it properly for this one. I'm a little laggy, probably because I need to do that update. All right. Okay. Did I share it? Oops, apparently I didn't. The heck? 1 second. I for some reason my thing's laggy.
Yeah, you might want to do an update tonight after you're done. That's probably why it's lagging.
Yeah. Let's see if I can hit share now and it shows. Just give it a second because it is a little laggy. Okay. Now, I'm not going to talk about this part of it, but we want to talk more about this part of it. It says, while we cannot share all investigative details, I can disclose another important evidentiary finding about the lights video. Through the lights recreation video conducted by Cletus, Crabtree, and Clue. Okay, so I'm not sure. I think Cletus is that Clue's husband or something? I'm not sure. And who the heck is Crabtree? I've heard the name, but I'm not sure who Crabtree is exactly. Like, is he a police officer? Is he just, I don't know, investigator? I don't know. I've heard his name, but I've never really paid attention. As well as further investigation and interviews, we learned that from a direct interview that a neighbor on Stafford Court took their trash can to the curb just minutes before the trash truck arrived. The individual used a flashlight while moving their trash can from its storage location on top of the elevated driveway, and then this finding perfectly aligns with the height and deviations noted in our analysis report, which was completed before this interview. This neighbor confirmed that they took their trash can to the curb shortly after 5 a.m. As for determining, so basically you got, according to Gray Hughes, Christopher saying that it was a garbage truck up on Honeysuckle, but yet you have SF Investigates who's saying, I talked to this person with a direct interview, and they're saying, because obviously they would remember this day because it had significance, because of what was going on in their own neighborhood, saying that he took the garbage can with a flashlight down, which in saying that, it's not far off, honestly, Melissa? Like, if you look at what is being said, how that light comes down and then goes back up, that could align. But then we would have to say that, say, Christopher Proudfoot and Seth are not saying the truth, and that LE lied to them, in order to preserve the video in a sense and make it, but in saying that, because Jennifer's an ex-FBI agent, right? So she's saying that basically, yes, that they were pissed off because of this video getting leaked, and that they could, and not want it to be out there to the public because maybe it's, in aiding of something that they have with Sebastian, but because they don't have full evidence in a sense, or full stuff, it's just circumstantial, perhaps, possibly against Katie and Chris, right? I still can't wrap my head around that because I'm just a truth person, like, meaning, I have a hard time believing that Ellie would call in the parents to say that it's at this time and we've aligned it because of that. And Seth talked about the time being stopped, the whole time he watched it, by Ellie. So if Seth's saying that, it's hard to believe that it's not true, So, but Jennifer, I mean, she is a, ex FBI agent for a long time, doing this type of work. And, so she obviously has the angle insight from being just that. But just for me personally, I have a hard time understanding why they would be lied to. But because she is an ex FBI agent, maybe that is a tactic that they would do if they're trying to preserve, like if they want the public, to believe a certain narrative versus, put the family at ease in what's the word I want to use, for the better of the good, in a sense. And so just let me just go back to this still. Oh my God, I got too many things open. What does it say there? Okay, hold on. At 5 a.m., the lights video. Given that the timestamp on the video is broken and stuck on February 23rd, 2024 at 3:11:04 a.m., the video owner explained. Now, he's saying that the video owner explained how the pinpointed or how they pinpointed the approximate time. According to the owner, shortly after the public portion, Nick Perez, of the video ends, the trash truck appears in the frame. So I get that. So he's saying that we only see the part because it's in a small block, but before the public doesn't see when the trash truck comes into frame, but I think a lot of people now are going to associate the trash truck with the one on Kellen on that camera versus say this camera, because this is what he's basically saying, right? That it's not in the frame because the video stops. And so you don't see it going up Stafford Court. But yet we have Seth and Christopher that are basically saying about the trash truck. So because Seth was talking about the lights and he went like this, so he's talking somewhat similar about that because he went like this. So who's correct here? Is it Seth and Christopher Proudfoot, saying that they saw it? Or you got SF Investigates saying, well, I've talked to the person with the flashlight. According to the owner. Okay. And at no point does he say, I talked to the owner. Doesn't looks like he's saying according to the owner, unless that's, unless he did and he's referencing it that way. And I can't honestly see that he didn't talk to the owner just because of the other footage he has, which leads me to believe that he's definitely. What?
I think both are correct. I think that the way the camera is pointed, that it makes sense that it was somebody bringing their trash down. But I also believe Seth when he said he could see the trash truck above that. In an unseen part of the video.
The one dot can only be one or the other.
I mean, for me, it makes sense that it's somebody bringing trash down, personally. But again, I want to believe Seth too. So I don't know. I'm conflicted on the video. I am.
So if Jennifer Coffindaffer believes, right? And besides Mob Crew there, because we're talking about Jennifer being an ex FBI agent, right? That has a very outstanding career and stuff like that. So, and again, not to say that she's always right, because nobody's ever always right, but it's just her thoughts. And of course, her thoughts, will count towards people watching, of course, because of the fact it's, she's a retired FBI agent. So I can't sit there and speak from an FBI agent point of view. I can only speak from as a mother, as my gut when I'm looking for information, that I'm just looking for the truth. about whatever that truth is. I would just like to know the actual answers. And the thing is that there's people that can give these answers. So why can't we get this cleared away? The answers are there. But the thing is that SF Investigates is saying it himself. It's third hand. It's bad enough that people can barely believe that it's coming out of an actual mouth, let alone somebody posting it to say that they've done this. Just like myself. Well, did you talk to the guy? Because you're saying according to the owner shortly after. So did you physically talk to him? I don't know the answer to that because all I see is according to the owner. Now, let me just finish this one out here. So trash collection occurs on Mondays. Oh, sorry. So according to the owner, shortly after the public portion of the video ends, the trash truck appears in the frame. Trash collection occurs on Mondays, and this was the first Monday since the timestamp broke. We know that the trash truck was in front of the Proudfoot home at 5:12, making it reasonable to conclude that the lights video was recorded between 5:10 and 5:12 a.m. So again, this is his perspective, but it aligns for the most part with what Seth was talking about and Christopher, or what they saw and were shown. The video owner has repeatedly confirmed, again, he's not saying that he spoke to him, but he might have. The video owner has repeatedly confirmed that the trash truck enters the frame moments after the public segment of the video ends. The individual taking their trash can to the curb while using a flashlight did so just before the trash truck arrived. Additionally, the action and placement of the trash can been taken down the whatever it was that elevated. And I got too many things open, so I had to. Whoops, one sec. I have too many things open, so when I look at my pictures, I'm not sure what number this is. Oh, I think it's this one. Okay, it says. Hold on. Okay. Elevated driveway was a trash site demonstrated during the recreation. So basically, they did a recreation video, right? Okay, that's all fine and dandy. Well, recreations are never 100% conclusive. This analysis, combined with intelligence from interviews and the recreation, lead us to strongly believe that the lights video, unfortunately, does not depict Sebastian, though we desperately hoped it did. Instead, it appears to show a homeowner on Stafford Court taking their trash. I've attached a screenshot. Okay, which was the time stamp thing on there. So this is, the flashlight video, garbage truck video. It's kind of, I think, like trying to beat a dead horse. Is that it doesn't really matter even if you have proof. The consensus is most people believe it's a flashlight video regardless. I don't go to the way of following the beat of anybody's drum, but the information that we have out there to look at the truth. That's all, any of us, I would think, want is the truth. Because again, if it's inclusive or exclusive, it matters. It matters if it's exclusive, right? And so you think at the same time, but the thing is that where this, again, it's these inconsistencies. So if the trash truck is not showing on the video, according to SF, and the owner saying, apparently, that the trash truck is coming up, but you don't see that portion on the thing. And then you have Seth and Chris and Katie that have gone into the LE's office to say that it is a trash truck video, whereas say Jennifer's like, no, again, due to her own experience, like, no, they were probably really pissed about them getting that video. I mean, that could be there could be some truth to that because I don't have the FBI experience. She knows the things that they do, for FBI. I know that there's TBI and whatever. So, but when I logically look at this, just from my perspective, I see more alignment to the to the 5:10, and the timestamp being on the 23rd type of thing, like it was stuck, like they've said, but if he's independently looking for answers, because obviously Ellie's not going to show him the videotape, so it just gets very confusing for people, because again, you have an ex FBI agent. Just say FBI agent, because I hate saying the word ex all the time. That's giving her advice, her thoughts from her perspective, and understandably so. That she's the one with knowledge of kind of like the backgrounds of what they work. So, what would be your? Let me ask you guys, or whatever. What's your thoughts on that? Like in particular, like because you got some inconsistencies in here that we know of versus Seth and Chris versus the flashlight video and Nick Perez putting it out there, even though he absolutely showed the wrong angle of the thing. I mean, he clearly showed that it said it was facing the back of Sebastian's home, and it wasn't. It was facing this way. It was facing down the street.
But again, it could be both, because it says here the public segment of the video ends. So after that is when the trash truck comes into view.
Yeah, but still, if Seth and Christopher, or Christopher in particular, is going between Gray Hughes, and Gray Hughes shows him, like, is this how those lights looked? And Christopher Proudfoot's giving him the thumbs up, and they're told that that's a trash truck up there. How can you have one coming in from the bottom of the screen, in a sense, versus a trash truck up there, is what it sounds like. So let me think for 1 second. Because he's saying that in the portion of the video, you don't see the trash truck, that they never saw it, right? So how can you point out a trash truck up here, and then another person saying that the owner saying that the trash truck, you didn't see it, but it came in, right? So we're seeing the light that we're saying that Christopher Proudfoot is acknowledging is a trash truck on Honeysuckle. So that's what I'm saying. It's inconsistent. It's still inconsistent. So it's, like I said, okay, just in the people that are in chat right now, flashlight video, garbage truck video. There's 37 on Twitter, and there's 47 on It's a Crime and Shame.
I'm going with flashlight of the guy bringing his trash down.
But you think it's at 5:10, around the 5:10 mark? And
yes,
right, okay. And so again, like I said, so I just wanted to touch on that, because it's one of those things. Like I said, I have my opinion, Jennifer has hers, Melissa has hers, Mob Crew has his. Everyone has their own opinions to this. Again, at the end of the day, Jennifer, Mob Crew, and whatever, like, people are trying to get answers. And the thing is that the answers are there for this. This one can be answered properly. But, at this point, no one's probably going to believe it, to be honest. And so it's going to be one of those catch-22s. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I mean, I think we can all agree that the answers are there. We just have to find them.
Do you think, regardless of garbage or trash, that's the same thing, garbage. Do you think, regardless of the time, 3 versus 5, do you think at all that there's some relevance to this for Sebastian's disappearance? Regardless of the time, do you think anything in the video has anything at all to do, right? I mean, obviously something happened to Sebastian regardless. So it just becomes the relevance of the video.
that particular segment of video, I'm gonna have to say no. I feel like there is a, maybe video out there that does show something, but that particular segment that's been released, I do not think, because I believe it to be somebody taking their trash out. Now, if I believed it to be a regular flashlight and I believed it to be pointed at Sebastian's house, then my answer would be yes, that it does have relevance to Sebastian missing, but I don't think it's pointed that way.
Well,
So
it's
no, because it's not pointed in the correct direction.
Well, the direction that they showed, right? We all know was 1 second here. Let's just go to it for 1 quick second here. Let's just pull it up. Share screen. Okay, Sebastian's home. Need to swirly ourselves around here. Well, let's just go right to it again. Okay. So, you know what? Hold on. Actually, on Google Earth, you can get in a lot closer than you can on Google Maps. You can get in a lot closer. So, you know what? Let me open up Google Maps for a second, because I know that I can get a lot closer on Google Maps.
Well, on Google Maps too, you can make it look like it did that day too, or relatively.
Well, right. But let's just go to Google Maps once again. And again, each to their own thoughts. We just like to talk about it because, you don't want to just put out stuff because because I believe it's something or whatever. You want to put out the information and then give the opinion, but you want the information to be out there for sure. So let's stop screen there. We'll go back to that. Again, it's always just about giving as much honest, factual information as possible. But when you have all these different things being said, it hurts your brain, But I would like to think that I'll leave. But again, Jennifer is the FBI agent. If she thinks that perhaps that they have that, and that they were trying to keep that closer to the vest, called the family in to, say it's trash trucks versus, say flashlights or whatever. I have a hard time buying it, as just myself. But like I said, each to their own. Okay. So we're on. Okay, let's go down here. Come on. Okay, fine. I'll drop your little Dewey down there. Okay. So you see on here, you can just kind of come right in. Look where this camera is facing, right? It's literally facing down. Now, it's literally facing the vehicles. So if it's facing the vehicles down, okay, now hold on, let's just get a bird's eye view. So you guys that are watching, right? Like I said, so if we know that that video is facing down towards the ground, right? Going this way, because we can, from the picture of the 23rd stock timestamp, okay, it's going down right here, remember, because it shows the wall and it shows the boats. So how much of this area, because is it showing? So when Nick put out his video, right, if it's facing in that trajectory, right, that's going like down, right? And however much trajectory that it has, but it's not a 360, but the way that Nick, how do I get back up top again? How do I get back, or can I do that? Can I not get back up in the air? I must be able to.
I have no clue. I don't mess with any of this.
I don't usually see if I did it this way. I don't want it that way, right? Like, I just want to get back now. Great. Hold on. Okay. I guess I gotta hit that. Can you still see it? Oh, okay. Here, let me make this bigger though.
Yeah.
For you though. Okay. So the way that Nick showed it was as if where's my little swirly thing? It's not letting me swirl here. Hold on. Oh, that's the downfall to Google Earth. Anyways, the way that Nick, so think of the house, the trajectory of the boats, the trucks that are there, right? And what we can see, right? So we can basically see what looks like, I'm not sure if that one white truck that they keep looking at looks like it's on the other side of the road, but let's just, for the sake of argument, say that truck is. Okay, we're only making a portion of that truck here, in a sense. Even though I don't know, honestly, I feel like that truck has that look like it's on the other side of the road, but I think it's perhaps more on this side. But regardless, the trajectory is this way. This, right, going here, and how much you can see from here versus the way that Nick Perez presented it was as if you were looking at it like in this box here. And I think that that's a huge discrepancy on that, because the trajectory of the camera is not that way. It's, if any scope, it's in this scope. Now, if we go to what Seth and that said, they're basically saying that this camera that's taking this trajectory this way is picking up that top light of a garbage can, according to Seth, according to Christopher Proudfoot, okay? Honeysuckle, because he's the one that spoke about that with Gray Hughes. So the trajectory is going there. They're saying that it's the garbage trucks up here, and obviously probably stationary lights and another light source coming from over here. But that, right, basically some point obviously in here, this one piece of the light of a garbage truck would have to kind of peek through the top level, even though we know that there's no blushy bushes, because obviously we're talking February, and we know that that's a whole different look. So let me see, it's not saying that thing to me where I can select the date like it was when I was down towards the
No,
bottom.
because you got to be down on the ground for that.
Yeah, which is silly. It should show both ways. But whereas Google Earth would show that, or Google, yeah. But anyways, so yeah, so he's projecting it from here. And that's my issue, is that that's not the projection of the camera. You know, and it's very clear by the home, first of all, that has the camera on it, / the picture that has the 23rd, right? The trajectory.
Are we for sure that's the home? Let me play devil's advocate. Are we 1000% that's the home and not another one?
Yes, we are absolutely 1000% that's the home. 1 billion million % that this is the home, because obviously, I mean, whoops, 1 second.
And it can't pick up the Proudfoot's house because it would literally have to be at a diagonal, almost straight out, to pick up the Proudfoot's home. So it can't be pointed towards the
right. And this is 2023 of July, but okay, so this is how it would look like, but I can't go, I guess, into the other view. So apparently I don't really use this one, but anyways, there's no camera at this point. But anyways, so let's go back to the other one, because this is more accurate to, you guys all know that when we're looking at, well, it takes us too far, doesn't it, when we do it that way? Okay, but you guys all know from that picture with the vehicles, this is the home, right? Like this is the home. You can see the wall, you can see the boat, you can see the truck. And this truck, there's a white truck. So like meaning in like it's really hard to tell because this driveway is the way it is. I actually believe that the white truck could be on this side of the right here. I don't, unless the white truck is right here, and just because of the angle that we get from the picture, right? Could be catching it here or something, this white truck that, when you look at the actual screenshot. Okay, but anyways, so let me just quickly, 1 second, gotta find it. Oh man, I got too many screenshots open. Give me a second. I gotta close off some of these so I can actually see my screen.
Get out of my head, because that's what I was just doing, going to the screenshot so I could put it together.
Yeah, I just gotta find, oh, here it is. This one. Okay, I found it, but I don't know if I can find it in my list again. Hold on a second. It's when I have too many open, they start showing as files. Hold on, I think it's that one now. Just gonna close off some of these.
I just found it if you need me to send it to you, but it looks to me like it's on the edge of the driveway, but I just found it if you need me to send it over.
No, I got it. I have it. It's just that I have it. When I say I have it in my pictures, whenever I show pictures, oops, hello. Whenever I show pictures, after you have too many open, it starts showing it in a list. Normally I can see them across the bottom of the thing. So let's see.
But I will say it looks like to me that driveway is got several trucks in it. It's got I can see a white truck, I can see another white truck, I can see a darker truck, I can see what looks to be the back of a car. I mean, there's multiple vehicles.
Yeah. And this
in that
white
driveway.
Right. I mean, the guy has a white vehicle. So this vehicle could very well be still on this side of the road. It's hard to tell. Some people might think that it's facing, and it could be on the other side of the road. But bottom line, look at the angle we're looking at, right?
That's the closer view, though. I've got a different view of it.
Well, I was going to say, send me your view. Let's see here. Because this could just simply be like the cropped in, version of it. Because obviously we're not going to be seeing any lights, maybe like on this. Did you send me it?
Okay, it should be sent.
Oh no, yours is a little bit different. Yeah.
You just wanted the timestamp, so that's what I got you. This one's a little bit more of the driveway.
Yeah. Okay. So percent. Sharon. Okay. So this one, obviously we're seeing, come on, stupid pictures. Is this the one that you sent me? Yeah. So obviously now we see more here. Okay. So the lights. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. Now is this a layover or what?
Yeah, that corner right there is where the light video was taken from. That's why it's zoomed in and so dark, is because it's this corner right there where you're at.
So now, looking at this, right? So looking at this picture, is this somebody's overlay of somebody showing the lights on an overlay? That's, or is this the actual picture of it? Because as you can see in this, if you were to go just by this, they're showing the lights, even though the camera is facing this way. But again, right, we don't know for sure. We don't know how much. I know I've seen someone put it somewhere, but that doesn't mean it's true either. you have to know the, expansion of how far that camera can see either side. Obviously, it's against a wall for the one side, so the expansion. So it's one of those things. So,
My cameras, Sonny, my
yeah.
cameras will see approximately 145 to 170 degrees. So not quite a full, side. It's like an angle. So it's like, I think it's 145 degrees is what it is.
So this is the thing, like, because I don't know exactly where this came from, this picture. I know that Nick Perez put out the video, as we know that, but I don't know where this picture came from. I know Jay for Justice said something about, I don't know, crusty or dusty or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure who put this one out. Okay, I don't know, but if you were just to think in your head how that camera's facing, basically it would say that here's the vehicles, but off to the side across the street, here's these lights moving around. And, hence why Nick Perez, would be showing that angle, because it would be across the street. That these lights to this picture don't line up with honeysuckle at all, unless just by chance, unless that garbage truck video still doesn't line up to me, because we're looking and we're seeing this. But again, right, I don't know where this picture came from. Is it a crop picture still, or not, or is there an actual video out to this piece of it? Does anyone know, actually? Does anyone know if there's a video out to this second portion that had come out, or have they only ever seen the picture with the timestamp of?
I honestly don't know, and I don't remember if Missing in Plain Sight played the video or what, but I know that as I'm looking at my screen, the top right-hand corner is the quote unquote light video. That's what it's taken from. So the rest of this is not seen in that quote unquote light video, right? Because it's just this top upper right hand corner.
Right hand corner, exactly. That's the part that was zoomed in on. But the thing is, and again, this is just about a thought process here. So Nick Perez, though, comes out saying 3:10. And he could have just used that, looked at the clock, never even thought about the fact that it said the 23rd, or maybe the owner pointed it out. But I can't see that, unless you're shady, and knew that it said the 23rd, but didn't care because, he knew it was from the 26th. But what would give, if so, right? If this is the thing, and we'd have, like, we think of this as being true. Here's the date, here's the time, here's the property, there's the lights over there. Okay, first of all, those lights do not line up with this direction, like, meaning they wouldn't line up with no honeysuckle stuff like that. Not this picture anyway. This would line up with the common area, those lights, when I'm looking at it. That's not going to line up to me unless those big lights up top, which you can tell are lights. They're freaking lights on a house. You can literally see it when it's shining in the video, that you can see the bars that come down and the things. So you know that those are like lights, floodlights type of lights. So to me, that ain't no garbage truck, definitely, for that one. But it was always the second one in question, that was the one being said about honeysuckle, right? And so, you know what? I'm going to have to take this picture with, this is what Gray Hughes took to try to align it, but it's not jiving with me on this whole thing about a garbage truck up top. And then SF says that the garbage truck's not even in the frame at all. But there is, this has to have a video to it. This has to have a little video to it. And the reason why is because I remember now that that truck that's whatever on the other side of the street, it's like a light goes on and off, like on type of thing. And it could be the 3 o'clock vehicle that, had their, no, because it's facing this way. But anyways, so it's about the light turning on. So there obviously is the video to this. But that, if you're looking at how the light is this way on the side of the house, the lights being, they wouldn't match up then with the up top this way, because it would be more
I'm
like,
gonna go over to her page real quick and see if that is actually a video movement, because I stopped it to take the screenshot. So let me go over and see if she's actually playing the video, because I don't remember.
I think she is, but then it like zooms in, if I'm not mistaken. But it like zooms in to where like the supposed car light turns on, you know? But so a lot of people, in chat, like in other places, like in chat, believe that Ellie did deceive Christopher and Seth. That they did lie to them. Let me put it that way. Oh, that was one thing Robin said in her email to me. Brutally honest there. I remember her saying something like, see, I told you, Jennifer Coffendaffer said it. And I said the same thing to you, and you're too thick or something like that to comprehend and whatever. I remember that now.
Sonny, it is the actual video.
Pardon?
It is the video. She does
Okay.
play it. It's the
send
one
me the link. Send me the link if you could quickly. Would that be okay? Yeah, but the video's been manipulated to zoom in. That's the problem with that video, is that it's literally somebody that is looking at it and basically like, here, let me zoom in and show you where the light turns on.
Yeah, it does zoom in, but it's right at the beginning. You can tell it's a video.
Yeah, so
the actual video. Zoom in.
I was gonna say I'll leave that alone, because I remember that video by Missing in Plain Sight. And again, so when a YouTube creator has already played with it like that, what's the point in showing it? Because it's not factual just to looking at it like this and watching it in real time versus someone playing it to show something. So if she had shown the original, like I always like to show the original and then my mock-up of showing something in slow motion or whatever, just so that you have, the real one to look at.
I do get that, but I also like the very beginning of this one, because the first few seconds where it says 3:11:04, it does not move. In the first few seconds where that 04 should be moving, it doesn't. But I understand what you're saying, because if they've, manipulated it and moved it, I understand that.
Yeah. But if this picture is factual, to me, this picture then doesn't align with this projection of a honeysuckle freaking garbage truck up top. This, because again, I mean, look at it. It's like it's mimicking. Okay, think about where this truck is and in proportion. So it's past there. So just to quickly go back to it for a second. So
for me, when you go to Google Maps, where that white truck is where the dark truck is in the picture. Where that white one is actually where the black one is in that screenshot.
About right here is what it looks like. It looks like it's about here, because I was looking at the end of the garage and I was looking at the one truck that's furthest up. It looks like it's in this area here, which would then say that the lights are here, here, and here type of idea, right? But if we go to this, hold on. Okay. So as, again, just according to Seth, Christopher Proudfoot Gray Hughes, is that, let me just bring this in better portrayal. So we obviously we can't get on the same angle as the camera. But so if the truck is about here and the lights are to the right of that, so basically SF is saying that I think this home here is elevated. A guy was taking the garbage down to the garbage thing with a flashlight that morning, 5 minutes before the trash truck came, is what he's saying. Okay. So, I mean, maybe that could align with it more than I think it does, to be honest with you. But then the other light has to be over here. But that doesn't make sense because
I think the two lights, Sonny, are on that beige house right there.
right here,
Subject
well,
two, as we'll, yeah.
well,
And then
okay, but
subject
hold
two,
on.
as we call him.
Yeah. But
And then
hold on.
subject two is coming down that elevated driveway.
Mhm.
Subject one, as you want to call it, I think, is that gazebo light.
Okay. But so keep this in your head as I go back over to it. So keep this home with the garage and whatever. So keep this section in your head where the truck is, okay? Approximately like right here. Okay, so keep that in your head as we go back to the picture again. Okay. So if the truck is here, ain't no way that those lights are on that house that you're speaking about. Ain't no way.
But see, I don't take that truck as being on the other side of the road.
Well,
I take that truck as being in the driveway, this dark truck as where the white truck is parked now. Because you see the car.
Yeah.
And it's like right there, but that's how I look at it, because it's like parked up by the boat. It's on the driveway side. It's up by the boat because you can see the boat right there, and it's.
Well, you can. Where's the boat?
Right behind that dark truck. It's under a tarp. That white thing that you see right under 264 and 999K. That is a boat. That is a boat cover on a boat trailer.
Right, and it could very
And
well
so that
be.
white truck is beside it.
But even if it was, those lights don't align with that home. Like, if this picture is true and accurate, those lights wouldn't be still on this side. They would be, the home is as if you go kind of up here, right? If we go,
Yeah,
okay,
you're right.
Yeah. Like if we go back
Yeah,
to
you're right. It doesn't line up.
right. So if the truck is even here, the lights are still up here. So it has to come from this side. Right?
Yeah, because
So
by this view right here, that black truck is about where I think the white truck in the screenshot is. Okay, this black truck here is where I think that white truck is.
Right.
Because there's where the boat would have been parked. There's where the white truck would have been parked.
Right. But it still can't align with that. Stop screen.
No, it doesn't.
Nope. So we'll go back to that one
Well,
more time.
there went my theory.
Yeah. Good fight. We talked it out. So yeah. So
I tried.
So yeah. So even if those are on there, these lights have to be still coming from the right hand side of the Proudfoot side of the home, like that area. If this light is true and accurate, but again, it seems just so astronomical to believe that, TBI is saying, no, look, I'm showing you guys. I'm even showing you the 9th of this date to prove to you so that you don't question it. It's really hard to not believe when the words from the families are literally saying that, right? It's really hard to believe that they would be deceived like that in order for the sake of the video. But Jennifer Coffindaffer, like I said, having her own background, she would know the tricks of the trade. And if they would do something like that, itself. So
So could those two lights right there in this picture if you could go back to the other one for me.
Google Maps.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. Let me get my head straight around this. So if this is the boat here, even though it looks like it's on the grass, like it looks like it's close to the grass. Okay.
And then that truck is beside it. Are those two lights on the house that's between the Proudfoots and this home? Are they if you go over here to this up here by the curve, remember where you showed the floodlights were before, right there where your yeah, right there. Okay, so could there be, wait a minute, no. I think, wait a minute. Yeah, that's the house. So could there be floodlights right there on the corner of this brick house here?
This one?
On one of the corners.
Yeah.
I don't know, one of them. I would think the other corner maybe, but
this picture is bad.
Could that be where the two lights are?
The way I thought of it myself was that based on those trucks and whatever, that those two lights had to be coming from somewhere around here, because the truck is like the truck regardless. Hold on, fuck off. Okay, let me just go back for a second. So see how he has like the truck and then the boat, is on the grass here. So we can only estimate, right? Okay, just by that picture. So where is that boat?
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you go back to where you were just at a second ago? Go back up there.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Now turn your butt around and look at the house. No, the other way.
Which house?
Uh-huh. Now try to line up the camera view with what you're looking at while you're looking at that house. Maybe that'll help us. Nope, the other house. The house with the camera. No, the one with the camera over there. I want you to stay here, but align your. Yeah. Okay, so right about there, if you look at a straight line, don't go any closer. If you can look at a straight line from where you're at to that house, that would just about be the camera angle, wouldn't it?
Here? It's this house is the camera angle?
Well, I mean, from this view right here, if you look straight from the middle of the screen from where you're sitting, that would just about be the camera angle for that camera, in my opinion.
Right.
No.
The way it looks, it's like it's coming here. It's looking at his vehicles. Right? The trajectory is like this to me, like down like here.
Yeah, so this brick house that you're looking at would be where the two lights are at, right?
It's definitely not this one.
No, it's not that one. And I think would it be this? That's what I'm thinking. It would be like the corner of that.
Yeah.
So then where would subject to? Okay, so we agree that the two lights are on this brick house right here. So where would subject 2 and subject 1 be, in your opinion?
Okay, if I was to go by just what I was looking at myself, I would have said that the double lights is coming from this home, and then somewhere here and like here is where, like somewhere on this home perhaps, or this is a light source, but then there's the one that's say in this section. So that, like I said, just going back to the picture, that's how I see it, because obviously if the vehicle's here and the lights are more here, it has to come from this side somewhere. And there's only so many places that some light sources will come from. And I can't see that this garbage, and that's what they're trying to say, right? Seth and whatever, that up here, I guess, is honeysuckle. And that it's like a truck, but that doesn't make sense. It makes more sense that SF talking about an elevated driveway than some dump truck out here, or a garbage truck up here that's moving down this way. It's
Well,
not like the
looking
light.
from this angle right here, if we agree that that's the house with the double lights right there, I would have to
Mhm.
say I can't rule out that being of evidentiary value because the Proudfoots are right next door and the lights would somewhat align if it were a flashlight. So you might have just changed my mind on it.
Okay,
It's a
so hold
flashlight,
on.
not a trash truck.
We'll go back to the picture again, right? And this is again, right? This is why people are having a hard time. And because the flashlight video came out first as a flashlight video, because we didn't know, we just saw dots, some dots on the map, and we're trying to make sense of it. But Nick Perez put out the, flashlight, planted the seed of that, right? And because Katie had said that there was a flashlight, that Sebastian had a flashlight, it's hard to overlook that Katie said Sebastian had a flashlight and yet we have a flashlight video, right? It's hard to overlook that. So in this particular case, like I said, if the vehicles are there, this has to be right. And we saw about where the truck was. So if we put that, sorry, it is coming on really late. God, I wasn't expecting to stay on for
Oh
like
my
6
gosh, I
hours.
wasn't expecting 6.5 hours.
Yeah. So again, so if we kind of align that back here, I mean, it could be that these lights, okay, so if we put that there, it could be present, share screen, Stafford again. Let's go back to Stafford. It could be that the lights are coming off perhaps this end of the home. It could be this end
That's
of the
what I
home.
was thinking, that it was that end right there
You
that
know,
you just pointed
but
out would be the
right,
doubles.
all I know is that we can only go by what's being fed to us, right? So we know what Christopher and Seth said. Okay, fine. We know what SFS Investigate's saying. Okay, fine. But the lights in the picture don't align with what he's projecting either. Because if he's projecting that the second subject light is on that guy coming down the elevated driveway, then how can you say that those other lights, because what we just looked at wouldn't align, like that picture doesn't align to me with that gray house being the lights. The lights, if you look at the driveway, to me look like they're on the right hand side. So what he's projecting is everything's more on the left hand side, upper, like straight ahead type of thing. And that's not what I see, because we have the visual of the truck to give us a reference, right, to that. So,
But see, not looking at the truck is what made me think it was the other house. And he was coming down the driveway and they seen that's why I was leaning. That's, kind of what I had thought. And
well,
till we
let me
just
just,
looked at it and compared it to the truck, and now it don't make no daggum sense again.
let me see if I can find just quickly. I should have it. I know I have it. Here it is. Okay. Now let me put Gray Hughes' version of the lights. Okay.
Oh, his version sucks.
Okay.
I don't agree with his version whatsoever.
So let's just take a look though. So again, he said he sent this in to Christopher, and Christopher said that that's about right. Okay. But
How did Christopher say it was right? The freaking trash cans are at the very corner on the trash bowl.
well, that's the thing, is that this is what I don't understand what Gray Hughes was doing here. So you're trying to give the picture the right angle because obviously the camera is facing a certain angle. So if you angled it straight up and down, it would look funny because it wouldn't look like it was on the road properly. But how can you do an overlay with the truck and trash cans as if they're here and you're mimicking a vehicle bigger than what's on the property. Like, to me, you would have, like, to me, that's doesn't jive to me, this way of overlaying. I know he thinks he's the best and the greatest at it and stuff
No,
like that.
because he's got the trash cans on Kellen Lane, dang near in the road. He's got one truck completely in the road, in the middle of it. He's got another truck halfway into the middle of it.
It's just, how can
What's
you
he
allow-
thinking?
I don't know, to be honest, because I don't even get it. It's kind of like, how can you, like, his vehicles that are on the side, like, they're pointing to the house in his overlay, but those vehicles aren't parked like that. But he's trying to angle it. But you're bringing, it's kind of weird because the home's over there, but you're overlaying the picture from up above the street, like meaning at the top of the street, and it's a whole different size of the truck that you're looking at. But it's almost like he
No,
forgot.
wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I hit mute instead of something else. I think I know what he's trying to do here. He's trying to make the two lights instead of, okay, you use your imagination here.
I am.
Take what he's got and move it to the left, one house. He's trying to make those two lights fit where I had the two lights at first.
No, you had them on the other house, not that house.
No, not at first.
Oh, okay.
At first, remember, I thought it was that beige house. So he's got it. Okay, where he's got the two lights is the elevated driveway. Whereas if you move it to, if he would have moved it to the left, I know it can't, but that's why I said you got to use your imagination. If you do that,
I am using my imagination. But
then he's basically proving me wrong is what he's doing, because there's no way, because then the trash cans would be in Kellen. So it has to be the other way. Because I think that's what he was doing. He was lining up the lights with the elevated driveway.
Well, I think he's doing that for sure, but I don't think it still makes sense, because hold on, let's just go back to it again. Let's go back. Oh my goodness. It's a 5-hour.
No, it don't make no sense. So that's why I done changed my mind, because it don't make that.
Okay, let's go back to, which is the one? This one, I think. Share. I think it's this one. Am I sharing the right one? No, I'm not. Damn it all. Got too many pictures going here. I need to close that one off so I don't look at it again, and then find the other one. 1 second here. Share screen. You need to click on that picture here, and then Windows. Okay, so it should be this one now. Okay, so again, right? Look where the truck is here, and to me, he's trying to align it like as if it's, over here to me. Well, let's see here. Hold on. If those trucks are in the driveway, fuck me. I'd have to do, you know what? Whatever. Screenshot.
Yeah, this confirms. I think he was trying to line it up with the elevated driveway, but there's no way to do that because it's not possible.
Yeah, let's just take his. Let me grab the other one of Gray's. Print screen. Take this one. Give me a second. My husband's probably going to be like, bedtime, baby, soon. And I know you need to go. Has he messaged me at all?
I'm invested at this point.
I know, right? Me too. So let me just go into Canva for a second, because I want to show you guys both side by side and see if it meshes at all. Canva. Let's see here.
But yeah, I think that's what he was trying to do. I think he was trying to make those two lights line up with the elevated driveway, but but in doing so, he proved that it couldn't be the elevated driveway. I don't know if that's what he was intending, but that's what he proved to me.
Yeah. Give me a second here. Delete, 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 delete. Delete. Whatever. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. Bring us back down to the bones. Okay.
Deborah,
upload
I want to
file.
go
Go where? Crazy?
to a tree house with koalas and squirrels and gliders and kangaroos and parrots.
Oh my. Okay. Open. Okay. So this is this one. I'm going to have to do it just like this. The best that I can here.
Never mind, I don't want to go. She's going to Australia and they have big animals and big old spiders.
Okay. Oh, those might align. Oh, those might align. Let's just take a look here. Okay, let's just see. Let's just see if our brains can hurt less or more. Okay, 1 sec. Hide. Stop screen. Present. Oh, I guess I gotta click on my picture. Come on. One I just did. Where are you? Where's the picture I just made? Oh, yeah, PDF. That's when I made it, right? PDF. Hold on. Share. Download. PDF. Well, whatever. I'll make it this. Oh, I see. Hold on. Did it finish downloading? Come on, man. It's my documents. Come on. Where the fuck is it? PDF. And I don't normally use the thing that I typically use, but because this one was longer. Okay, fine. I'm just going to take a screenshot of you. Fuck you. Take a screenshot. Then I'll show you. Okay. I don't know. We'll just try to trim off a bit here. Let's see here. Okay, we'll save that on there. Okay, is my computer thick right now or something? I don't know. Hold on, cancel. Maybe no. All I'm trying to do is get my darn picture. I just did a screenshot instead of just downloading it. So, where did it go? Hold on. Like, what the fuck? Like, I should see my freaking screenshot. Oh, wait, what's this one? No, I don't think so. Hold on. Oh, okay. My screenshot wasn't, it was just showing as the thing. That's why. Okay. Okay, that's fair enough. It's there, but you know when you're not seeing it because it's just got the blue thing on it, but you don't really see. Normally, I look at the thumbnails. You know, thumbnail, and you can just see it. But this one was secretly hiding a bit. So we have that. And do I have it here now? Oh my God, I got too many things open. Let me close off a couple things. I got just too many things open. Yeah, I'm just closing you all down right at this point. Okay. Sorry that this is taking longer than it should, but it is what it is. Okay, where's the damn picture now? Right here. Okay, so I gotta open that up. Okay, fair enough. Oh my God. I'm like misclicking on buttons and everything at this moment. Share screen. Window. Right here. There we go. Okay, so let's do this the best that we can. Okay. So if you think about where the trucks are, right up here, actually it's not really wrong, to be honest with you. If you look at their original photo and you think about where the trucks are here, that's not out of line with those lights being there. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree because you got to have those trash cans up there by the house. For it to match that photo, you got to have them trash cans up by the house.
You know, the only thing that we don't know is that if him and Christopher Proudfoot were going back and forth, so obviously Christopher Proudfoot and Seth seen it in day and night time and were shown it. So if if Gray Hughes is being told where the lights are in comparison to the homes, then he's giving the angle of this screenshot, but applying it to where they were shown versus the fact of the whole garbage cans being there.
Okay, so he's just trying to show where my head hurts.
I'm thinking that he said him and Christopher Proudfoot were going back and forth. So I'm thinking he's not caring so much about this picture being up here versus there. It's a matter of showing the lights to where they were shown, where the lights were coming from, and hence why that one say would be floodlights, the other one would say be trash truck on Honeysuckle, that they were told. Okay, I'm just going by what they were told, and that the other light is aligning from basically that home there. Yeah.
Oh no, this just makes my head hurt all over.
Yeah. That's something I would literally have to play with myself. This is what Mob Crew has been deep diving into. And again, we can only take the information we have at hand. If they're being told something, SF is trying to portray something else, with those lights. SF is trying to portray those second lights. I think we're coming down an elevated, home, or a person, and then he spoke to him. You know what? We're done. We're done for the night. We're done. We're good. We are so good. We are over this right now. I will need to personally spend time myself just trying to lighten the picture up here, and try to see if it pulls off something. Yeah, because I would think that, like I said, if they saw it in the light and they were shown that Gray Hughes would have that knowledge, like it was this house, like this,
But we have to think too, Sonny, if they were shown it in the daylight, it ain't dark. They can see exactly what house it is. We're trying to go off of a dark picture to figure out what house it is. They went off of a daytime scene of the camera.
They like
so I don't know.
Right. And so that's the thing, right? When you look at it all, right? And you have SF saying the same time about it, but who knows where his all information exactly truly came from, but if Seth and that seen it in the daytime from February 9th, then there has to be a purpose for February 9th versus the 11th, 12th, 13th. There must have been a purpose to that video, perhaps, or to that footage, perhaps on that camera on the February 9th. That is exactly when the time, like trash truck, you can see it similar or something. And that's how they could show
that, or
them.
maybe that's where their vehicles were parked on the 9th. So it's more of an accurate in relationship to the vehicles.
Right. I mean, the whole point that I would think that they would show it to them is for the accuracy. Because like Seth said, okay, according to Seth, that he said that the LE did not want them to have any, like, any thoughts about this being a flashlight video, and they wanted them to walk away. So I have a hard time as just a person overlooking that information and thinking that LE would lie to them, but yet they're showing them a daytime footage to show these lights. That doesn't mount up with me. But we're gonna leave it alone. People, at the end of the day, you know, I do things always for myself when I'm looking at stuff, meaning I want that knowledge, but obviously as we're doing lives, you want to share that knowledge. And whether people believe you or not, doesn't matter. Really. It's my knowledge to me. It's what I would think. Just like I can't take away if you believe something regardless. It's just, obviously different brains think different ways on how they see things or whatever, or the information being received by people. So
At this point, honey, at this point, I would want somebody, I don't know who, because I ain't driving 5 hours to go do it, is to go knock on that man's door and say, can I take a picture real quick from your property? And when he says yes, I'm going to put my hand up there by his camera, angle it just like the camera, and take a picture in the daytime. Can somebody go do that and send it to me?
Well, see,
thank you.
That's what SF Investigate tried to do, but he actually didn't have the right angle when he was showing it, So
well, yeah, you got to get the right angle, or it ain't going to help me.
Have the right angle. I mean, you just got to talk to the owner. Well, no, because I believe that those cameras were replaced. So those cameras were replaced, I believe now. So it's not like, but still,
but we know where they were.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the guy still has footage. I'm sure. I would like to think that Nick Barris has footage of the whole part of it, right? I'm sure that
I just need somebody to show me daytime footage. That's what I need, because I can't make out jack squat in the dark, and I want to know where them lights is coming from. And I want to believe SF that he talked to the neighbor and he was coming down the driveway, but I also want to believe the family. And after looking at this, especially side by side, there ain't no way both of them is true.
Right. Yeah, well, we'll leave that conclusion that we don't know still, right? But again, I'm under the impression that, like I said, Nick Perez, he never mentioned anything about the time being stuck. At the time, we have to believe that they're giving us the proper day with the lights, and that this wasn't manipulated in any which way, shape, or form. Which I don't personally believe it was. Right? I mean, it has the lights on it. The date. I don't know. At the end of the day, it really just boils down to the truth is out there. This could easily be right. Like this can easily be shown in a sense if you saw their actual raw footage of its portion where this garbage truck comes into the light after the video is stopped that the public didn't see. Show me that. I want to see that. Yeah. Make me.
I want to see the whole video.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see from 3 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the morning. And I say that because I want to see from 3 to 6 for the trash truck crap. And then I want to see at 8 o'clock because it's daylight.
Yeah.
Or 10 o'clock because it's daylight.
Yeah. SF, if you've talked to the owner of this thing, I'm pretty sure he has footage still of this because it's an important thing. Pretty sure he has the footage still, you would think, unless their dumbasses and got rid of it, but I can't really see that. But anyways, well, we got to get going. It's after 12. I'm hungry. My husband probably wants to go to bed because he was working today. He's probably ready for bed. You have stuff to do. I have stuff to do tomorrow. We're going to be doing the live again at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, we'll be doing it from Melissa's channel, American Justice. Do you want to put your link in there one more time
Yeah, let
before
me
we
grab
head
it.
on? Yeah. So Melissa will drop her link. I'll stream it as well from this channel. Okay. That way it just gets more exposure to it. And Drew, the father, will be in the chat as well. Or right? He's supposed to be in the chat as well.
He might be in the chat.
Okay. We'll use the word
He's
might.
gonna try.
He's gonna try. Okay. So, we'll see. If there's one thing that I could honestly say is him and his wife, you could tell totally had different ways of grieving, because when she's speaking, like she's talking, but it's almost like someone that's been dealing with it, and she's like, when you look at Drew versus her, and not take away from Heather or whatever I think her name is, but he looks like he has just had someone that's just so sad and
It has
depressed.
definitely wrecked the family,
Yeah.
and it's it's not just hard on mom and dad.
Because
It's
when
hurt the
she
siblings as well. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just it's rough on them, and I understand.
Well, when she's speaking, it's almost like someone that's in control. They're not breaking down. Not to say that the mother didn't care. They just did it a different way. Whereas when you look at Drew, like it's just sucked the life right out of him. This whole thing, Whereas the mom is like, kind of like, you can just tell, like, we got other kids, this happened, and her dealing with it seems, what some people might deal as a little bit, because you're not seeing those emotions. You're looking at two extremes: someone that's talking about it but still composed, and then Drew just looking like his whole life has been sucked away out of him. Yeah. Okay, so there's Melissa's channel, you guys. So remember, this is about Elizabeth and Lyric, the two girls that went on a bike ride, right? I think that they were 8 and 10 years old, something like that. They go on a bike ride, and then they don't come back, couldn't be found. Their bodies are found in do you know the name of the park again? The place what they were found? No?
It's escaping my mind at 3:00 in the morning.
It's okay. But anyways, yeah. And so then, obviously, their case has still not been solved. A lot of people thought that whoever did Delphi as well did the Iowa girls there. But and that was from Evansdale. Okay, guys. So again, a lot of people.
7 Bridges.
What is it called?
They went missing at Myers Lake, and they were found in 7 Bridges.
Okay.
They went missing July 13th of 2012. A couple hours after they were missing, their bikes and stuff were found. The girls were found. Their bodies were found on December 5th, 2012
December 7th.
at 7 Bridges. December 5th.
Oh, I just listened to something today that said December 7th.
No. December 5th.
Yeah, only because I listened to something today where they said December 7th. So it might be that they were wrong in saying that. But the reason I remember
they were
that,
wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
I got that from Drew.
Okay.
I got that from family.
Yeah. Because the only reason why I would remember that is because that's when my dog died on that date. And that's when Sebastian's birthday is. So that's why I remembered it as December 7th. But December 5th. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The one that I just listened to today, though, had said 7th. That's why it stood out to me. Okay. So anyways, thanks, Ben. Thanks, Mods. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Charmaine, for the gifting the memberships. Thanks, Miss Dog Lover, for the $4.99. Other than that, if you guys, like I said, we'll be covering that case tomorrow. But appreciate you. 7 hours long live here, guys. Oh my God. Nobody's going to want to watch that on replay, I would think. But anyways, if they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. Regardless, I appreciate anyone that's come in and watched. Thank you, Melissa, so much. And thank you, everyone who's new subscriber, coming new to the channel. And yeah, we'll just keep following this case and trying to just try to understand it. I don't know if we ever will. Don't know if we ever will. I hope so.
I hope we get an answer.
I hope something in the case breaks open. Absolutely, for sure. Okay. Anyways, so I'm gonna basically bid you guys adieu. And again, Sebastian, let's just throw out the green hearts for Sebastian. If you haven't hit the like button, appreciate that. Really helped the last time, like yesterday's video. You guys were great and awesome and gave it the likes, and it makes its way to the algorithm. Appreciate that. Sebastian Rogers Army, Sebastian Rogers Strong. And we will see you tomorrow. Anyone that's going to come watch the live for Elizabeth and Lyric. Okay, guys? So thanks, Ben. Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Mods. And we're out of here, okay? Once I actually find it, we're out of here, okay? Okay, found it. Ready? Ready?
Let's go.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. Within my reverie, there's only